The best GT championship in the world gets better and better and better because the Blancpain GT Series starts its Endurance Series campaign this weekend at Monza with an enormous grid of cars. We have close on 60 of them ready to pour out onto the circuit to do battle. It promises to be another epic Blancpain Endurance Series season. But 2014, has to be said, was pretty good as well. Before we look at this year, let's just remind ourselves how good 2014 was. 14 a lot is going to happen in 2015, that's for sure, because we have new cars, we have new drivers, we have new teams all coming into the Blancpain Endurance Series. Significantly, a huge presence this year in the Pro Cup. Last year, that perhaps wasn't numerically as strong as it has been, but this year, 23 cars alone in the Pro Cup. Never mind strong Pro-Am and newly retitled Am, not the Gentleman Trophy anymore, classes. It all means it's going to be a very, very busy grid and some great racing throughout the field. The entry reads a bit like a who's who of international GT racing, and there's a huge amount to look forward to, and the cars making their way shortly up onto the grid. The grid was decided in qualifying this morning, with the front of the grid times being done by pros, cars being started by AMs, and that long white line you can see is the pit lane out, which is going to be key to some teams' chances, because if you cross that, as people occasionally do, you can be in real strife. So we're getting set for 2015, and as the cars head to the grid, let's catch up with some of the top stories of the weekend. 11 different brands, 40 different teams, 60 cars, 180 drivers. The 2015 Blancpain Endurance Series kicks off at Monza this weekend with a mouth-watering entry. Ferrari, Aston Martin, Jaguar, Porsche, BMW, Audi, Mercedes, Lamborghini, Nissan, Bentley and McLaren all set to do battle in the first 3-hour race of the championship. And also the categories split as ever 3 ways between Pro, Pro-Am and the retitled Am Cup. There's something for everybody, whether you're a true professional driver or an amateur who wants to go racing. 2 mandatory pit stops, and around here fuel is going to be tight. Everybody needs to try to get away with just 2 fuel stops. There'll be some fuel saving in the early laps, but great racing you can anticipate throughout the 3 classes. And the pit lane here at Monza is absolutely crammed with the top teams, top drivers and top cars in international GT racing. A new team for the Blancpain Endurance Series for 2015 is the Brazilian BMW squad, combining this with outings in the Sprint Series.
The team make a very good job in Nogaro, and 1 week after we're here and try to make the same, to win race. The qualifying is the most difficult part for us, but after the qualifying, if we make a good place in the grid, I really expect the cars go well and fight for the first positions.
A new driver to GT racing this year is Robin Frins. He's had his first outing in the Sprint Series. Now he comes to 3-hour endurance racing.
With 60 cars in the grid heading to the first corner, it's quite busy. But it all depends where we're going to start after qualify. The Audi is not the quickest car on the straight, we all know that, so it's not going to be an easy race for us compared to the Nissans or the Bentleys, which are quick on the straights. But it's all new for me. I come from single-seaters. We have a good lineup, good strong teammates, so we're looking forward for it.
The Bentley Continentals were mighty impressive on their debut here last year, and then went on to take 2 wins. Stephen Kane has high hopes for 2015.
It's great to be back in the Endurance Series again for 2015. Bentley M Sport are really looking forward to it. We're all been working hard over the winter doing tests and keeping fit, obviously, and being back at Monza for the start of the season is a great feeling. We're really looking forward to the challenge this year, and we're just going to have to take each race as it comes and make sure we cover all the bases, and we really want to pick it up a gear and take it one better than last year.
For the first time this year, there's going to be an all-pro driver combination in one of the Nissan GT3Rs. A likely race winner, Katsumasa Chiyo, one of the drivers.
I'm very happy to be back in the Monza as the driver with the Nissan GT-R. I'm really looking forward to compete against the other manufacturer team. We have a good car. We want to win the race, and everybody can be rival.
There's a very strong Aston Martin presence this weekend as well. The Oman racing team, run out of the UK, is headed by Omani driver Ahmad Al-Hafi.
60 cars here at Monza is going to be unbelievable, you know, it's going to be so exciting, but everybody has to remember that you can't win the race in the first corner, and that's what it's going to be about. Blancpain has showed us about endurance racing and how important it is to finish, and I think everybody will have to remember that while they're going to the first corner, but I'm really looking forward to it. It's going to be very exciting, 60 cars in the grid.
There's something just right, isn't there, about McLaren, Senna and Monza all going together. Bruno Senna is now a works McLaren driver aboard the new 650S.
I think the McLaren will be strong on the high-speed corners. The car will be good on the NISMOs, it will be good on the Ascari chicane and parabolica. I really hope that we're going to be able to win this year, but the GT3 championship is so competitive. There's 20 full pro cars, there's 60 cars on the grid. It's going to be very, very tough, but yeah, hopefully these guys can do it with me.
Also new for 2015 is a much renewed presence from Lamborghini. Run by the Gassner racing team, there's an all-pro lineup in the new Huracan, headed by Adrian Zhao.
As you can imagine, it's the first time we're going to race our new car, Lamborghini Huracan. So it's a very exciting moment for us. A lot of preparation. The team did a really good job to get the two new cars ready just on time. So we're all really excited.
You can never rule out the mighty Mercedes SLS AMG GT3. The cars are quick and reliable, and DTM racer Daniel Junqueira makes his Blancpain debut.
It's basically for me a very new experience, racing in GT with the SLS in the Blancpain series. So from the beginning I want to get as quick as possible up to speed with the team, with my teammates. I've never raced together with two guys in the same car, changing. So that's going to be a new challenge. I have no idea how it's going to work, but hopefully we're going to have a strong season.
And no Blancpain Endurance Series grid would be complete without a phalanx of Ferraris. This car, running in Pro-Am, was very quick in practice, driven by Cedric Sprezzioli.
It's actually a great start of the season. First of all, starting with an Italian brand on an Italian circuit, I think it's a great chance. And then it's called the Temple of Speed, so I guess it's one of the best circuits to start running the engine out here. I'm very happy to be here and to be part of the Blancpain Championship. It's going to be a new experience. Adrian has been my teammate for the last 3 years, so hopefully we'll do a good season in the Pro-Am this year.
The scene is set for what promises to be an epic Blancpain Endurance Series season. It's time to go racing. And so looking down on what is a very full grid indeed. A number of cars, incidentally, have only done their running this morning in qualifying. No practice yesterday because the drivers were on other duties at Silverstone. They got here overnight and have been busy this morning going through all the scrutineering and admin checks and doing qualifying times and getting the car dialed in. It's been a pretty busy weekend for many of them. So we're set. You can see the grid, how busy it is. The flags are there, the team personnel all there, the marshals overseeing all of this. And if the grid is that busy, imagine them all coming into the pit lane all at the same time. It's going to be a very busy pit road indeed. Well, it's time to go to the grid. John Watson is down there, and he's managed to catch up with Alessandro Bonaccini and Michael Lyons.
Michael Lyons, nice to see you at Monza eventually, but there's a story behind why you only got here this morning.
Yeah, no, I was a little bit busy yesterday in Silverstone, but it's nice to be back in the Blancpain Endurance Series. And I mean, we're here in a Ferrari, only a couple of cars in the way between us and turn one, so no, mega.
Now tell me, how come you can jump in the car, having only done a sighting lap, and go out and put it in the second row of the grid?
The story here really is down to Alessandro Bonaccini here next to me. Him and Michael Bonzeski, they did a lot of work yesterday. They did all the hard work, and I just rocked in and took the glory, really.
Alessandro, you're doing the end stint, the final stint in this race, taking over from Michael. Big boots to fill.
Yeah, it's a good feeling and at the same and hard feeling because I have to finish the race and I hope to finish the race in the best way I can.
Now what can this Ferrari do, because all the Ferraris are so quick down the straight here this weekend?
I'm sorry?
All the Ferraris are so fast in the straight.
In the straight we are fast, but we lose a lot of grip at the end of the stint. So at the end of the stint, the car will be a little bit slippery, and I don't know if the speed on the straight could be enough to take a good position at the end of the race.
Well, enjoy yourself, gentlemen. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Michael Lyons, who was winning a week ago in part of the Founders collection of historic racing cars. He took one of the old F1 Heskeths that they have to Thruxton and obliterated the opposition. That's the Ferrari he will drive. Michael Brozniewski will go first, Michael Lyons will go second, Alessandro Bonaccini will go third, as you just heard with John Watson ferreting out the information of who will drive when down on the grid. The car run by Kessel Racing, one of the top Ferrari squads, although numerically it's certainly put into the shadows here by the AF Corsa team that seems to have at least 5. It feels like half the pit lane is AF Corsa, but one of the more prolific teams. There's 22 making its way round, I'm hoping, up to the grid rather than slowly to the pit lane with a problem. This is the Pro-Am Nissan of Ricardo, Sanchez, Florian, Strauss and Marc Gassner. And Nissan's presence in international motorsport hasn't half-rocketed in the last 2 or 3 seasons, both in terms of prototypes, in GT cars, V8s down under as well. And great to have Nissan going so strongly this weekend. What about Bentley's chances, though? Number 7 Bentley is one to watch. Back to John.
Thank you, Merrick. Bentley, number 7. I think we all thought that you guys are going to be further up the grid than you are.
Well, it's a pretty competitive grid this year. I mean, obviously there's nearly 60 cars, so a bit of traffic in qualifying, but we're very happy with the car's pace over the race distances. So I think we'd have liked to have been there as well, but we extracted quite a good setup out of the car, so we're pretty confident for the race.
A lot of the traffic ahead of you is going to be started by the gentleman or the amateur driver in largely Ferraris. Is that going to be an issue, or just will it solve itself?
I think it usually pans out and takes care of itself, but some of the amateur guys in Ferraris here could be pretty quick. So as we found out last year, actually, I found out this first stint here last year. So, but we'll just concentrate on our own race. I think we're 4th in the pro class, but as I say, the strength of this championship is the amateur drivers can be very competitive as well. So we'll be mindful of that and stick to our game plan.
Any word of advice for Guy Smith, who's starting?
I know, Guy. We say this all the time. He's so experienced, such a good starter, Le Mans winner. He just likes to be left alone now and get in his zone and get his head down. He'll do a fantastic job.
Here's for the Bentley boys. Thank you.
Thanks.
Andy Marrick, going back to last year, talking about the battle he had with Giacomo Petrobelli, who's more than an am, in fairness, with his very quick Ferrari. Andy did the opening stint last year here and got the car running strongly in 2nd place, remember, until the tyres went off. But Guy Smith will start this year in number 7. 2 wins last year at Silverstone and at Paul Ricard. And when we got to Silverstone, we talked up Bentley, but did we really anticipate it was going to be a win? Well, they came good, and it could be victory here, you never know. Find out about Nissan 23, the all-pro car. Alex Buncombe and Wolfgang Reip, 2 of the drivers, with John.
Alex Buncombe, you have led this race in this car previously.
Yeah, I have, and let's hope we can achieve the same thing. I mean, got a bit of work to do from P12. We were hoping to get in the top 10 in quali, but it wasn't meant to be. So, yeah, obviously it's the first race, and we think our long pace is good on the old tyre. So, yeah, let's hope young Wolfgang can get a storming start like I did last year and make a few into the first corner, but it's a long race, so yeah, we just need to keep it calm and see where we are in the last hour.
Further back in the grid you've got a lot of the gentleman drivers ahead of you, and Wolfgang, you're going to start this race, so what's your view, what's your position about going into turn 1? Is it all or nothing, or is it just be safe?
I think the main target is to reach the finish line, so obviously I won't take any crazy risks at the first corner, but at the same time I don't want to lose position, so I'm going to try to find the right balance between aggressivity and safety, and yeah, I think the first few laps will be quite important to be able to be in the good group, but I'm pretty calm right now, and we're going to see what's happening at the first corner.
Well, traffic management is one thing, but how are you going to manage the pit lane, because it's really, really tight for everybody?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be as busy as ever in the pit lane, and it's hot, it's sweaty, it's hard for everyone out there, and yeah, as we know, it's not the fastest car in the pit lane, but the guys have been working hard on that, and yeah, we hope to be improving on that in 2015. So yeah, it's the first race. It's a little unknown for everyone as to where everyone is pace-wise, but I guess in a few hours we'll know. So just have to keep our fingers crossed from the pit lane.
Enjoy it.
Thank you.
Alex Buncombe remains a much underrated driver. Why? Answers on a postcard, really. Because he is very, very quick. He rarely makes mistakes. He's good, he's presentable, he's good with sponsors. He's got this great relationship with Nissan, and yet for some reason he's still a bit unfashionable, and the British media particularly hasn't really latched onto him and his ability as perhaps it ought to. In the background, in the blue t-shirt there, just quickly out of shot, Chris Buncombe, his brother. Chris himself a class winner at Le Mans in the past, and now managing Alex and looking after his brother to try and further his career. How's that for a police car? The Lamborghini making its way around from the grid. It's done a lap, And if you're thinking about trying to outrun the law in this part of the world, forget it. If they've got that at their disposal, you do not stand a chance, even if you're a GT racer. We've already had the Lamborghini Super Trofeo race earlier on in the day. There wasn't a car quite like this in it, but it certainly turns people's heads, does this car, as it sits in the paddock outside the huge Lamborghini area. And Lamborghini with this great presence within the Pro Cup this weekend, debuting the Huracan as a GT3 car, looking very strong indeed. So I suspect we'll be talking a lot more about Lamborghini as this 3-hour race unwinds. We are 10 minutes away from the start. It's a 3-hour race, and if you follow the Blancpain Endurance Series, you'll know the form. Everybody has to make 2 mandatory pit stops. If they can get to the hour on fuel, then they're sitting pretty. But it's going to be a real problem, that to get to, certainly not just the hour, but really 70 minutes is what they want to do to maximise the fastest driver in the Pro Cup. The maximum you can do is 70 minutes. If you can get to 70 minutes on a tank of fuel, then that is the golden ticket. Most teams reckon they can do just over the hour, but they can't do 70 minutes. If anybody can, then their chances become hugely improved. So we'll be keeping an eye to how many laps and how much time people are being able to do on a tank of fuel as the race goes on. And 33, 34 laps roughly is going to be what you can do in an hour, but all will be revealed at the end of 60 minutes when we've had that first stint. So the grid is now being cleared. Everybody making their way back to position, ready for the start of this opening round of the championship. But as ever, being presided over the Blancpain Endurance Series by Stefan Rattel, who is down on the grid, ready to have a word.
Stefan, we're down here on the grid on this fabulous racetrack that is Monza. How excited are you for the start of the Blancpain Endurance Series?
Very excited. It looks like it's going to be a great season. Full capacity, 59 cars. We can't do any better than that. Great diversity, looks very close in performance. And for Monza, an all-Italian front row, that's what we need. But I think it's important that Mr. Alain Delamura, Vice President of Blancpain, tells us his feeling, because he's our partner, and it's important to have an happy partner.
Thank you very much. That's the best feeling you can imagine. You can read Blancpain everywhere. We were the first to believe in your championship. We have a long-term vision, and really from the beginning we are together with you, and even if the beginning were a little bit more difficult, now it's a great success. Congratulations again.
And it is an amazing grid as well. When we look at how many cars are out here, almost 60 cars, it's humongous.
Yes, and now what we need is a good competition on the track. We want close performance, and we'll see. We'll tell you more about it in 3 hours.
You've done so much in motorsport now. You've done so much of this. Can you still be excited at the start of a new season?
I'm always excited. I'll be even more excited next year.
For next year as well. And Monza, what a fabulous place to start. It is just a racetrack with so much heritage. You can just feel the racing when you walk in here.
That's the spirit, by having Monza, Silverstone, Paul Ricard, Spa and Nürburgring, we have really the heart of the European motorsport heritage, and that's also very important in the success of the series.
Thank you very much. Here's to a great race.
Thank you.
OJ Borg is our man on the grid and soon to be in the pit lane. And I have to say that's the first time I've ever heard humongous used to describe anything to do with the Blancpain Endurance Series. Bonus point for OJ for that. But he's right, it is a humongous grid, and the pit lane is going to be so busy. There's one car that will start from the pit lane, incidentally, and that's number 4, which was crashed in qualifying by Max Cobalt. The WRT Audi team has worked wonders to get the car race ready, and it will start from the pit lane as we have a look down the grid then. The pole-sitting Ferrari will be started by Rinat Salikov on the front row alongside Pierre Caffa. The second row of the grid, you've got Fabio Babini's Lamborghini, Michael Brozniewski in the Ferrari. Third row, Michael Meadows to go first alongside Adrian Delina. Dennis Anderson on the right alongside Duncan Cameron's Ferrari. Then you go back to Jean-Carl Vernet starting Audi number 1 alongside Guy Smith. The next Bentley from HTP is Vincent Abril with Wolfgang Reip alongside. Tristan Vautier's Ferrari lines up alongside the new R8 LMS Ultra Audi in the hands of Frank Stippler. On the next row, Stefan Rochelmi alongside the Mercedes of Daniel Juncadella. Steph Dusseldorp comes next alongside the Audi of Christopher Hasse. Marco Bononomi and Daniel Lloyd share the next row ahead of Florian Strauss, and lining up alongside him is Vicente Potoliccio. Philippe Guiac's Ferrari is alongside the Nissan of Martin Plowman. Alvaro Parent and Alexei Vasiliev in the Mercedes come next, ahead of the Rob Bell-driven McLaren and Ian Machitsky's BMW. Mauro Engel lines up alongside Eric Dermont. Giovanni Venturini's Lamborghini alongside Alessandro Balzan's McLaren, ahead of Greg Gilvert's Audi and Steve Earle's Ferrari. They're ahead of Max Book's Bentley and Sergio Jimenez with the BMW, ahead of for Ikuria Cost, Devon Modell and Alexei Karachev alongside. Nicola Amindo and Fabio Mancini come next, ahead of Anthony Pons and Julian Westwood in the Team Parker Racing Audi. Ryan Ratcliffe starts for 888 alongside Attila Abroy's Brazilian BMW. Then it's Hubert Haupt and Thomas Kemenata alongside Gilles Vanelay and Frank Schmickler. Peter Schmidt, Alexander Moisef alongside him on row 25, row 26. The red, white and blue Ferrari you saw the back of there, Jean-Marc Bachelier alongside Alexander Matschel. And then you have Georges Caban alongside the BMW of Oliver Grutz. Max Cobalt will start from the pit lane. Pierre-Etienne Bourdais and Christian Kelders complete a massive grid. In fact, there are 2 cars that will start from the pit lane, because it looks to me as though the Emil Frey Jaguar is going to start from the pit lane as well. And as the cars are now being released, you can see that some of them are well clear of the first chicane, even before the middle of the grid is allowed to move. Gabriele Gardel will start in the Jaguar, and that car will be the first one out of the pits. And then number 4, Audi, is going to be the second car from a pit lane start as the field then turns its way through the Curva Grande. And this formation lap in anticipation of 3 hours of racing. There's an awful lot to keep on top of in terms of strategy, in terms of drivers and who's driving when, but fundamentally there's some great racing to look forward to. We've gone through the grid with the start drivers. This, just to remind you, is how it's all going to line up, and just have a look at the different brands. 3 Ferraris in the top 4, that Lamborghini mixing it in there, but then you've got the best Aston Martin, Michael Meadows, starting there 5th on the grid. Just look at how much Ferrari presence there is at the pointy end. John Watson made the point on the grid that they're so fast in a straight line around here, and they have a good success strike as well. Best Audi 9th, Bentley starting 10th on the grid, Bentley starting 11th, Nissan starting 12th. Out of these 11 different brands, there's so much to look forward for. And number 2 Audi, another one to watch. This is the new style, improved R8 LMS Ultra. Mercedes there starting only 16th on the grid. That's Daniel Juncadella starting ahead of the sister car, to be started by Steph Dusseldorp, and keep going back on this grid, and back and back and back, and there are different brands, different battles to look for. Remember, although we talk about where people tend to be overall, you've got the 3 class battles. Pro will be up at the pointy end. The quickest of the Pro-Am cars in the hands of the Pro drivers will be mixing it there as well. And what used to be called the Gentleman Trophy, now the Am class, well, that's going to be a private battle. It'll be a bit further down the order, but no less intense. John Watson, what a sight this is.
29 grids of cars. It is probably, certainly in a circuit of this size, by far the largest grid we've ever had, and it is just amazing. I mean, the cars just keep coming and coming and coming. They're still coming out of NISMO too as they go into the, or almost exiting now out of the Ascari chicane. And of course, you've got a mix and match of drivers. Pierre Caffer on the front row of the grid, second quickest. He will start the race. I would expect that Ferrari to leap into the front, number 66, and just pull away comfortably. Whereas the pole position car, Rinat Salikov, he's going to start. He's the Am of the Pro-Am arm. But what is amazing to me is that there were so many of the Pro-Am cars in the top 4 grids. And largely there were Ferraris with one of those very quick new Lamborghinis Hurricane as well.
They've got the new McLarens as well, new drivers coming into the series, one of whom we're delighted to have here is the Kiwi, Shane van Gisbergen, out of the Australian V8 Supercars Championship. Lots of attention on how he's going to do, not only from people here, but around the world. I know top Aussie broadcaster Aaron Noonan's just joined in to watch, and he's keen to see how people from his part of the world get on. Well, the McLaren struggled a bit for pace around here, but when the Giz gets on board, it's a shame it's not wet, because he normally excels in the rain, but he's going to be a star, that's for sure. But we are about to go racing. Look at this. This is the midfield and the back. The front already coming out of the Parabolica as we get ready for 3 hours of the opening round of the 2015 Blancpain Endurance Series. On pole position then is the Ferrari, the green Ferrari there in the hands of Rinat Salikov. Pierre Caffer will line up alongside in the similar Rinaldi run, but differently coloured black pearl by Rinaldi, the black Ferrari 458. Pierre Caffer on the outside line, then he should be the man who bolts away and seizes the advantage. The light will go out any second. The race director, Alain Adam, will give the command, assuming he's happy with the formation of the grid. He'll leave it to the last possible moment. The lights go green, we go racing. And watch Pierre Caffer also look from the second row. Fabio Babini in the green Lamborghini tries to find a gap as they go down towards the first chicane. Pity poor Rinat Salikov, who's got all of this traffic tucked up behind him into the first chicane. Pierre Caffer takes over the lead, and now breathe in, cross your fingers, because there's cars all on the grass and they're all going to make it through. It's a traffic jam.
And so far, it appears they have all got through. The cars at the back actually had to come to a standstill, while the field, some of them now having to cut through the inside. One of them was the Parker Racing Audi, and that had to take a shortcut. That's probably just a force majeure situation, but it is Pierre Caffer, who got the advantage, not surprisingly, at the start, and ought to be able to control it pretty comfortably from the front.
Well, that's the first real problem, isn't it, overcome, because it's always really heart in mouth at that first chicane, fearing the worst. We had it in the support races earlier on in the weekend. That's the second chicane completed, and now they head off into the woods, and we have got drama. That's the Team Russia BMW that's in the barriers. Leo Machitsky at the wheel.
Yeah, he's been turned around going through Curva Grande, and he's gone backwards into the barrier. It's going to be a local yellow. It could even be a full course yellow, unless that car is actually moving as we're watching the rest of the field coming through the second Lesmo, and they making their way down to the third chicane, the Ascari chicane.
So can that BMW get going and get out of harm's way, or are we going to have a neutralisation? There's a yellow flag. We go safety car. The safety car legend is on the screen, and there's another one off as well. It's the number 12 BMW. That car, driven by Eric Dermont. He's another driver that arrived this morning, having been racing in the UK yesterday. So I spoke too soon, didn't I, about everyone getting through trouble-free. They may have got around the first corner, but not the second or the third or the fourth.
Now, once they got through the first corner, then they all fanned out going through the Curva Grande. That's where the contact occurred. The second BMW, we couldn't quite just see which part of the circuit it had gone into the gravel trap. But look, 59, 60 cars on the grid, it was inevitable that on the opening lap there would be contact. Hopefully that's all it is. That looks like it's out of the again Curva Grande as well. So there's the BMW limping back, the Russian BMW limping back. The other BMW being removed by the snatch vehicle that's been towed away to safety. So the Russian BMW will get back to the pits. I'm not sure the other one will make it.
Not sure, certainly it's going to have to lose a lap while it's hoiked out of the gravel. I'm just listening, because in the distance I can hear a collective sigh of relief go up the pit lane, because all those teams that knew they were a bit marginal on fuel take this as a Christmas present, because while the pace is slowed like this for everybody, it doesn't affect their pit window calculations, but they are fuel saving, and so is everybody at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, everybody is meant to be running at no more than 80 kilometers per hour, but you're seeing gaps opening up between some of the cars that are maybe doing 79 or maybe even slower, and others that are right on the 80 kilometers. It depends whether you've got the technology on your car to preset it. It's a bit like a cruise control, but what it has done, it has really strung this field out into a single line field, rather than what we saw in the opening lap, which was side by side, in fact 3 abreast at some points into the first chicane. And obviously once they exited that chicane going into Curva Grande, the 2 cars can go around there. Certainly these GT cars can go around there side by side, but if you try to make it 4 or maybe even more then it's not going to happen.
So we are behind the safety car. So we had one half-lap blast, didn't we? And then it all had to come to, not an end, but the pace had to be reduced. You know the reason for this. It's so the race can carry on, albeit under controlled conditions. Let the marshals work safely, clear the track, clear the gravel trap, then we're on our way.
I would say there'll be a lot of quite relieved pro drivers who are saying this safety car intervention is actually going to open up a better opportunity for us. And if you look at the back of the, see if there's any damage to the back of the BMW. It doesn't look, it may just be a left rear tyre has been cut down. But for all the pro drivers who were concerned about how quickly they could, the tyre now is just disintegrating coming out of the Ascari chicane, they were concerned about how are we going to make progress. We don't want to get stalled behind a Pro-Am car driven by the Am, who is very quick in the straight, maybe not quite so quick around the twistier parts of the racetrack, and therefore you're going to get a sort of this build-up all the way down the chain of cars until you get to the next gap and then the next chain. So for some this will be a blessing, and they hopefully will be able to make use of it in terms of getting a draft out of another car coming out of this corner we're about to enter, Parabolica, and make it pass cleanly down the pit straight.
Definitely helps them a little on fuel, but it's only one lap of safety car. As you can see, as the field goes past the BMW there of Leo Machitsky, the safety car is in this lap, so we go racing, and look at the way that the top 2 have gone already as they come pounding up towards the line. It's a huge bottleneck, but some have been dawdling.
Well, they haven't been doing what they were told to do in the driver's briefing, that is maintain 80 kilometers per hour. The gap between what is probably about 10th place car and the rest of the field is probably nearly 5 seconds. That shouldn't have happened, but anyway, there we are.
But that second wave, which I think at the head is Duncan Cameron, he's a very experienced driver, but he was the one that was perhaps not expecting only one lap of safety car and wasn't on his toes, and therefore he's lost chunks of time, and so is everybody else behind him. So what that gives you is the leading 11 in one group, and then everybody else, 12th to 59th, all in a queue.
Well, anybody in this group of cars are going to have to be patient, because there is no quick way through. The quick way through is if you've got this very high good top speed that we've seen largely from the Ferraris. over the weekend, some of those speeds then changed. Lamborghini also very quick. Nissan, we saw, was the quickest of the rest outside of the Ferraris and the Lamborghinis as they come through NISMO 1 and then hard brake down a gear into NISMO 2.
So Leo Machitsky, you've just seen, has made it to the pit lane. The Barwell mechanics hard at work. The green flags fly to show that the race is back on. And Pierre Caffer is the man who leads the way. But in fairness to Renat Salikov, he's running still in that second place. I'd rather anticipated he'd have got well and truly duffed up at the first corner. But he's not only second, he's shaking off Fabio Babini, who is in third place. Brozniewski runs fourth. Adrian Delina is fifth. Sixth is Guy Smith. Seventh is Jean-Carl Vernet. Eighth is Vincent Abril. In ninth place at the moment in the 32. You've got the Michael Meadows Aston Martin, and then to round out the top 10, Wolfgang Reip in the Pro Nissan. So a real mix of cars at the pointy end of the grid.
So Pierre Caffer is doing everything he can to take full advantage of the opportunities made for himself in fairness, because he got in to turn one ahead of the pole sitter and pulling away. The gap now is showing as being what's about 1.4, 1.5 seconds.
Change for sixth, coming over the line. JK or Jean-Carl Vernet round the outside of Guy Smith there. The Audi versus the Bentley, but Guy Smith doesn't give up. Is there room on the inside? Not quite. And look at the Aston Martin behind. Michael Meadows wants a piece of this.
And of course the Nissan also in this group of four cars. Again, the Nissan, one of the quicker cars down the straight. The Bentley and others seemingly lost what they thought should have been their ideal top speed. So the Guy Smith Bentley is going to be vulnerable. We saw Jean-Claude Vernet in the Audi take advantage of the toe, and that put him ahead.
So more progress to be made. You're riding with the Nissan then. This is the car that's currently in 10th place. The Belgian driver, Wolfgang Reip, at the wheel of it. And he's hustling on in pursuit of Michael Meadows, who you get used to seeing in Carrera Cup in GB, but this weekend in an Aston Martin, not for the first time. He has done quite a bit of Blancpain in Astons, proving he's not a one-trick pony. Doesn't just specialise in Porsches. He's a good all-round GT racer, Michael, and running in 9th place at the moment as the field heads towards us. Well, there, look, Jean-Carl Vernet has fallen back behind Guy Smith and has dropped quite a chunk of time. If anything, Jean-Carl is under attack, isn't he, from Vincent Abril. There is Guy Smith in 7 on the back of Adrian Delina. Gap, then Vernet, then Abril.
Yep. Vincent Abril, strong run, saw him at Nagaro last weekend in the Bentley, and getting used to a substantially larger car than the Audi he enjoyed driving last year with WRT. Somebody on the grass coming through this Ascari chicane, recovering and going to be under pressure from the new G2 version of the Renault R8.
That was Dennis Anderson going a little bit wayward, although better than last year here when the car was demolished in qualifying, never got to run. So just a tiny error, but look at this traffic jam, but that's only a snapshot of the grid, isn't it? Very soon, the leaders are going to be in traffic, and having caught back Marcus John, they're going to be in traffic all day.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be about 10 or 12 laps, and they're going to be into the tail of this field, may even be sooner than that. Babini in the Lamborghini now beginning to put a little bit of pressure on the second place Ferrari.
As there, 44, the Oman Racing Team Aston comes up to have a look for a place as they come over the line. At the wheel of it is Daniel Lloyd. Never raced here before, but you wouldn't think it the way that he's getting stuck in as they head down towards the chicane. He's alongside Marco Bononomi, the Audi Works driver in the ISR run. R8 hangs onto the place, and Lloyd's under attack now from the Phoenix Audi. Christopher Hasser at the wheel of it.
Yeah, Hasser read that situation pretty well. Bonomini was not going to give it up easily, particularly at essentially his home circuit. The Audi goes the long way around the Aston Martin coming through Cavagrande, and this is another glimpse of this G2 version of the Audi R8. Slightly different treatment around the front of the car, headlights, grille, and overall slightly wider, I think, as well.
Second generation of the R8 LMS Ultra. Still being tweaked, still being developed, but I reckon when you get to Spa, you can start expecting that to be a race-winning car. There, out of the gravel, is Eric Dermont. Past him goes Renat Salikov, who's running in second place in the car qualified by Norbert Siedler. Behind is Fabio Babini. Then a bit of a gap opening up to the red and black Ferrari there. Michael Brozniewski ahead of Adrian Delina. He's 5th. And Guy Smith in this marvellous Bentley that stunned us all last year on debut. One at Silverstone, one at Paul Ricard. You're on board with Guy Smith. Adrian Delina, who's graduated via the ELMS from the Maserati Trofeo, doing a really good job of hanging on in there. But this illustrates that the quick AMs can go really well around here, because this is a Ferrari-friendly circuit.
Very much so. Guy Smith, good on the brakes in the Bentley into Parabolica. He needs to get a toe off one of these very quick Ferraris if he can just stay within a couple of lengths. But look, the Ferrari is just pulling away from the Bentley all the way down the straight.
And the Lamborghini there, the second of the two green cars, tees up to have a look at the inside, but Renat Salikov doing a very good job. We've got 3 cars under investigation early doors. I'll come back to those in a moment, because everywhere you look, there's a battle at the moment. Vincent Abril up ahead of Michael Meadows, who in turn is ahead of Wolfgang Reip, and the cars accelerate towards the Curva Grande now as Fabio Babini comes up and has a sniff to the inside, but he's not really close enough there. Babini is a massively experienced driver. He was winning FIA GT Championship races over a decade ago. He's on the books of Pirelli, does a lot of development work for them, and has done a lot of driving in Lamborghinis over the years, so he knows exactly how to make the most out of this new opportunity in the Huracan.
Well, certainly he's putting pressure on Salikov in the second place Ferrari. Salikov is doing a strong job. He's dropped now 3.5 seconds behind the leading Ferrari of Pierre Caffer. Understandable, but let's keep an eye on this little battle for second place to see whether the Lamborghini, which again showed great straight line speed, matching pretty much what the 458 Ferraris have been doing throughout the weekend, and coming up into the Ascari chicane, really little difference between the two cars. Getting out of the Ascari chicane, always vital to get a good run, and that will put you in position, but really I think Salikov is doing a much better job as I am than probably most people would have credited.
I would go along with that, and I wasn't expecting him to be doing this well for so long. Like I said a lap or so ago, I thought he'd have been mugged at the first corner, but he's stood his ground and he's hanging on to this second place. The 3 drivers under investigation, incidentally: Marco Bononomi, Mauro Engel, Giovanni Venturini. We haven't been told for why, but I would imagine it's something to do with yellow flags in the early part of the race when we had that safety car period. The leader is Pierre Caffer, second is Renat Salikov, and third is Fabio Babini as they go down to the first chicane. And here's the leader in traffic, John.
Yes, and that leader is getting caught by half a second by Salikov, and he's made a mistake in the chicane, and Babini has managed to get around the outside. That was the pressure. It came rather unexpectedly because he had enough of a gap. He didn't have to outbrake himself into the first turn in that 3-part chicane. So the battle has now been resolved in favour of Babini in the Lamborghini.
But have a look now that Fabio has been released, how he's doing to try and get away. So tremendous effort this being put in. But I tell you, it's not just Salikov, it's Adrian Delina, it's Michael Brozniewski in their Ferraris doing such a good job as quick AMs.
Now remember, everybody is on as fresh a set of tyres as they would have over the weekend. Malcolm Wilson keeping a keen eye on the progress of Guy Smith. Guy Smith currently in 6th place.
Now the race leader turns down towards the Variante Ascari. Those drivers I was talking about being under investigation, it's not safety car, it's apparently for where they were on the rolling start and whether they were a little bit in advance of their proper starting position. So the stewards will have a look at that. Out of line is the official wording.
Do you know, if I was one of those drivers, I would say, force majeure, the car ahead of me brake tested me, I had to pull out to avoid hitting him. I mean, what could I do?
Gov. Yes, exactly. Well, I'm sure the teams will have all the excuses and defences ready should they all get hauled before the stewards. At the moment it's just being looked at, but if it does go further then they'll delve into the briefcase and get out the compendium of racing driver excuses. So as the field battles its way on this lap 7 out of the Variante Ascari, it's been a lively first few laps. Let's have a look at the start. What a spectacle that was as this grid of 59 cars was released down towards the first chicane. Dennis Anderson saw Guy Smith go past him, but have a look towards the middle of the field and look to the left of the screen, because any moment there's a car on the grass because there's just no other space available. What's that, 4-5 wide into the first corner?
Well, we had the Grand National, the famous horse race in England yesterday. This is the Grand Nationale here at Monza, and there is the BMW getting really heavily punted indeed on the outside of the Curva Grande. That was on the opening lap. And then you see also the Russian BMW, it got sort of maybe checked up, and as a consequence of that, that was what maybe led to him getting punted on that left rear corner.
There was another car involved with number 12 that went through the gravel and got away with it, but I didn't catch enough of a glimpse to see which one it was. But there's another car certainly that got involved, so Eric Dermond did not do that all on his own, that's for sure. How about this for a fight? Marco Bononomi is now under massive pressure, isn't he, as the cars run up towards the second chicane.
And I wouldn't really want an SLS that close to my boot coming through the Curva Grande. It's a quick corner. The car is light aerodynamically, even though it's still got a lot more than the road-going version. And the contact between, or the gap between those two cars was virtually invisible.
Steph Dusseldorp is the man at the wheel of that Rover Racing yellow and white Mercedes. Marco Bononomi is looking at the back of 6, which is Christopher Haase, and he in turn is trying to find a way past Dennis Anderson. Dennis Anderson, the Dane, another amateur driver, quick am, but in a Ferrari, going really well around here. They're pulling out to get past the Barwell BMW is Rinat Salikov. See how much he's dropped back behind the Lambo.
I mean, once he made that little error, I suspect he said, look, I've had a great start, I can take 3rd place, I can consolidate my 3rd place and hand that car over to Norbert Siedler, who will take over at the round of pit stops, which will be in about, what, 44 and a bit minutes' time. The gap, and that's a problem with the pit lanes, and is that a very smoky Jaguar? It is indeed. Well, that's a sad sight. The car came late, ran well yesterday, did a strong run, but it's all ended in steam pouring from under the hood. But the gap between lead car and second Babini in the Lamborghini, it was down to 3.1 seconds. That was a bit traffic affected, back up to 3.3 seconds. And just having a look at Pierre Caffer, again setting very quick sector times, as in fact is Babini in the Lamborghini. Babini in the Lamborghini. There's a tune there.
You've got 2 hours and 43 minutes to perfect it, Maestro. As you look at Jean-Carl Vernet at the moment, trying to defend from Guy Smith, Michael Meadows, defending from Vincent Abril, I should say, in the second of the Bentleys there, the HTP car, then Michael Meadows and Wolfgang Reip. I don't think we're going to see very much more of this. If the car does go out, it's only as a test exercise, but if there's been a fire under the bonnet and there's extinguishers in there as well, it's pretty much game over. Yeah. So Babini runs 2nd, then Salikov 3rd, who did drive in the championship last year, but was rather overlooked in that car because one of his co-drivers was Marco Seefried, who was incredibly quick, and the other was Vadim Kogai, who wasn't. He drew attention to himself for other reasons, and so Salikov rather got forgotten about. But now he's proving what he can do. That's Broznieski getting away in the traffic, trying to break clear from Adrian Delina, who in turn has got Guy Smith pounding on behind him in the Bentley.
And Jean-Carl Vernet, who is just ahead of the Bentley, got ahead of the Bentley on the pit straight about 4 or 5 laps ago, but hasn't really been able to consolidate and pull ahead of the second Bentley. That, of course, is the
HTP car.
It's the HTP car, yeah.
Just looking behind, you've got Daniel Juncadella there in the Mercedes, and he's almost bought into this. The nephew of ex-Formula 1 racer Luis Sala. He's hunting them down. Daniel Juncadella races, of course, for Mercedes in the DTM, but there's a whole new discipline, having to share a car. At least he's going to give it to somebody, not take it over, but he's there in 11th place and closing up.
Very strange feeling, having to share. If you're a single-seater race driver, you're selfish by nature. Watch this pass. This is the Nissan coming up alongside the Aston Martin, down in to the first chicane, and it's the last of the big breakers side by side. And Wolfgang Reip has done a good job. Michael Meadows allowed him enough room to make the manoeuvre. He hopes he might get a run back as they come down into Curva Grande. He might have been marginally quicker off that chicane and gets a look, but the Nissan, that V6 twin-turbo engine, got torque with Pula Houston, just able to pull enough away to, I think, make himself feel comfortable and safe with that fresh position.
So Michael Meadows, you're looking at in the Aston Martin, accelerates out of the second chicane. There are more people now being under investigation. Let me just quickly tell you that you've got Eric Dermont. Well, he was off into the gravel. 25 is under investigation, that being from the AM class Fabio Mancini, and also Steve Earle in 111, all under investigation for the first lap of the race. All interesting. Right, there's Fabio Babini pounding on. The gap is 3.5 seconds back to Pierre Caffer. But let's just make the point now, John. That car that leads, the black Ferrari, Pierre Caffer, very quick pro. Stephen Parrow as his co-driver, not so quick am. That car will go backwards when the second driver gets in. Whereas the Lamborghini that runs in second place is an all-pro driver lineup. Jeroen Mulder, very quick in the Lamborghini Super Trofeo last year. Andrew Palmer, the American, winner of the Lamborghini World Finals last year in Malaysia. So in real terms, that Ferrari up front is on borrowed time.
Well, it certainly is. When Caffer comes in and hands over to his teammate, he is going to let that car return to the track probably 2 to 2 seconds a lap slower, whereas the Lamborghini, all 3 drivers are capable of matching each other, and that really puts them at this point, we're only 20 minutes into this race, but in a very strong position.
And then in third, it is still Rinat Salikov. That car is going well now. It'll go even better when you get Norbert Siedler into it. So 3-3-3, looking better place at the moment than the leading car. In fourth place, Michael Broznieski, still doing a good job, as he did here last year, in fairness, in number 11. And Guy Smith up now into 5th place.
Did you notice the gap between the leading car and second place car has dropped by nearly a second on that last lap?
Was that just
no,
traffic?
That's traffic. I suspect it's traffic, and that's what we've got to keep an eye on, because it's so easy to lose a second or a couple of seconds due to passing not just the one car that the Ferrari, lead Ferrari, had to overtake. Now you see the Lamborghini. I beg your pardon, that's looking further back through the field, but the Lamborghini will have to go through again those three cars the Ferrari had just overtaken, and depending on the track whereabouts he meets or gets close to those cars as to whether he can get through quickly or he'll get held back.
You're riding with Wolfgang Reip. Ahead is a car he wants to get past because it is Leo Machitsky's BMW after its pit stop. That car delayed, of course, because of its earlier woes. And he's running now down in 55th place.
Yeah, I mean, it's not really a big problem for the Nissan. It's got a bit more straight line speed. This is not fundamentally the circuit that the BMW strengths will come to the fore, whereas the Nissan has got that little bit more top speed. And for Wolfgang Reip, that was a pretty straightforward textbook overtake, get alongside, take control of the corner at the point of turning in, and it's your corner.
And behind now Michael Meadows and also Daniel Juncadella want to get past. Meadows and Juncadella are nose to tail for 10th place now. Here they come out of the Parabolica. Look at the Mercedes hunting down the Aston Martin there. This is one of the other great things about Blancpain. You take people from different championships and put them all on the same grid. Michael Meadows, who's made his name in Carrera Cup GB. Daniel Juncadella, Formula 3 Euro Series champion, now racing in the DTM. And here they are in different cars altogether, running nose to tail. Great battle as well.
And Juncadella really hoping that the BMW doesn't crowd him. And I think he's finally realised that the Mercedes, which is a car ahead on the road, is coming through, and the BMW finally gets out of the way. Looked like he might have got a bit of a wobble as he rode the curb on the exit, but no difficulties. So this battle between Michael Meadows and the Mercedes is going to be as intense as anything else we're looking at all the way through the field.
Vincent Abriel doing a good job, isn't he? Staying on the back of Jean-Carl Vernet there, who returns to Blancpain back in 2011. He had a couple of Ferrari outings for Michael Bartel's Vita 4-1 team, but doing a full season this year is JK, Jean-Carl Vernet, having won the Carrera Cup France. There's Pierre Caffer. Go back a decade, he was a Works Audi driver. His career went off track a little bit, but he is still a gun for hire. He'll race anything, anywhere, and he'll make it go quickly.
Yeah, and he's just driving that Ferrari wheel perfectly, just riding the curb very lightly with the inside unloaded wheel. Doesn't unstabilize or destabilize the car. Gap was 3.1 seconds when both this and the second place Lamborghini had broken free from some of the lap traffic they were getting involved in, and that would have been a sort of end of lap 10 into coming up now 11 and then concluding that to go on to lap 12. So the gap 3.1 seconds at the end of lap 11. And has it changed? It's about to come up the timing and scoring. It's going to be a 3.4. So in fact the Ferrari of Caffer has pulled a further third of a second in that last lap.
Remember that BMW that was in the gravel on the first lap, Eric Dermont's car? Well, its team manager is now being summoned immediately to the race director. So the travails get more, I'm afraid. Now let's get some news from the pit lane. OJ Borg's been busy on his toes. OJ, what news?
Well, I was just down here in the Blackpool garage, just tried to talk to Stephen Parr, of course, his car. He'd been the amateur of the BAM Pro partnership. Tried to get an interview with him. He said no. He said, please, can we not do it? Super nervous, super focused. He wants to get in that car and try and hold on to the lead.
Well, maybe after his stint, you can go try him again. He might be a bit less edgy after that. We'll see how to go. But you can understand why he's a bit nervous, can't you?
Well, actually, for the AM of the Pro-Am to be handed a car that's fundamentally led from the lights going out just heaps pressure on the AM, and he knows he's going to be so nervous getting into the car. I don't know. I mean, hopefully he will, once he gets into the car and the real adrenaline begins to take over, it will subdue the nervousness that he is currently feeling. And I understand why he doesn't want to do an interview at this sort of sensitive part, and he's probably creating so much stress for himself that he'll probably be exhausted before he gets into the car.
But the poor chap can't really win. I mean, he either does the start and has 58 others behind him, which is fairly nerve-wracking, or he has to get into a leading car, and of course you don't have 10 laps to get yourself played in. You've got to be bang on the money. That's where the pro drivers really shine, isn't it?
Yes, and that's why they are there. That's why they're used by the teams. They want drivers that go out and are on it every single lap and have that confidence to be able to nail it every single lap.
Now there is 98, which is Juncadella working his way through traffic. It's getting ever more busy out there because now you can see that the leading cars have caught up with the slower ones. And this is how it's going to be up until 5:30 this afternoon when the race finishes local time, because there's all of this traffic and people trying to work their way through in Pro Cup at the moment. it is Fabio Babini leading Guy Smith, leading Jean-Carl Vernet, because the overall race leader is from Pro-Am. Fourth Pro Cup is Vincent Abril ahead of Wolfgang Reip, ahead of Daniel Juncadella. But look at this little battle shaping up nicely. 75 is Marco Bononomi, and he's under attack from Mauro Engel as they work their way out of the Parabolica. Engel to the inside, side by side with the Audi. Behind them, look, you've got Martin Plowman in the Nissan. Great battle, this.
And this car, Martin Plowman behind the wheels. Look again, look at that. Look at the speed.
Fantastic.
They got slightly caught out with the various interruptions during qualifying. They reckoned if they'd been able to put together the 2 laps that they lost, they would have actually been on the second row of the grid. That's a very quick car.
What a move by Plowman. I mean, there was only just enough Nissan's width by a Nat semi-crotchet, but he managed to seize the opportunity. He got right up alongside what was already a side-by-side battle. He went round the outside, he's pulled away, and Bononomi and Engel are still squabbling over the place.
And they've got another Nissan joining in that little battle. So the Nissan, with all that straight-line power, is able to force its way between the battling the Mercedes as they come into the second chicane.
It's Florian Strauss in the Nissan, and then at the back of all of that, I think I'm right in saying it's the best-placed McLaren, look, Álvaro Parente.
Been a tough weekend for the Portuguese driver. They've been down on performance. They are disappointed that they can't do better. They would like to have been here and challenging for victory, which is what they feel they've got the car capable of doing, but just not right now.
12 months ago, ART ran the MP412C and took victory, but this weekend, the 650S, a whole different proposition altogether. Balance of performance is something that is best left to experts. There's a place gained on the inside, so Parente does go through, and it's Mauro Engel that's not only sideways, but dropping back a little bit out of this group.
Now, it'll be interesting to see what the McLaren can do when it gets into the massive hole that the Nissan is providing for it. It'll manage to stay with it, but probably struggle to find a way past it, other than if there's a mistake from the Nissan.
Jean-Carl Vernet lapping the Porsche from the AM class there, which turns its way now through the first chicane. That's the car with Pierre-Etienne Bourdais at the wheel of it. And have a look now, because Vincent Abril is coming under more and more pressure from Wolfgang Reip.
Yeah, and Abril got slightly compromised on the exit of the first chicane, which consequently he lost a little bit of time. But again, look at this battle. You got the McLaren still tucked under the tail of the Nissan, and the Mercedes again quicker than the McLaren down the straight, trying to muscle itself in to try and get on the inside of the first part of the chicane, then to try and force a mistake from Álvaro Parente, which would be quite a difficult thing to do.
Look at this, they've got 2 of the biggest cars on the track, the Bentley and the Nissan, both of which loom ominously over other shapes on the grid, and they're running together now. Vincent Abril is 8th, Wolfgang Reip is 9th. It's Michael Meadows that's been bumped back a bit to 10th with Juncadella behind him.
Now, Wolfgang Reip with the Bentley ahead of him, it's again like the Nissan, cuts a big hole in the air, and with the speed advantage that the Nissan shows so far, I think Vincent Abril will be having his hands full to keep the Nissan behind him for very much longer.
So out of the Valiante Ascari they come. There's Michael Meadows through. What's happened to Juncadella? Gosh, he's lost a chunk of time in the traffic, hasn't he? He's a long way back now. There's Duncan Cameron, who runs through in 13th place, ahead of Frank Stippler, ahead of Christopher Haase. So in the new Audi fight, as it were, it's WRT ahead of Phoenix, Stippler ahead of Haase.
We're going to get a little glimpse of that little battle going on with Vincent Abril and Wolfgang Reip. Hopefully they will be on to main straight, and we'll see whether the Nissan, which pulled away so comfortably when it got past a couple of cars, can do the same.
Now, Rinat Salikov in 3rd place, trying to work his way through the traffic. The race is being led by Pierre Caffer. There he is, working his way past the back markers. He gets ahead of the Busson-Gignon BMW there in the hands of Olivier Grutz. In 2nd place behind Caffer is Fabio Babini still, and 3rd is Rinat Salikov. In 4th place, Michael Brozniewski, 5th, Guy Smith, and 6th, Adrian Delina. So in the top 6, you've got 4 Pro-Ams and only 2 Pro Cup cars, quickly.
Yeah, but what's interesting is 3rd and 4th place cars are being driven by the AMs at the minute, and they're maintaining that position. That's because the pros are struggling to get through the cars, which are some of which are driven by pros. Of course, some of these cars are being lap cars, but it's preventing them getting into their stride to be able to have a punt at getting past the AM-driven versions of the 458s.
Through the Curva Grande goes the battle in the bottom end of the top 10, plus the traffic. And they're trying to make good progress against Mauro Engel. In the Mercedes is the Ferrari, which is Marco Giocci at the wheel. He's in 24th place. Marco was racing at Silverstone yesterday, and here he is back on home soil. after a mad dash overnight. 59 further up the road as you have a look at what's going on in the AM standings. Ferrari leading there as well, not surprisingly. But 59, which is Alvaro Parent, frustratingly for him, down in 22nd place and still trying to make some progress from there.
Yeah, it's been a frustrating weekend for all the McLaren, 4 of them here this weekend, and they know where they need to pick up time, and there's nothing they can do about it at this particular event. That will have, no doubt, when they go to Silverstone, will be addressed, where Silverstone is really more about downforce than it is about top speed, whereas Monza is very much a top speed dictated circuit.
And right now, Fabio Babini has done the best third sector time of anybody in the race as he closes up on the race leader. Dennis Anderson here is being mugged in the Ferrari as they come diving down towards the Parabolica. He's got Martin Plowman up behind him. Up the inside is 33 Mercedes, which I think I'm right in saying is a lap down now. But up towards the timing line they come. The Mercedes on the inside is going for the pit lane. So the Ferrari, have a look at this. Dennis Anderson has got them attacking him from all angles now, but it's Martin Plowman who is next in the queue as they come over the line. Then Marco Bononomi, then Florian Strauss down towards the chicane. Mauro Engel in the black and yellow Mercedes pops out of the draft, finds Alvaro Parent in his way. And as they get to the corner, Martin Plowman on the inside gains a place, but Anderson is forced out wide, so Bononomi suddenly nips round him. He gains a place, and there's drama there. Somebody was all sideways, and there is a real old traffic jam because Parent has been turned sideways. Engel is involved, and also in all of that you've got Giovanni Venturini's Lamborghini.
Well, you're breathless. All that happened in the space of, what, 6 cars trying to get through turns 1 and 2, well, not quite side by side, but just using every bit of road that there was. And Parent, just maybe by thinking too far ahead, put himself into a difficult position.
Oh, Olivier Grutz off the road now in the BMW Z4. Yellow flags wave. Even if you can get out of there, there's going to be a lot of gravel, and the Nissan there has slowed down. Now, what's all that about?
He's pulled over to the left-hand side of the track just to make sure he doesn't get in the way of those cars that are following. So whatever his problem is, it's something that's going to see him back into the pits, I would think, at the end of this lap.
Because he was battling for position, 21st at the start of the lap. Florian Strauss said that's a car with a problem, and it's significant because it was a quick car within the leading 21.
Difficult situation here for the marshals up in the Ascari chicane, waved yellow flags. Drivers coming up to it for the first time, as we see the Sean Walkinshaw car, great Dolby behind the wheel, and they need really to have a full course yellow, I would suggest, to get that car moved safely. Well, they've got it now, they've pushed it into the gravel trap. Hopefully a snatch vehicle can get to that BMW and again pull it further to safety. There is areas just at the exit of that Ascari chicane where they'd want to get the car as quickly as possible.
As there, over the timing line, absolutely side by side, Steph Dusseldorp in the Mercedes comes up alongside Dan Lloyd, and the Mercedes goes ahead, so that puts him up to 16th place. The Oman Racing Team / Motorbase Aston Martin drops 1 spot. Pierre Caffer is not only still leading, he's just done the absolute best in the first sector. And because of the amount of drive time that the lower graded driver has to do, so they need to get Stephen Parrow into that car, get his driving time started. So Pierre Caffer is due for a pit stop. This is his last hurrah, I think. Into the pit lane comes Florian Strauss.
The lead Ferrari is about to come into the pits at this lap there. The headlights are on just to warn anybody ahead of him, but it's somewhat irrelevant because the car ahead of him is not going to interfere with his decisions. So it'll be into the pits for the Ferrari. You can see how much he's slowed down on the exit of Parabolica just to make sure the car stays tight to get into that pit lane. He mustn't cut across the white line on the entry. You've got to get down to 50 kilometers per hour before you enter the pit lane, and it's 50 kilometers per hour all the way down the pit lane until he gets to the Black Pearl Racing pit box. And the lead now has been taken by the Lamborghini of Fabio Babini.
So it's going to be Stephen Parrow to get in. That means the car has been decaffeinated, I suppose. Pierre Caffer gets out and now helps to strap him in. And the car will be back on track very shortly. But, of course, this stint, don't expect anything quite the same. With all due deference to Stephen Parrow, he's a less experienced driver, but we'll now see how he gets on. He's done a lot of laps. He's been a regular in the 24-hour series, but stepping up to a whole new level here in Blancpain.
Good bit of awareness from the Ferrari, let the Bentley get through, and sort of cheekily tries to nip back around the long way. Coming out of the chicane, he's now got the Nissan on his gearbox. Wolfgang Reip ought to be able to find a way past relatively easily, but remember, look, the Ferrari is actually almost catching the Bentley as it comes down into the second chicane. It would be a surprise to see it overtake the Bentley, but it just indicates that the speed in a straight line of the Ferrari is clearly better than the Bentley and probably almost as good as the Nissan, which now has got to find a way past the Ferrari to get back to that battle with Vincent Abril in the lead Bentley. So what was the lead car makes its way down the pit lane again. Attention to the speed limit, make sure you don't exceed 50 kilometers per hour until you cross the pit line, exit line, and then it's flat to the floor. Gap between first and second, 2.8 seconds, and in fact, the second place car has just done the fastest first sector, so that's a pretty good run. Well, surely Stephen Parrow couldn't have done that already, but you never know. He's on brand new tyres, and he just might have been so nervous he's gone quicker than he thinks he's able to.
Well, Stephen Parrow has to do an hour and 50 minutes in that car as the lower graded driver in a two-driver team. It's the same with Duncan Cameron, effectively, with Matt Griffin. So he's got quite a lot of driving to do, and that is deliberate because there's no point doing it with two drivers and having a slow driver who only does a handful of laps and the gun storming through to win the race. It has to reflect the Pro-Am status of that class. So Stephen Parrow's got an hour and 50 minutes to do.
But he will have a stop, of course, for tyres and for refueling, so that will come in about another hour from now, and then he'll have a sort of short stint to the point where he will hand back to former race leader Pierre Caffa.
So here at Monza, we're running lap 20. Fabio Babini is the race leader now from Renat Salikov. Michael Brozniewski is up into third place. In fourth is Guy Smith, and then this queue is for fifth, okay, headed by Jean-Carl Vernet. Ignore the BMW, it's a lap down. The headlight flashing Bentley now sixth of Vincent Abril. Here seventh is Wolfgang Reip. Eighth is the yellow Ferrari, Adrian Delina. In the background, ninth, Michael Meadows in the Aston. And 10th, you'll see it in a moment, is the next of the many, many Ferraris, Tristan Vautier at the wheel, into the top 10 now. As there's the rebuilt number 4 Audi that started from the pit lane after an accident in the qualifying session. And let's just quickly head down to the pit lane. Pierre Caffa did that remarkable first stint, and having got out of the car, Pierre Caffa is with OJ Borg.
Yeah, a fabulous first stint. The car is perfectly suited to Monza.
Yeah, I think our Ferrari is going very well here in Monza, and I have to say I had a bit luck in the start, in all the procedure, and on the restart I was quite lucky. And I have to say the team so far made a brilliant job the whole weekend. I mean, we were always competitive with both of the cars, and what can be nicer with this sunshine to be in a Ferrari here in Monza. And I have to say it's my first race here in Blancpain Endurance Series. It's a really nice championship. I'm really happy to join this championship this year, and I hope I can stay there for a longer time.
Well, you said you were lucky going into that first corner. What did you mean by lucky?
Yeah, because you know, it's the first corner here in Monza. We all know it's a bit difficult and it's a bit dangerous with 60 cars in the first corner in such a hairpin or in such a chicane, which is so tight. So you always need to be a bit lucky that you're not involved in any accident.
And just talking on the switch over to your co-driver, possibly could be seen by many as being a bit early, a bit quick.
Yeah, I mean, we decided to a bit of a different strategy because my co-driver, he needs more experience, and he started now in professional series. Before he was in lower classes, and with all the traffic, it would not have made sense to let him drive the start here in Monza.
And how do you think he'll be feeling right now, knowing that he's got out of Monza in first place?
Well, I think he enjoyed it. He liked the race, he liked to be focused, and I really love to work with him. I coach him now since 7 years, when he was the first time on a racetrack with a road car, and the last 4 years with a challenge car. And we did quite some few races together, and now we would like to see how it performs here in the Endurance Series.
Yeah, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
It's funny how the mind plays tricks. I was convinced we'd have Pierre Caffa on the grid at the Spa 24 Hours, but he says he's new to Blancpain, and let's hope that he and Stephen Parrow have a good result here and will continue for the whole season. A good result in Pro-Am would certainly be a real fillip for both of them.
Well, certainly he's got a seat in that Ferrari, I'm sure, for many more of the Blancpain Enduro events, and that wouldn't surprise me if there's a Ferrari heading towards Blancpain Sprint that he could be a candidate to drive that as well. He's got great pace, did a superb job into turn one. Obviously, he was concerned about the pack behind him. Somebody making a lunge down the inside, but nobody did it, and he was able to pull away. Not a great pace, but just wore down eventually the second place pursuer, and comfortably opened up about a 4.5 to 5 second advantage over then what was the second place, Babini Lamborghini.
Look at this long line pouring out of the Parabolica up towards the timing line. We're about 19 minutes away from the end of the first hour, so it's in 19 minutes time that we need to start thinking about pit stops. If any of the leaders come in before that, then you know that they are going to be really struggling on fuel. Dennis Anderson's Ferrari lapping there, just quickly on fuel. The regulation is that at Spa a stint is 65 minutes for a pro, whereas it's 70 here, and so a lot of the cars are really designed to do the 65 minutes at Spa because that is the event with more points on it that they all want to win. Except when you go to another fuel-hungry, fuel-thirsty circuit like this, where you want to get 70 minutes out of a car, but it's only really geared for 65, it does give you a whole new set of problems, and that's why this fuel saving is going to be needed. Of course, if you're running in a big battle like this and you can't go at your ultimate pace, might help you a tad.
Yeah, I mean, actually, very often driving in a pack like this is not as economic as you might think, although the pace is slower because you're not using the throttle in a more thoughtful way. And when you are, let's say, in the lead, you can coast into a corner. You can lift off, instead of braking at 120 or so meters, you could brake at 150 and let the car coast, and even small things like that. And when you get back on the throttle, just be progressive rather than slam. So you can help yourself a little bit, whether it's enough to make up the difference of laps that you might need to, or minutes in some cases that you might need to do. You have to probably end up relying on another yellow flag somewhere, or even another full course yellow.
What they don't want to do is have to make a splash and dash at the end. The regulations do allow it, of course, but the trouble is you lose lots of time and lots of places, so they want to try and avoid that. And as you look at the Bentley-Nissan battle here, this is for 6th and 7th places.
And there's been a battle that's gone on for about now nearly best part of 10 laps. Wolfgang Reip, not really. He caught the tail of the Bentley, but Vincent Abril has done what he needs to do to keep the Nissan behind. He knows if the Nissan were to get ahead, he would struggle to repass that car, but his job is to consolidate what is currently his 6th place, and he's done that well.
Now that's 23, which is the car in the hands in this first stint of Wolfgang Reip, and he's hunting down the Bentley of Vincent Abril. There's some flapping bodywork on that Nissan. Let's have another look as it comes back into shot, coming down towards the Variante Ascari.
I think we've seen that before on a Nissan, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
They've had a little problem with the clips that they use. It may just be the way the light's catching the bonnet, but nevertheless, it's something to keep an eye on. Certainly when the car comes into the pits for driver change and service, if there is an issue, that will have to be attended to.
Sure.
And with limited number of people working on a car, it will have to be attended to after they've done the refueling and the tyre change. That you can't just throw people at it and say, fix the problem.
It is just a little bit rattly, isn't it? It might be a bit of black sticky tape that sorts that out. We'll have to wait and see what, if anything, they need to do at the pit stops as up towards the timing line they come then. So still, Wolfgang Reip is there in 7th place. The race-leading gap, now Fabio Babini leads the race. He's 19.6 seconds over Renat Salikov, who is still doing a tremendous job to lead Pro-Am by 2.8 seconds from Brozniewski. And there, look, Reip had a think about it.
Yeah, because the 2 cars ahead, he's thinking if I can get Vincent Abril to go very defensive, he might not think more about what I'm going to do, but more about how is he going to get past these 2 cars ahead of him. So this is an opportunity for Wolfgang Reip to try and use the strategy a racing driver has to have the ability to impact when it comes to passing. Look at the lights in the Bentley saying, I'm coming through, get out of my way, I'm in a battle for position, I'm lapping you guys. And the Nissan sneaks through cleanly, which is good for both the Bentley, 6th place, the Nissan in 7th.
Meantime, we have the sister Lamborghini working its way through traffic. You also got Dennis Anderson there in the black and white Ferrari. Now he's been dropping down a little. He's in 20th spot and is coming under attack as the cars head now towards the Curva Grande. There is Dennis Anderson, and up behind him is 63 Giovanni Venturini. Remember, he got involved in that little sort out at the chicane a few laps back. And now Venturini goes to the inside. Is he going to gain the place? Yes, he does. So he gets himself ahead of Dennis Anderson. The next target, Stefan Richelme there, look, in the Team WRT Audi. Richelme up into 20th spot on this lap, and Dennis Anderson's about to lose another place now because Max Buch in the number 8 Bentley goes through on the inside.
Yeah, that'll take Max Buch up into 21st place, having started all the way down, virtually at the tail of the field. It was most unusual to see that car so far down. So Max Buch really using all that little energy and skill that he brings to GT racing.
Rob Bell in the orange McLaren here on a real mission. First we've really seen of Rob in the race, but here he comes, has a look to the outside. Dennis Anderson is being swamped then as the traffic pours past him. He's still got Mauro Engel for company. And a little while ago we talked about Marco Bononomi, Mauro Engel and Giovanni Venturini all being under investigation for their out-of-position start. Well, they have now been deemed to have jumped at the start, and a drive-through penalty is the result. So you've just seen Venturini gain a place. He has got a drive-through, so's Marco Bononomi, and so has that man there in the Mercedes, Mauro Engel. So drama on track. There could be drama for Nissan in the pits as well on its stop because of that flapping bonnet. Let's catch up with OJ Borg and Bob Neville.
Bob, we're only an hour, well, almost an hour into the race. You've already got a car back in. What's happened there?
Yeah, the YAM car, unfortunately, we've had to stop it because we noticed the oil pressure was dropping a little, and obviously we didn't want to risk blowing it up out in the race, so...
You did. Is it the same car you had the problem with earlier on in qualifying?
It is, but they're not in any way related.
It's a shame because both cars were looking so good.
Both cars were looking excellent, and yeah, it's come as a bit of a shock, but the other car hopefully still going strong.
Thank you very much, man.
Okay, thanks, Jack.
So, disappointment then. That was the car Florian Strauss was driving. That is out of the race. There's the survivor, despite its slightly flappy bonnet, in the hands of Wolfgang Reip. So, just to recap, Engel, Bononomi, Venturini all have a drive-through penalty.
Yeah, and problem, right, left rear tyre cut.
That was the car of Adrian Delina that was running well inside the top 10. And look, it's got to limp the best part of a lap back.
And that tyre will only get more and more just, well, shredded. That's what's going to happen. And he's got to try and keep out of the way of cars that are now catching him very quickly, try to stay off the racing line. Obviously, sometimes you can't do it, but it is a problem for those cars that are following. They'll be frustrated.
Now, we have had 1 or 2 punctures over the weekend. Is this the start of a trend? Let's hope not, as Engel there defends still from in 59 Alvaro Perez. But don't forget that Mercedes is going to have to bail for the pit lane in a moment. You've also got catching up on the back of that little group, the first of the Team Brazil BMWs with Sergio Jimenez at the wheel.
Yeah, and that's the first time we've really seen that car. Yeah. And it looks like it's going to make a move down the inside into Parabolica, but just shows the nose but doesn't have the position on track to make it stick. Alvaro Perez aware of the BMW, looking but not committing.
Sergio Jimenez new to Monza. Alvaro Perez certainly doesn't want for miles around here, but both of those drivers wishing they had a bit more grunt as they come up towards the line. We've had Bononomi in for his drive-through, but we haven't yet had Engel, but we have had Venturini as well. There he is, Giovanni Venturini down the pit lane. Mauro Engel stays out for another lap. 111 Steve Earle in the Kessel Racing Ferrari there on the inside as he heads up towards the line. Bononomi rejoins, don't cross the white line, and look, of course, now as he comes out, other people that were trying to line up for a run down the inside don't have that opportunity anymore.
No, and it's a bit tight down there with the car coming out of the pit lane and trying to sort of muscle its way through on the inside. Bononomi trying to take advantage of the McLaren in that train of cars, having to wait. There's in the gravel, it's a Mercedes.
It is indeed, and I've got a feeling that might be 33. Is that Peter Schmidt, who was going into the pits a little while ago, but I think it could be 33 that's gone off. Let's have a look in replay.
Just too high, too early in the middle of NISMO 1, and it's dirty up there, and that's what happens. The back end just starts to rotate. Once the rotation begins, it's going to drag you into the gravel. There is a Ferrari making its way into the pits. That's the car with that tyre that was just shredding itself. So it's into the pits pretty quick. Yellow flag out. You have to wonder where that is. Defense from that Brill down the inside. Can Reip get along, and can he? No, he can't hold it round. They turn from right to left, but that's the first real threat we've seen from the Nissan on the Bentley, and it came slightly unexpectedly, and I think Vincent Brill was probably marginally caught out by the position the Nissan found itself in.
So 33, just to confirm, is in the gravel. Peter Schmidt started, but he did make that early pit stop and he gave away to Miguel Toril, who is an experienced driver of Mercedes, but I'm afraid has binned it. So that car is in the gravel and will be a yellow flag zone for the moment in that middle sector of the lap.
Why is the Sainz so far to the right? Very strange. Unless there's something on the left of the track. Maybe there has been some fluids put down. That's why Wolfgang Reip went immediately to the right-hand side of the track coming into NISMO 1. There's no logical reason other than he might have seen something he thought was fluid on the track.
Adrian Delina then makes the stop for a new tyre. Are they going to do a driver change while they've got him in? Because it would save them in real terms. They can try and do damage limitation by that. It'll be tyres and fuel, but I'm just looking to see whether they've done a driver stop as well. Adrian Delina to give way potentially to Cedric Spriazzuoli. And there's 21 that's now off the road and into the gravel. Hubert Haupt at the wheel of the Black Falcon car, but that, I'm afraid, looks like it's game over.
Well, it's sort of had momentum, but it's regaining. I don't know what, maybe he was just waiting for the traffic to come through before he drove back onto the circuit. Didn't see the reason why, probably just an error in the first chicane. As we go back to this battle for 6th and 7th place, and there is something clearly flapping on the bonnet, but it's behind the front of the bonnet. I don't know whether it is tape or whether it's something that, but again, you can see how much the Nissan can close down the Bentley as they get into the braking zones. Again, right on the rear wing of Vincent Abril. The Bentley able to accelerate that a little bit earlier, gets the power down. One of the notes of the Bentley is it's got exceptionally good traction, and that's where you could see it playing it to its best.
So there's Haupt back on track. And he continues. This is how he got there. Yeah, bit of help from Marco Bononomi, I think.
Yeah, well, that's... And also, when he gets the car rotated round, he ends up driving through the gravel. He couldn't get the car spinning round, you know, doing a sort of quick donut to get it back onto the tarmac. He drove onto the grass, through the gravel, back onto the racetrack.
So we're approaching the end of the first hour as you look at the battles that go on lower down the top 10. We've just seen Marco Bononomi getting involved in that incident with Hubert Haupt in the ISR Audi. Bononomi, if you watched qualifying via the Blancpain GT website earlier on the live stream, you would have seen 74 have an accident with Fabio Onidi at the wheel. Damaged too much to put that car, I'm afraid, out of the race. So that's why we had 59 starters, not 60. And this is 333 Norbert Siedler.
Yeah, he's coming in, he's just holding that tightish line. Although you don't think you're going very quickly, and when he crosses the line now, I don't know whether that'll be an issue or not. You're not permitted to do that. You've got to be within the line, and he was careless in doing so.
Renat Salikov then brings it in for Norbert Siedler, and in fairness to Salikov, he's done a very, very good job, but Norbert Siedler will make the car go even faster.
Well, he will do if he's got to do a penalty for driving over the line. Maybe. We'll wait to see whether there is a penalty issued. So Siedler is in, and refueling continues then. It'll be the wheels and tyres. Oh, and a problem for Mercedes, and that's the left rear again. Tyre cut down.
That's Toril who's got going again out of the gravel, but he's well, apart from shedding tyres, he's also virtually on the racing line.
Well, he's wandering all over the racetrack. Yeah. He might be struggling to have control of the car, but it's not ideal because cars want to cut across to make a slight apex through that curve that is just after the second NISMO and before you get down to the Ascari chicane.
Now the pit lane is getting busy because more and more coming in. A puncture for the Bentley look as well. Now that's 8, isn't it? Which was reasonably well placed in that first stint, but oh dear, we now get into a point where as people go off, they bring rubbish onto the circuit. Max Buch with a puncture.
Yeah, but the problem is, I'm assuming Max Buch now will hop out of the car, but will his replacement driver be available to get in? Because although they would have probably been stopping within the next 5 or 6 minutes anyway, well, I see, yeah, there's a driver change going to take place.
It just changes the calculations a bit, but they can make good on this pit stop in as much as do the driver change and do the fueling. So and then just change the amount of time that the next drivers will have to do to compensate.
So Max Buch gets out, and Maxim Soulé or Andy Soucek.
Giovanni Venturini in 63. And still Miguel Toril limps back to the pit lane. Hazard lights are flashing. And up onto its jacks goes the Bentley. Change the tyres. one to fix, one to use the gun to take the nuts on and off. But it's gone a lap down now, that car, frustratingly. Lead gap is 26 seconds. Fabio Barbini over Michael Brosneski. Guy Smith's Bentley is third. This car now is fifth, the Vincent Abril. And Venturini going through a pit stop as well.
So all these three cars, the Bentley, the Nissan and the Ferrari behind, have all been battling away as the Bentley now rejoins the circuit, having come in initially with a puncture, but using that opportunity to not only change one tyre, but change all four, refuel and get a driver change.
And 63, that was on the fringes of the top 20 early on, that had its drive-through and lost time. And it goes, but it's going to join in traffic. It was a very, very delayed exit, that, because the car just wouldn't either start or wouldn't engage gear, and then it sort of lurched away. We've got more and more team managers. The team manager of that car, incidentally, you just seen the Lamborghini, he's being summoned to the race director as well. So if any penalties come, we'll let you know. We've got 4 more minutes to go before the end of the first hour of the race. Duncan Cameron's just pitted, incidentally, to give way to Matt Griffin. So car 51's going to come alive, isn't it?
Oh, very much so. And I'm waiting to see Michael Lyons when he gets his hands on his Ferrari, because Michael Lyons, as did in fact Matt Griffin's, in fairness, the Kessel Racing car for Matt Lyons and the AF Corsa car for Matt Griffin's, they jumped into their cars this morning on a track they haven't been on probably since this time last year, and immediately within a couple of 3 laps running competitive times, and ended up good enough to be on the 2nd and 4th row of the grids.
So the Fabio Barbini leads the way, and there he is, the second of the 2 Lamborghini Huracans. Impressive debut for the car, this. It's been a car with a big presence here, because there's been a mighty field of something like 26 of them in the Lamborghini Blancpain Super Trofeo, which has had its 2 races, lots of road-going cars on display, and now these 2 run by Gottfried Grasser's team, running in the Blancpain Endurance Series, and there is the leading car. It's great to have Fabio Barbini in this series because he's a good character, and Wolfgang Reip running in 6th place there, still looking at the back of Vincent Abril's Bentley, as he's done for the majority of this first hour.
Yeah, I mean, he's had a couple of opportunities. He got very close at one of them down into turn 1, wasn't able to execute the overtake, and again now the pace really being more dictated by the pace of Vincent Abril in the Bentley, and for Wolfgang Reip, he can't really back off a little bit to find his own natural pace to run and take a charge up to the back of the Bentley, because the Ferrari is right on the gearbox of the Nissan. Vincent Abril runs a little bit wide, a little bit early, coming through NISMO 1, and the Nissan closes fractionally. So this is, I suppose, coming to the end of the opening stint for both drivers, and maybe it's the Bentley is the one that's beginning to feel the pressure from the Nissan and just losing a little bit more grip.
Jean-Carl Vernet then in number 1, up into 4th place now, fending off the Bentley of Vincent Abril. And we are now being told also of a drive-through penalty for car number 99, which is Stef Dusseldorp in the Rover Racing Mercedes for overtaking under yellow flags.
Well, what can you say? You thought he would have known, but look, the Nissan right behind the Bentley. Abril having to go aggressive to stop that pass taking place, but it was an indication we saw just earlier in this lap that Abril was struggling with a little bit of grip on that left rear, and again coming through the Ascari corner, it's the right rear that takes the load as the Bentley finally makes it into the pit lane.
I was about to suggest that Wolfgang was ripe for an overtake, but he doesn't have to worry too much now. The Bentley pits, Wolfgang Reip gains a place, and down the pit road comes Vincent Abril. Good first stint from him, that.
Very good, sound drive, and a young man with a big future in GT racing.
So here is Wolfgang Reip now up into 5th place, make that 4th in fact, because Brownieski is pitted number 11 as well. So there's quite a bit of shuffling as we are just on this hour mark. So that's 31 laps being done by some cars. It's time to start making more notes of this, and you can anticipate the second round of stops. But those that are staying out are looking pretty good.
And so far we've only had that one full course yellow very early in the race. So it's been in effect a pretty clean race to date, which of course for those that are maybe a little bit concerned about their fuel usage is not what they're wishing for. It is a warm day today, so in theory they should use probably a little bit less fuel, because in cool, dense air you need lots of fuel charge to get the bang, where in warmer conditions you need slightly less fuel, the air is less dense. Well, that's what I learned in Portugal anyway.
Who are we to argue? So we'll go along with that theory, and we'll wait and see if anyone can get to 33 laps. Babini's just done a 32nd lap. So the number 19 Lamborghini's looking very strong. Don't think anybody would have predicted it to be a winner, but maybe a front-running car, but it's got 2 hours to go yet, so a lot can happen. And 84 should be on its way down the pit lane now.
So we're going to need another, about 10 minutes or so for this full round of first pit stops to finally cycle through.
Yeah.
And to see, and we have to assume, you'd have to assume that Gassner Racing will ultimately come out of these rounds of pit stops pretty much comfortably in the lead.
Yeah, I'm surprised in a sense they didn't put Babini in last, because he's probably the real star driver in that car. But it might have been that for marketing reasons it was good to have it lead in the first hour, just in case its reliability wasn't there. Wolfgang Reip pits, so good job had been done by the Belgian driver. Also in, look, is Guy Smith, so this gives you 32 laps, and the pit lane's getting busier and busier now. Also in is number 1 Audi, Jean-Carl Vernet, in at the end of 32 laps.
Get the wheels straightened up. That's something the driver needs to remember to do when they come to take the wheels off. It helps if the wheels, the front wheels that is, are pointing in a straight line. If the rear wheels are pointing anything other than straight, then you probably want to put the car back in the garage.
We had Dusseldorf through for his drive-through, and 2 more cars with drive-throughs for overtaking under yellows and improving their sector times under yellow flags as well, one of which is Nicola Armindo's McLaren, and the other one is Giovanni Venturini. He's already had 1 drive-through penalty, he's now got another one.
He must have liked it so much he did it a second time.
Right, look how WRT, even though they've got 2 cars, because they've got space for 4, it's a lot more placid down there, isn't it? Whereas other teams are really fighting for space.
Yeah, but the second of the cars in line is just about within what would be acceptable for a driver car change, tyre change. It didn't get into the box, and remember, Audis have got lots of space at the end of the pit lane to bring all their cars in, even together. So the 01 car, or the 1 car I should say now, leaving the pit lane. That's the car that was being driven by Jean-Carl Vernet. Robin Freins, who's new to the team this year, very quick, needs to get himself settled in, and Laurens van Thor.
So Fabio Babini continues to lead the way, and there is Pierre Caffer's car, now a long way down the order with Stephen Parrow at the wheel of it. The car is out of contention for this stint altogether. So at the end of the next lap, we'll start to get a proper idea of where the pit stoppers are going to feed back in, and on those stops, if anybody has really gained. But significantly, car number 19, Fabio Babini, is still being able to stay out there on this first tank of fuel, showing far better economy than some of the others. They may have just played it safe by a lap, the other brands, the other teams, but even so, that's very encouraging from that car.
Well, also, I think it might well be that the aerodynamics of the new Lamborghini Hurricane are more efficient. Remember, the Gallardo was a very angular, almost stealth-looking like road car, which is adapted to racing. The Hurricane is a much more rounded, and there may just be small aerodynamic gains with that car, not just in terms of punching a hole in the air, but also in the overall downforce and potential lap time. This is a car we're going to have to keep an eye on throughout the Blancpain Endurance Series, because it's got genuine pace. Again, clips the white line. You know, that's just carelessness. You need to be sure that you're inside that white line.
So the leader is in at the end of 34 laps. Fabio Babini comes in, and 34 laps is very impressive indeed. So in comes Fabio Babini. That's going to give Ferrari 10 Tristan Vautier the lead, assuming he doesn't pit this time. But it's where this car blends back in relative to those that have already made a pit stop that we need to see. The number 7 Bentley turning its way now with Andy Merrick at the wheel. That is the second place of the pit stoppers, because ahead of it is the number 11 Ferrari. So there's 19 completing its pit stop. Through goes number 7 Bentley to get itself now back onto the lead lap. But you can see the gap, but it's got virtually a full lap to make up before it can think about overtaking, and the mechanic there just slips over, recovers well, but it's the last thing you want when you've got all this pressure on you.
Yeah, I mean, even as, oh my goodness, just very close as the Mercedes pulled out to catch, almost catching the gunman on the Lamborghini. So the tyres being removed to safety, and that's again something with such a crowded pit lane has to be the responsibility of the car leaving the pits, not of the driver, not of the engineer working on the car.
So the majority of cars now making pit stops, but one that stayed out is 98 Mercedes of Daniel Juncadella, and that may not have been all that quick, but if it can go this far on fuel, then come the end of 3 hours, it's going to be buying itself a good result.
Well, it means it's going to have lots of fuel in reserve, and if it needs to run hard for the last 15 or so minutes of the race, it's nice to have that option as opposed to the other option of having to breathe it for the entire final 15 minutes. So what was the leading Lamborghini makes its way through. As we see, there's the... So he had a little slip, but that's the Mercedes pulling out. That was close. He would have felt the breeze on his overalls as that Mercedes slipped by.
There's a recovering Ferrari of Cedric Spiazzioli, significantly getting ahead of Robin Frins. So shows the pace of the Ferrari, even with an AM behind the wheel. Frins is certainly no slouch, even though he's new to GT, as you've been making the point. So number 19 now has Andrew Palmer at the wheel, and it leads from Daniel Juncadella.
And Juncadella, as you point out, still yet to make that pit stop, so it's a pretty comfortable lead for the Lamborghini, the Gassner racing team. Andrew Palmer behind the wheel, a good, outstanding stint really from Babini.
Absolutely, Juncadella in then, so 35 laps that car has done. Good effort all round. There it is, and it comes. So Daniel Juncadella, in fairness, he did cross the timing line in the lead, but will now give that for this pit stop. So 35 laps, good on the fuel for number 98. Now, car number 6, we understand, is going to be given a drive-through. That's now got Christian Mamaro behind the wheel of it. It's the Phoenix Racing Audi speeding in the pit lane. So that is another car which is 15th and set to lose a bit more time. And we've got one car in the pit lane that's had a problem and is being pushed back out of harm's way. And I mention this because in a moment, this Mercedes is going to have to go past it. There it is, look, it's the Porsche from the AM class that's had a problem at pit out and it's having to be pushed back, so it's not in a place of danger.
And then it's well and truly out of the way of danger because it's actually in a piece of the pit lane. It would affect potentially one of the WRT Audis if it were to come in, but in fact it's going to be pushed back behind the wall, and therefore I think pretty much all the Audis at this end of the pit lane have cycled through, so there's not a problem.
So the tyres now being changed, or the tyre change being completed in fairness, on the 98 Mercedes, ready for that to go back out on track. Daniel Juncadella, Nikolai Silvestre and Indy Donja, the three drivers. Juncadella has done his bit. He's probably, in fairness, the real star in that car. Indy Donja drove in the German F3 Cup last year. Nikolai Silvestre also raced in that series, but they're not on the same pace as Juncadella. So that car goes back up just behind the Ecurie Cost BMW that's coming in. The other car that stayed out and is going to be in second place is Alexei Vasiliev's Mercedes. That has yet to make a pit stop and has got itself up into second position. So the further you can go on a tank of fuel, the better. And all of this becomes relevant. If people are having to bail 5 laps from the end, say, for a splash and dash, and you don't have to, you're going to suddenly luck in or
too deep. Tank of fuel, so you're going to be approximately 10 minutes before you get back into the pits as we watch this little battle for position coming down into turn 1. The Audi gets track position and it takes that position cleanly away. Santalog Racing, Gregory Gilbert, Edward Sundstrom and Edvaldo Montara.
So the Santalog car is now in 19th place. Edward Sandstrom at the wheel of it. Now the Kessel Racing Ferrari there, I'll tell you a lie, the 16 Ferrari there, making its move up on the inside, that being the ACA ASP car, Fabien Barthez and Anthony Pons from the AM Trophy. Yes, the Fabien Barthez. That car getting ahead of the 18 Mercedes, which has finally done its drive-through. Right, Vasiliev has pitted in 71, having done a remarkable 36 laps, so it's the Mercedes that are going further on fuel, but what they haven't got is the pace. They're good on fuel, they're not so good on top speed, so they need this race to go without any safety cars to bring them back into the hunt. Number 19, Andrew Palmer, then, is the race leader, and 333, Norbert Siedler, is going to be up into second place this time.
So that's the Mercedes driven by Bernd Schneider. It's not Schneider in the car at the minute, or is this Schneider in this car? 70?
Yes, it is.
So they were working all the way through practice and qualifying to try and hold back as many sets of new tyres. I don't know whether they actually, at the end of the day, managed to achieve that, but they were prepared to sacrifice qualifying for the greater alter of the fresh rubber for 2 of the 3 stints that they're going to do.
63, I know every time I mention the car now, Giovanni Venturini's Lamborghini, it has the word penalty in the same sentence. He's got another one for yet another pit lane infringement, speeding in the pit lane this time. So, although one of the Lamborghinis is doing great things up front, the other one, I'm afraid, is now earning itself a gold card with the race director. It's getting so many penalties, it's scoring points for them virtually.
Yes, and of course, when Adrian Zaug eventually gets into that car, they will have a real hot shoe capable of running at the front pace. But if he's being let down by teammates, Zaug in the car, in fact, at the minute.
And 39 for Adrian Zaug.
Well, that's not very happy for Adrian Zaug.
Right, Michael Lyons is up into 3rd place in number 11 Ferrari. This, I think it's fair to say, is the overall best showing we've ever had from Pro-Am cars in terms of an overall classification. We've never had a Pro-Am win. I'm not suggesting we will necessarily have that today, but it's very interesting to see, particularly, I suppose it's because they're in Ferraris that go so well around here, how good the Pro-Am combinations are doing. Michael Lyons goes through then. He's 15 seconds back from Norbert Siedler, and he's not lapping as quickly, but Siedler is lapping quicker than Andrew Palmer, who's a Monza rookie, so the lead gap is coming down a little. Michael Lyons hanging on to 3rd place. Now, behind Lyons is Robin Frins, and Frins is 2 seconds a lap slower.
Well, you have to think, really, look at it over a 5-lap stint. I suspect that Lyons and Frins and others are in the middle of catching traffic, and they just the consistency of lap times is going to reduce simply because look at the racetrack. Yeah. Everywhere you look, there is traffic, and some of it is traffic that you're going to be passing and passing time and time again.
59, Bruno Senna there, heading up towards us. He's taken over from Alvaro Parent, and the Giz is at the wheel of 58. Shane van Gisbergen has been unleashed onto Monza now. Stand well back. He is a real gun in a V8 supercar, and now I know the McLaren is not the ideal car around here this weekend, but let's just see what he can do.
Well, V8 supercars are quite physical cars to race. The McLaren is what one might describe as slightly more finesse. So it's an adaptation. It's not just simply because you're quick and as we go, and there's that. Is that Jules or in the Parker Racing? Or Ian Loggy, can't quite see who it is. Wouldn't expect it to be Julian, he's well skilled.
It is Ian Loggy.
Yeah.
It's the car's owner.
Yeah.
That's okay. If the car owner goes off, that's okay. If it's the gun that you've paid, that's not okay. Remember last year, that car was crashed right at the very end by Chris Jones, who was on the driving force. Chris didn't see out the season because he really struggled at this level. So Ian Loggy and Julian Westwood pair up together now, and of course had that great win at the Nürburgring 1000 at the back end of last year. So no damage done, scrofulous tyres, but back onto the circuit now. Bentley versus Nissan, 'twas ever thus.
Well, this time I don't know. I was going to say it looks like Nissan has got the upper hand, but not really. So these 2 cars have been glued together throughout. The Nissan quicker out of Parabolica, holds the tighter line, but there you can see just beginning to eke ahead. And it does, so just got the power down that little bit sooner. The Bentley's got good traction, but just that little bit of extra grunt. Now, side by side, the Bentley probably marginally slipperier through the air at the very high speeds, claws it back under brakes, could break a fraction later because he was on the racing line. The Nissan had to back out of it just to ensure he didn't overrun into turn 1.
So Harold Primat now drives the Bentley, Katsumasa Chiyo now drives the Nissan, and although Chiyo was just ahead when they crossed the timing line, the Bentley is well and truly back ahead now. And Harold Primat hangs onto the place as they come now down towards the second chicane. Turn their way through the left, through the right. Is there a chance now for Chiyo to get up the inside?
It would be a very brave move, be a big commitment, and a lot of help from Primat. His best chance, if he thinks he can make a move, is going to be get into NISMO 2, but more importantly, get out of NISMO 2. Without any impedance from the Bentley ahead, but he's not really achieved it. So the next chance would have been on speed up the hill into the final chicane at the Ascari, but very easily defended part of the racetrack. Harold Primat puts the Bentley pretty much into the sort of centre of the road and precludes anything from Chiyo in the Nissan.
And if you catch a glimpse in the background of the black Ferrari, in 9th place now is the car that led early on. It's now Stephen Parrow at the wheel. There it is. The headlights glow as it comes towards us. But Katsumasa Chiyo makes his move, coming for 7th place down towards the Parabolica. He's got the inside line and he's made it work this time. So Katsumasa Chiyo goes through. The Nissan moves ahead of the Bentley. The Bentley, in fairness, with Harold Primat at the wheel, and this is the HTP car, not the M Sport car, don't forget, stays on the back of the Nissan. But I think now that Chiyo-san has gone through, he's going to be able to gap that car coming over the line.
Yeah, I mean, he's pulled over a second already in the space of coming into Parabolica and exiting it. So once he's got the nose of the Nissan ahead, it was not going to be denied him. It was, at this point, 1 lap ago, a little bit of a different situation. But he did a good job coming out of the Ascari chicane, got the run on the Bentley, and got position alongside before the braking, and therefore Harold Primat was unable to make any defence of the corner.
So Harold Primat drops back, and is he yet in the clutches of the 66 Ferrari? No, he's not, but it's a pretty decent job this being done by Stephen Parrow there in 9th place. So we're into this middle hour of the race, the middle third, as the next little battle pack dives down to the Parabolica, with number 3 Audi just being able to fend off these McLarens here. You've got Shane van Gisbergen and Bruno Senna sitting on the back of Calvin van der Linde in the WRT Audi. Comes over the line, the young South African, reigning ADAC GT Masters champion, now coming into the WRT team and onto a very high profile stage in Blancpain. The car, in fairness, is only in 23rd place. But it's a quirky old race, this, at the moment, given the way the Pro-Am Ferraris are going so quickly. But for the moment, van der Linde is keeping at bay Senna, and he's keeping at bay Van Gisbergen.
Yeah, and in fact, the Audi is sort of dragging these two McLarens along behind, with the second of the two Audis trying to remain in contact. So it's a Bruno Senna looking for a way through. He wants to get through this Audi if he can, but he's not close enough to think about it under brakes into turn 2. Shane van Gisbergen just sitting there, using his wisdom from racing wheel to wheel, door handle to door handle, all the way through any of those V8 supercar races down in Australia, New Zealand, Tasmania, and some of them are even overseas.
That's right, flash of the headlights there from the Ferrari in the background as Calvin van der Linde hangs onto the place. Bruno Senna tucked up behind him, and Senna's not short of Monza miles, but Shane van Gisbergen behind, new to the circuit. He's the man in the orange McLaren when it comes back into view. There's van der Linde, there's Senna. There, at the very back, is van Gisbergen. Turning his way into the Variante Ascari now. So, up at the front, just to recap the way we are, Andrew Palmer leads on lap 41, ahead of Norbert Siedler. The gap 21 seconds between them. Michael Lyons runs 3rd. In the AM Cup, well, what a surprise, Ferrari 1, 2, 3 at the moment, with 25 being the leading car in that class. You can see heading towards you, and that's the car that is being driven by Rino Mastronardi, Andre Berzin, who's behind the wheel now, and Fabio Mancini. Fabio Mancini, I think I'm right in saying, did the first stint in that car and got his wrist slapped. But Andre Berzin, who is new to racing this year, is the man behind the wheel of that car, and it's in a pretty encouraging 26th place overall.
Good for AMs.
Absolutely.
When you consider such a big field of pros, let alone the Pro-Ams.
So 58 we started with in the end, but in the AM Cup it's about Ferrari, as the two McLarens have got themselves in a different order now. Van Gisbergen's got himself up past Senna.
That's a nice little scalp to take back.
Absolutely,
to
absolutely.
Go home back in New Zealand, or to go back to Australia for the remaining races in their championship. He'll be happy to say, well, I got past a Senna.
Now Bentley 7 has just gone through shot. There is 23. You can see the sticky tape they've applied on the pit stop. Katsumasa Chiyo now is going after 51. That'll be the next target. And 51 is currently in the hands of Matt Griffin.
Yeah, just looking to see the gap between 5th and 6th, waiting for it to come up on time and scoring it. Still, it's a considerable distance between. That hasn't even come up time and scoring yet, so it's a long, long way behind.
Well, in fact, we've had a quick shuffle. Matt Griffin up to 5th, Andy Merrick down to 6th, and he's 3 seconds ahead of Katsumasa Chiyo. As here, 18 Mercedes tries to wriggle its way through the traffic. Cedric Sbriazzioli in the yellow Ferrari, recovering after his puncture earlier on, also trying to get back up the order. There's a huge amount going on in this race at the moment, and Robin Frins is at the back of it trying to find a way through. So we've got 21, which is Jelmer Berman, a long, long way down after Hubert Haupt went off. 36th, but if anybody's going to be worth watching, Jelmer Berman is the man.
Yeah, I mean, vastly experienced in all forms of GT racing. But again, if you're just tucked up and you're sort of really waiting for somebody else to give you the opportunity to make that move, all the way up into the third chicane with Robin Friends, who I might have thought would have been able to have done more earlier in that, you know, a potential winning car. That would have been one of the cars that we would have said has got to be on your top 6 list of cars, certainly for a podium, if not for a victory.
I just wonder whether they're also having to drive to a pace to look after fuel in that. Here is Matt Griffin, who is currently 5th and makes his way down to the Parabolica. Matt was 3rd in his class in the GT element of a race at Silverstone yesterday. Comes to the Parabolica, but it's just a delight to watch Griffin, a Ferrari, because he takes it by the scruff of the neck, and it doesn't matter which team he drives for, and therefore which Ferrari he's in, he always is absolutely flat out, and hardly ever do you see the guy make a mistake.
Yeah, and he's also a racing member of the IRDC, which is a very exclusive club, which he is a member, and we're delighted to welcome him in. I didn't tell you what IRDC is, did I?
We can guess.
You can. For the audience, it's the Irish Racing Drivers Club.
A proud member standing alongside me, yes.
Sitting.
So we've got Matt Griffin in 5th spot. He hangs on in there, but is he going to be caught by Andy Merrick? No, he's not, because his last lap was a personal best and he's getting away. So Griff at the moment is 3rd in Pro-Am. Now, ahead of him is Robin Friends. He is 4.7 seconds back, and he is catching Robin Friends with alacrity at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, Robin Friends' last lap was a 1:52. For some reason, again, we suspect traffic as another Ferrari makes its way down through the escape road. You're allowed to do that, but you mustn't obviously gain advantage when you wouldn't do with the little chicanes you've got to negotiate through.
Howard Blank, I think that was, going off the road, the American. 98 on track after Daniel Juncadella led. It's 14th with Indy Dotscher at the wheel of it. Yeah, I still think Audi number 1 is having to think about fuel here. That's why perhaps the drivers aren't being let off the leash quite as much as you might anticipate. Whoops, all over the curb there goes the number 4 Audi, getting in the way rather of the Bentley. Goes through on the inside. Number 4 rebuilt after its qualifying crash.
Yeah, the damage to the car actually was quite light, as was the other. Let's look again and see, is it over the curbs? A little bit of curb use, but it was the loss at the back of the car that's why suddenly the Bentley, which thought it was going to be a straightforward pass, found itself almost having to go off track to get past the Audi, recovering from a little bit of overcompensation.
And that Bentley now being driven by Andy Soucek, so we know it's going to go quickly, don't we?
Yeah, Andy Soucek won here 1 year ago.
Yeah, excelled for McLaren. We saw him in Aston Martins at the end of last year in the Sprint Series. It's Aldrin at Baku, and now in the Bentley. Finally, after years of trying to make a name for himself in single-seater racing, the GT world has woken up to his ability, and now he's a much in-demand driver, which is good to see.
Yes, and a driver of great ability indeed, as we mentioned. The strange name, Andy Soucek, it's Spanish, or he is Spanish, but it sort of doesn't quite sound with the ring of Spanish about it.
No, of his heritage coming from Austria. His dad used to race a long time ago. Andy Soucek, as I say, of Austrian extraction, but a Spaniard himself. And he has got the car up into 13th place now, but there is more to come, because we're not yet at the halfway point. We're not far off, but a lot can happen. And Andy Soucek we've seen in the likes of Formula Renault 3.5, Super League, Formula 2. He was Formula 2 champion, Spanish Formula 3 champion as well. Came out of karting like they all do. But 10 years ago, in fact this year, he was the Spanish Formula 3 champion. Indy Dotscher, meantime, runner-up in the German Formula 3 championship last year in 98 Mercedes, is the man chasing after him in 14th place. Having just talked about Andy Soucek, the timing screen has now changed it to tell us it's Maxime Soulet. So we can launch into a history of Maxime Soulet instead now.
Well, I mean, that's something that you would be able to do. But certainly Andy Soucek, obviously a very well recognised and respected driver, but he will be in the car for the last stint.
Now there, Indy Dotscher, new to this car, new to this championship, new to this format of racing, hunting down Bentley number 8 of Maxime Soulet, as it's now been corrected to show us on the timing screen. Makes sense, I suppose. You keep Soucek in as the real star for the last stint. Soulet then, who we've seen in Porsches in this championship in the past, is the man behind the wheel of 8, and it's in 13th. Indy Dotscher there, running in 14th spot. As over the line comes the Nissan once more. And that car with Katsumasa Chiyo at the wheel is in 7th place. Meantime, Friends to Griffin is only half a second, and look at this coming into the chicane.
Well, we thought that was a done deal when the Nissan got ahead of the Bentley. Well, somebody didn't tell the Bentley that that is not the case. So Harold Premat has decided that there's a bit more pace available to him. Maybe the Nissan just used its tyres a little bit too hard, and that's the consequence of trying to get past. The Bentley was having to defend, but maybe not defend as aggressively as the attack was coming from behind.
Now have a look at this for fourth place. Number 1 is Robin Frins, caught up in traffic. Right behind him is Matt Griffin in the Ferrari. We've been saying the gap's been coming down and down and down and down. It is right down now, and so as Robin Frins, who doesn't, they have some GT knowledge from a week ago, doesn't have the knowledge of working his way through traffic like stalwart Matt Griffin does. He's really going to have to be on his toes to try and hang on to the position, because that Ferrari is absolutely flying.
It is indeed, and Matt Griffin, a master of the 458 or any Ferrari. And Robin Frins, who is just about getting his car into position. And watch, look, Matt Griffin, denied the opportunity. He did the wise thing, he just backed out of it. He knew that the BMW probably hadn't realised there were 2 cars coming through. But Matt Griffin will have not too much trouble closing down to the tail of the Audi. But everybody's all over the racetrack, and the BMW, what is going on?
Everywhere Matt Griffin goes, there's traffic. This again shows how balance of performance works. Even trying to lap a car, Sun can't find the advantage, even on a straight part of the circuit where the Ferrari in theory should have an advantage. So it's the Team Russia BMW delayed early on. They're trying to find a way past. Timur Saradov, the man at the wheel. Here coming over the line is Matt Griffin, so he gets past Saradov then to put a lap on the BMW, but of course he's lost ground relative to Robin Frins.
Yeah, but it is relative. It'll be almost back to where it was. In fact, you can see under brakes that Matt Griffin is able to run down the Audi pretty comfortably. So Robin Frins has been lapping, slow laps, 52s. He last lap at 53. And I don't know why. Okay, traffic is a part, as I mentioned. Getting past the BMW contributed to that. But Matt Griffin is able to run the traffic much more quickly and is now back onto the tail of the Audi of Robin Frins. And, it's not a matter of if, but when will the Ferrari find its way through?
The point we make, Griffin has done so much long-distance driving. He has been in a situation where he's got to lap other cars. When it's a race where there are GTs and prototypes, he has to lap and be lapped, so he knows all about the traffic, both in terms of getting through it and being overtaken. Whereas Robin Frins is new to this type of racing. He did Nogaro, or a bit of action at Nogaro last week before his incident. Is that crash going to play on his mind, or can he get rid of that? Does he think, I don't want to have another drama like last week? Is he being a bit cautious, or as a racing driver, do you just block that out and move on?
I think the circumstances of Nogaro don't apply here. I think what is different is when you're running in a field of so many cars and you're having to manage your tyres, manage your overall performance, and you're under pressure, and you're trying to find a way through these back markers, it's a different scenario to probably anything that he's familiar with. So it's work in progress. And Matt Griffin now that they've got clear air, it'll be interesting to see what Robin Frins in the Audi can do lap time. He's got nothing interfering with his car pulled off on the left-hand side of the track.
Audi 4, I think that is, which is having a fairly horrible day. Sasha Bottom out at the wheel of it, but that's a car that's had an accident. It's been off the road and now it's stopped at the Parabolica.
So Robin Frins back almost at the pace, but Matt Griffin's got the drive and he's going to get alongside and he's going to get ahead into the chicane.
Where he goes, up the inside. Matt Griffin through for fourth place.
Yeah,
perfect.
The perfect pass. In fairness, Robin Frins didn't really make it a hard pass. He allowed the Ferrari the route, and whether there's an issue or whether you, as you suggest, they're running to a pace which is being dictated probably by fuel, well, that's something we will not know until this race is concluded. But certainly Matt Griffin's pace has been really strong since he got behind the wheel of the Ferrari, and he'll be delighted now just to have, for a brief moment, also the clear air. It just is so much easier when you can place your car precisely and not have to make compromises or sacrifices.
His next target is Michael Lyons, who is another driver that flew in for this morning and got behind the wheel. 32 Aston Martin, Paul Wilson at the wheel, having taken over from Michael Meadows. Paul, former Caterham champion, and he has now been reeled in by Indy Doncic. So here, look, Aston Martin and Mercedes running together for 13th place. Coming up towards the second chicane, Ian Loggie's Audi just up the road ahead as they now brake and turn through. But the way that Doncic is going, the former Formula 3 racer, it rather suggests that he's going to be able to find a way through before much longer. So together they run. Paul Wilson, very, very good in Caterham racing a few years back, champion, but this is a whole different ball game.
not quite as precise as the Caterham, but I mean, Caterhams are pure fun.
Absolutely, yeah.
You can get them sideways, do everything you can. You don't want to be doing that with a much heavier GT car. And again, just this whole process of where am I strong, where am I going to be vulnerable. The Aston Martin has got the fraction of advantage. Well, we've got Jensen, the tail end of this group. And we saw a really very good performance indeed in qualifying for that car. So running at the tail. Started on the 4th row of the grid. Marc Jensen, Dennis Anderson. So again, you've just got to bide your time. So the Aston runs wide, the Mercedes gets the benefit up the inside, the Audi sweeps through as well. So, and in fact, the Ferrari, so in the space of what, 2 cars get through the parabolic, and the Ferrari probably going to get the position down into turn 1.
Well, that's all you need, isn't it? One car goes through it, puts you offline, and then suddenly you're easy prey for the whole line behind you. You're riding with Martin Jensen, who comes over the line. He was down in 19th, he's now 16th, and it's going to get a whole lot better on this lap. Paul Wilson's in danger of losing another place now because Christian Mamarov comes up alongside him in the Audi. Couldn't quite find a way by. Remember, that's been a car that's had a penalty. Number 6 Audi there at the back. You can just see it going through and riding with Martin Jensen. Now, as he turns his way towards the Curva Grande, he's continuing to pick up places. There's the Acuria Cos BMW. Have a look for the white and black, almost anonymous Ferrari, but there it is. There's Indy Dontje, and then not far behind now is Martin Jensen. There's one Audi between, but I think that's a lapped car, so he should be able to dispense with that. Back on board with the Ferrari. A real turnaround from last year when the car crashed in qualifying and didn't even start the race, but the Dane. Martin Jensen's another rather underrated driver. He's done a lot of mileage over the years, both in Europe and in the States. Very quick driver.
Yeah, kind of flying under the radar, but doing a good job. Windscreen, you could see, very heavily stained with grime and rubber and other fluids that are eventually dissipated from other cars. So, nowhere really to relax at this particular point.
That Audi, I said, was a lapped car. I'll tell you a lie. It's Edward Sandstrom. So it's not going to be that easy to find a way past. Sandstrom has lost a place on the last lap, but he is trying to hang on to the back of Indy Dontje and get into the mix, as here, down towards us, comes Martin Jensen, looking for a way through. 24 is on a different lap. That's the Am Audi in the hands of Ian Loggy. But this is a proper battle for position, as now at the inside goes Indy Dontje, Edward Sandstrom, who of course was a potential race winner for Santalot last year. Rather off the pace that car seems to be this weekend. Comes over the line, and Martin Jensen gets a mega toe off all of them, but as he pulled out a bit too soon, well, he's got the inside line down to the first chicane. He's up alongside Edward Sandstrom. He can't get past the Mercedes because he finds a face full of Indy Dontje, who's lapping people, but Martin Jensen gets 1 place out of all of that. Well deserved.
Yeah, indeed. And when you saw the Mercedes swinging from left to right, I'm thinking about it, oh no, I've got a great run here, I've got track position. Am I going to have to lose it again because the Mercedes is going to back me up? But that wasn't the case. And so the Ferrari, trying to pick up and maintain that momentum, closing on the gearbox or the back tail of the Mercedes, gets up alongside and takes another position. So that was all about turn 1 and 2. Good thinking, forward thinking from Martin Jensen to use that knowledge and that sort of, I suppose you might call it brain power, which is how you get through people cleanly.
And so he's bringing the car up the order, but of course he has to give it back to Dennis Anderson for the final part of the race, because Anderson's got to do an hour and 50. So it's not all about Martin Jensen, as he now tries to get himself up alongside number 10 Ferrari here of Maurice Ricci, who is a quick Am, but he's not anywhere near as quick as the cars around him. So Jensen's going to go through and expect Dontje, and also expect Sandstrom to find a way through. Here they come. Mercedes at the inside, Audi at the inside, and back 3 spots goes Maurice Ricci.
Yeah, and it just was left-hand side, cars all over the place, just please leave me alone.
Well, he keeps out of trouble and he keeps in the race, which is the important thing. So Edward Sandstrom then now on the back of Indy Dontje as they come down towards the Parabolica, and through he goes. Now that was all very easy all of a sudden, because there was hardly any resistance from the Dutchman. Indy Dontje lets the Swede go through effectively, so Edward Sandstrom gains the place back, comes up towards the timing line, and through they come. Behind them is the Lamborghini of the race leader. So Andrew Palmer has got on the one hand, a really good grandstand seat of a great battle, but it really is something he could do without, because he's got to try and pick his way through these battling cars without losing time.
Well, he is losing time. His last lap was a 1:50.9, and he was running within a second or so quicker. And there is a car rotated as that of one of the Ferraris, just on the inside in the exit of turn 2.
Let's try and have a look in a moment. I'm sure it'll fire up and rejoin. Might get confirmation as to who it is. It is the Kaspersky number 50 Ferrari, one of the AF Corsa fleet that had a couple of offs yesterday as well. Thankfully, it's managed to spin itself out of harm's way off the circuit. And Gary Kondakov behind the wheel of it, the boss of Kaspersky, who's had a couple of spins himself this weekend, so it's been a bit of a steep learning curve for a driver new to this level. Martin Jensen then, running in 12th spot. There is the Ferrari rejoining.
Manages to get it, they just about drive it through the gravel, get it back onto the racetrack. And just keeping an eye on race leader Palmer to see how much time he's losing by being able to get through this group of cars. He's the tail of the 5 cars altogether. Pulls up, gets up alongside. Can he do it? No, he hasn't got the speed. I would have thought the Lamborghini would have been able to comfortably get up alongside the Mercedes-Benz going into Ascari 3, but nothing available.
Not to be there as the number 6 Audi then. Christian Mamarov at the wheel, 16th place overall, comes down towards the Parabolica. To the inside of the Acuria Cos BMW goes Martin Jensen. They're on different laps, so at 79 loses track position, but the Acuria Cos car driving to its own pace here. Martin Jensen comes through trying to gap Edward Sandstrom there.
Well, the Lamborghini's got past one of these group of cars, so let's see what Palmer's last lap is, a 1:51, so he is losing time, and he makes his way through this group of cars. Can't quite get up to alongside the BMW going into the chicane. He'd like to have done that, because he knows that now it'll be more difficult to get a clean run all the way through Cavagrande and up and alongside the BM as they come down into the second of the chicanes. Looks to go the long way around, carrying more speed, so now has got pretty much that pass executed and comfortably can pull back to the right hand side to take his normal line. Off the grass, a puncture.
It is, isn't it? It's the Dragon Speed car, number 100. Oh dear.
Oh, I don't like that. That's concerning when the car's meandering, almost out of control in NISMO 1, and suddenly the pack descends on the wounded Ferrari with that tyre. Again, we've seen so many of these cars when they pick up gravel or carbon fibre shreds, it just cuts the car straight down. Curbs here in place is not conducive to running them, and if you catch the curb at a bad angle, the serrated edges of those curbings just cut down the tyre immediately.
So Henrik Hedman bringing it to the pit lane, and 55 is off, backwards into the gravel. Fabien Tunet at the wheel, and trying to get the car started up, but with the flame licking at the back of the car here, attracting the attention of the marshal.
Yeah, and he may well go and dump. Is that the problem? He's going to have to, if he gets the engine running, he'll then be able to extinguish the flames in the exhaust pipe, so that's what he's doing. But of course he's got to get back onto track, and he's semi-buried. He has to be careful. The snatch vehicle is already almost in position to deny him that fact. I mean, I think the car has got the ability to move forward, but he may not be given the chance. This is down into Parabolica, and that's why. Well, that was just careless. That was just careless from the Russian Ferrari, from the Russian BMW, and that will undoubtedly get the attention of the stewards. No need for that at all.
So Timur Sadarov at the wheel of the BMW. That's a car that's drawn attention to itself for the wrong reason, sadly, today, isn't it?
Yes. So
Stephen Parrow in 66 to give way potentially back to Pierre Caffer.
Well, I thought he was going to stay in the car.
He has to do an hour and 50
minutes, yeah.
That must be done, but how they break that up.
Yep. Looks like he's going to stay in the car, I think. It's a long stint for an AM driver.
You see, the way they've done it with Cameron and Griffin is to put Matt in the middle, give Duncan a break, and then he does the balance of his drive time at the end. But the Rinaldi team doing it slightly differently. How the Brazilian BMW is getting on. There is car 0, which is, I'm afraid to say, quite a long way down the order.
21st.
Cacabueno at the wheel of it, 5 times Brazilian stock car, touring car champion. but the BMWs have always struggled around here, haven't they?
Yeah, it's not a circuit that's going to work to their strengths. They knew that when they came here. They enjoyed great success last weekend in Nogaro, where the track really was an ideal circuit for BMW. Brands Hatch, this car's going to be right on the money again, I can assure you of that. Well, in fact, it'll be Silverstone from the Blancpain Enduro. It'll work there as well. It'll not have the high speed that Silverstone sometimes does require, but it will have the downforce through those extremely quick sequence of corners like Beckett's, Stowe, and of course then going through Vale and all the other corners.
But it's good, isn't it, to have a team like this making a real attack on European racing. There's some good drivers, but we've hardly seen anything of them in Europe in the past.
Here's another little bit of a movement coming down into the third chicane.
That's the other BMW.
That's the other BMW.
Yeah. Being done by Bernd Schneider.
Yep, and Bernd Schneider just always makes it so easy. And he retired from racing, and he got bored with being retired, as you would understand, and he came back and took part in long-distance races, and he won them.
I was just about to say, he's done more racing since he's retired than before, probably, because he's so busy, and he remains very quick, error-free, and Mercedes put him into different drives, different cars, help customers to develop, and Bernd Schneider remains a very good driver indeed.
Yeah, and a great brand ambassador for the company.
Yeah. So he's gained one spot on that lap. He's now running in 28th place, Bernd Schneider. But Andrew Palmer still leads the way by 16 seconds. Now he will give the lead car to Jeroen Mull. Norbert Siedler will give the second place car back to Rinat Salikov, who isn't as quick as Norbert Siedler. There's still a lot that can shake out of this race. It's not done yet, but this Lamborghini, which, find some wood to touch, is running reliably first time out, is looking increasingly strong because it's still up there with a good advantage, and some of the cars behind are going to be given to slower co-drivers.
Well, certainly, this is the Group 3 version of the Lamborghini Huracan. The Trofeo version is virtually as quick as the GP3 car is. So what Lamborghini have done in moving forward with the Huracan over the Gallardo is made almost giant steps in every area of the car in terms of aerodynamic performance. It's the same fundamental V10 engine, almost identical in most respects to that the engine it comes from the Audi family, and they've just adapted it extremely well, gone away from the very angular look of the Gallardo, much more rounded and swoopy look, and very effective too.
Absolutely right, and here's the proof of it. Still leads the way. Remember the Russian BMW, Timur Sadarov at the wheel? Well, it's just copped a drive-through for causing an avoidable collision.
I think he's lucky to get off as lightly as that. I mean, that was just, totally careless.
Yeah. And there's a slow car up the road. It's the 18 Mercedes. That looks like a puncture, John.
Looks like the right rear has gone down. And, everybody knows if you run the curbs aggressively that you run the risk of getting a tyre problem. You can run them in a certain manner and avoid it, but if you choose not to do so, then the penalty will be you'll have a tyre that will get damaged, and inevitably that'll see the tyre being cut down and a slow trip back to the pits.
Oliver Morley at the wheel for that slow trip back as the fans decide which supercar they'd really love to take home. Lamborghini at the moment leads the way.
Oliver Morley, is he from up north?
He's a good northerner, yes.
Good man.
Yes. And there is 84 Bentley, which is currently Harold Primat in 8th place. And he's got the 888 BMW for good company at the moment. The BMW Z4 tucked up behind, which we've not seen very much up in the race thus far. 43rd it is, Joe Osborne at the wheel. And you'll see it in a moment as it goes down there towards the first chicane. 23, Katsumasa Chiyo is right up now with Robin Frins. Unfortunately, his run on this lap has been spoilt by traffic, but Frins is 5th and Chiyo-san here is 6th, and it's the Audi ahead he wants to find a way onto the back of, but he's got Jelmer Berman in the way here. Jelmer Berman's trying to recover. He's down in 33rd. He's on a different lap, but Chiyo is, I'm afraid, involuntarily now being held up by the Mercedes.
Yes, so again, we saw how good the Nissan can be. He's got to be strong here out of NISMO too. The Mercedes runs very wide on the exit. He's got to going now up along the long way around this very shallow curve, being forced slightly out to the right, but the Mercedes has really got to concede at this point, and it just do so. So Chiyo will now be reeling in the Audi of Robin Frins, who's not had what I would call a stellar stint, albeit we don't know if there are reasons behind his pace. There may well be, as you I mentioned earlier that the team are running to a predetermined lap time, and then in the final stint, when Laurens van Voor gets behind the wheel, then we may see this animal unleashed. But Nissan in general, with this particular car 23, are having a good day. And when Alex Buncombe takes over, and he'll be doing that roughly in 15 or so minutes, you've got to think that further progress is going to be possible.
Absolutely right. And here's the first bit of that progress, because Audi number 1 has now been caught by 23 Katsumasa Chiyo, who this time last year came to Europe really for the first time, looked all wide-eyed about Monza, but he got on with the job very effectively, and here he is for a second full season of European racing and going very, very strongly indeed. But now you can start to see where the Nissan has its strengths and where the Audi has its strengths around the lap.
And I think it's pretty evident that the Nissan has got advantage pretty much all over the racetrack. As we go back to the lead car, comes across the start-finish line to go on to its 57th lap.
Now let's head down to the pit lane, because the CEO of Lamborghini, Stefan Winkelmann, must be very happy with the way that things are going here, and he is in the pits with OJ Borg.
Stefan, 19 seconds lead at the moment. As the boss of Lamborghini, you've got to be happy.
Yeah, so far I'm happy. But remember, there's more than an hour to go, so let's wait for the finish.
I guess the question is as well, and I don't know how you'll answer this, are you surprised you're doing so well?
Yes, I have to admit, no, due to the fact that this is our first race in GT3, where we are officially involved as the one who has developed the car. So we expected a lot, but this is over our expectations.
Do you think it's down to Monza and it being such a fast track and the Lamborghini's got so much power and top line speed? Do you think that's the reason?
I think now it's too early to make a conclusion about that, but I think that the car is good in every sense. So let's see how we are finishing this race, and then you know it's a championship, it's not a one race series.
Thank you, Stefan.
You're welcome.
Well, we're just seeing the lead Lamborghini travelling very slowly. The reason is there is a full course yellow in place. Everybody now required to slow down to 80 kilometers per hour, and it looks painfully slow as a marshal. There was a big part of bodywork just sort of in the centre of the main pit straight. That's just been retrieved by a marshal. I don't know whether that was the specific reason for this full course yellow, or whether there are other factors. They just want to get a general clean up and tidy up around. And in fact, I think Robin Friens has just dived into the pits in that Audi, just it is coming in. Oh, no, it's not, just another Audi just behind.
It's the Mercedes, I think Jelmer Berman's car.
Okay, yeah.
So there's Friens, but he's got stuck in traffic. So it's easier to implement this than a safety car, and it's much easier to get the cars going again, because you don't have to worry about where the safety car is in relation to a timing line. You just withdraw the flags, like now, and we go green, and now you'll see who's awake and who's asleep, because you should be bang on the money straight away.
Yep, and you really, what are you doing? You're looking around the cockpit, you're having a chicken leg for lunch, or what are you doing? You've got to always be on the case when these lights, and look at the Bentley, Harold Premat, I should say, almost having contact with the Porsche, but he was more alert than the Nissan was, and he sees that as an opportunity to again get back into a battle for what would be 5th place overall, 5th place with Chiyo.
Yeah, Andy Merrick it is in 7th, that Bentley. I think Katsumasa Chiyo was a little bit more snoozy than others around him, and look how much ground that Bentley has pulled back. I'm not even convinced Chiyo has really got on with the job just yet, but over the radio he'll have had the call to say, come on, it's green flag. So if he was confused by anything, he shouldn't be. But look how much time he's lost. Forget catching Friens. Now he's got to just concentrate on defending.
Yes, very much so. And whether that's the consequence of the safety of the full course yellow, or whether there was an issue, as Andy Merrick runs the curb and drops the wheel over and just kisses the gravel on the outside of NISMO. But he has got motivation and momentum, and wants to get the Bentley up into that 6th position before we come into this, what will be final pit stop round.
So there is number 7, Andy Merrick. We are about 11 minutes away from the next round of pit stops, because we're almost at the end of the middle hour of the race. That's flown by.
The gap between the Robin Friens and Katsumasa Chiyo is, I mean, it's got to be 5 seconds.
Yeah.
I mean, how can you allow yourself to lose ground like that? That's ground, that's free ground. You don't give it away.
Now, I think Chiyo will need a word or two from the team about that, what he was doing. but certainly he just was not on his toes as he should have been. So Frins has gained out of it. Merrick has gained out of it. Here they come over the line. It's half a second between these two, and it was a monster gap before. This is Merrick's view.
Well, he knows that the Nissan has got that advantage in straight line speed, but the Bentley appears to be able to run it down under brakes. Very good under brakes. The Bentley, the suspension and the stiffness, torsional stiffness of the car is exceptional for a GT car. So he thinks there's a possibility. I'm going to take that place back from the Nissan, and he's closing again, coming through Curva Grande. Difficult to see how he can find a way. Two very large cars trying to use the same part of road. Merrick wisely holds back, but it could easily be that this Bentley is looking to make a move. It'll not be in NISMO 1, it'll not be in NISMO 2, could be on the run-up into Ascari.
But I like the way he flashes the lights, though that's going to let Chiyo move out of the way. It might distract him, might rattle him into a mistake, which could be the ploy, but this is a genuine battle for 6th place. This isn't Merrick trying to lap a car, this is Andy Merrick having to work to get himself into the top 6.
I think the message has gotten through, and the pace of the Nissan has now picked up. So Andy Merrick not quite in the position that he might have hoped he would be. So Nissan have regrouped, and Andy Merrick is going to have to find another way to keep in contact. You can see suddenly the gap, even though this is a very wide angle lens on the camera, but it is opening, and as the Nissan is pulling further and further away on the straight, so Andy Merrick's opportunity, which did look a possibility, has begun to ebb from the Bentley driver.
Indeed so, and how far off thinking about pit stops are we? The leading car, remember, managed to do a very long first stint. Fabio Babini managed to get 34 laps out of that, so I reckon he can do another 10 yet. Andrew Palmer at the wheel as there Indy Donja gets caught up in traffic. Who's he got behind? It's the number 30 Classic and Modern Racing BMW from the AM class, the Pierre Hershey and his friends car. Regulars in the championship, Pierre Hershey, Christian Kelder's driving as well. Indy Donja now moves to the inside. Meantime, number 2 Audi tries to gain track position coming down towards the first chicane up alongside 84 and goes into 8th place. Stefano Ortelli up the inside into 8th position. We've hardly seen that red car all race, but it's now starting to become a factor as we get towards the final third into the top 8. Stefano Ortelli at the wheel of the new R8 LMS Ultra.
Yeah, Stefano Ortelli, as ever, doing a very good job, and he'll be handing over to Nico Muller at the end of the stint.
All fun and games here. Yeah. Indy Donja, and then behind him you've got the Nissan 73, which has now got Sean Walkinshaw at the wheel, and he's looking for a way past Christian Mamarov, but he can't find a way past just yet.
But remember, this car, like the sister Nissans, very good straight line performance. Sean Walkinshaw learning in his first season in GT racing, and along with Craig Dolby doing a good job in the opening stint down the inside, but he luckily, wisely, backs out of it, gives the Audi the track to get into the corner, so he'll have to wait, get through the BMW, and then see what can be done. It'll be, well, it's going to a big off at the end of exit out of NISMO 2, and that is bits of bodywork again. Looks like the guard, the inner guard, so that car is up against the tire barrier. Can't quite make out what it is.
Ferrari, and it's, I think, one of the AF Corsa cars. That doesn't narrow it down much, I know, but
they're all AF Corsa cars, more
at most, yes. Meantime, Sean Walkinshaw tries to make his move through the traffic, sorts out the back marker. Yellow flags then in sector 2. It's number 50 once more. Gary Kondakov has had his second incident of the race and more than that of the weekend. So yellow flags wave, but only a local yellow at the moment. If it becomes more than that, we'll squawk. But for the moment, the car is off in the gravel, and I think Gary Kondakov may well be advised to give that car over to somebody else if it's allowed back into the race, because he's had a fair few moments over the weekend.
Yes, and I mean, he's coming up almost to the area where we'll be stopping anyway for the final pit stop and change of driver. So we're watching Sean. Well, again, his car, as we saw on the other Nissans, there's something just where the air intake on top of the bonnet, there's something that flaps. So on the Sean Walkinshaw car, that's also evidence. I don't know quite what it is they attach or is there, but we've seen it in some of the other Nissans this afternoon.
Now, for a couple of cars that are struggling on fuel, then we're starting to be about 2 laps away from when they might pit. That full course yellow didn't last very long, so it didn't save people too much fuel just a little while ago. And in fact, having said all of that, the leader is in and the second place car is in, so much earlier than anticipated. In comes number 19, Andrew Palmer is in at the end of lap number 60, and 333 Norbert Siedler is in at the end of lap 60. That's not to do with fuel, that's to do with drive time for Renat Salikov. There they both are, look, in the pit lane together.
So Jerome Moule will get into the car for the final stint off the jacks, and the car is now leaving the pit lane. Make sure you push the speed limit button. 50 kilometers per hour until the pit lane exit.
But your own Moule is quick, we know that, so that Lamborghini is still looking very, very well placed.
I would say right now that looks the car that is going to dominate this afternoon's race here at Monza.
Well, they've got to go 65 minutes on a tank of fuel. They should be able to do that without problems.
And how nice to get back onto the circuit just ahead of your sister car.
Yes.
And a reasonable amount of clear air, so fresh tyres, fresh driver, motivation. Sounds good.
Absolutely. Your own Moule was a regular winner in the Blancpain Super Trofeo for the Lamborghinis last year, the One Make series, when it was the Gallardo, and on the back of that he's picked up to go into this proper manufacturer representation in Blancpain this year. More of them about to emerge from the pit lane, including behind the Jürgen Hering Porsche. There you can see Renat Salikov, and we've got one of the Bentleys that's just come into the pit lane as well, and it's 8, which is going to become Andy Soucek for the last stint. There is Renat Salikov. Oh, careful of the white line. Was that a cross?
It was on it, and that will be interpreted by the stewards how they might feel. But I think that was an error. You're not meant to ride it. You're meant to stay inside it.
The argument has always been from race directors, pretend it's a barrier. So if you did that to a barrier, your car would be damaged, wouldn't it? And you'd be out of the race. So yeah, let's wait and see what happens, but I would have said that was the wrong side of the line. There's 11, now into the lead of the race because of those pit stops. Michael Lyons at the wheel, and Michael, who perhaps is another driver that doesn't really get the credit for his proper ability, he's leading the way. Bentley number 8's gone a lap down, but he's ready to rejoin us. In there comes Audi 3, just flashing through the shot. So it's all busy, ready for the last hour of the race.
Yeah, Michael Lyons, I mean, he should be racing at a high level. He does. GT Blancpain does all sorts of stuff, particularly historics. Unfortunately, like a number of young men, he's too tall. That's the worst thing that you could be if you want to have a career in single-seater racing, is to be anything beyond 5'9".
Back on track, Michael is in traffic. He's got the Ian Loggy Audi that's 4th in the AM Trophy ahead of him. Not touched on the AMs for a little while, but this car is 4th there. It's being led by the 111 Kessel Ferrari, the sister car to Michael Lyons' overall leading car, in fact. And number 3 does not look good here. It's been parked next to all the pit garages, and it looks like that's a retirement. Intriguing.
Kelvin van der Linde. Car not even in the garage, just pulled in to the access, which takes you back into the paddock. So that car clearly not doing anything for the remaining part of the day.
And they don't want it in the pit garage because it might get in the way if they have to scurry around on other cars. So it's one of the other benefits of having all of that space. Michael Lyons then, how much longer will he stay out for? I think he might even be in this time. Let's just see. Comes, no, stays out for one more lap at least. When did that car come in originally? It came in at the end of lap 31, so in theory this would have been its in lap 62, but he's going to go further than did Brozniewski. So Michael Lyons doing a good job here, stretching the fuel as well on that car. Alessandro Bonaccini will take it over for the last stint. So Michael Lyons leads the way. It is conceivable that a Pro-Am car could win outright. Matt Griffin has just pitted, by the way, to give way to Duncan Cameron. It would take some bad luck for the Lamborghini, but it is conceivable.
Yes, it is conceivable. It would be bad luck, and I suspect that Michael Lyons is not far from coming back into the pits. There's Matt Griffin, who they both did their pit stops roughly about the same time, so you'd assume that both cars would be probably slightly overlapping in terms of when they come into the pits as the fuel goes in to the car Matt Griffin has just stepped out of. Duncan Cameron, when he's not making money, is a very, very good gentleman driver.
Absolutely right. He's done a lot of miles in a lot of Ferraris over a lot of championships over a lot of years. And he and Matt drove together yesterday at Silverstone, fly in overnight, and Duncan Cameron gets back into the car. So Griff's work here is done. And now all he can do is hope Duncan Cameron brings the car home in a good position. But what we have had over the course of the last half an hour particularly is the Pro-Am cars start to fall down the order a little bit more, and there's far more Pro cars now within the top 20 than we had in that first hour of the race.
Yeah, and that's not unexpected.
No.
And you would expect it to revert even further. I mean, you've got Michael Lyons and Matt Griffin, who are this is the ultimate lead car.
Yeah.
And 19 will continue that position. Oh, and number 6, and that's one of the G2 RDs in Generation 2 that's had a little rotation. Christian
Mamarov.
Yeah. Now that looked to be unassisted. We didn't get the beginning of it.
But he's back on track, back up to speed ahead of Oliver Morley. So makes his way through the Curva Grande, and Michael Lyons is in. So at the end of lap 63, Michael Lyons comes into the pit lane. And that will go to Bonaccini now for the last stint. So Robin Frins, if he stays out for a lap, will cross the timing line next time through in the lead of the race. But drivers are ready at TWRT. There is the Castle pit, Lyons out, Bonaccini in. Robin Frins goes through and now takes over the position in the lead of the race, but he will be in next time, I would imagine. Chiyo up to second, the gap 3.8 seconds between Audi and, wait for it, there, Nissan. And back into the race come the Lamborghinis. The second car's just made it stop. 84 is back into the race now. Mike Parisi at the wheel of it.
Had a bit of a mixed race. That qualifying really was their issue. They never, I think, got up to just about the top 20. And disappointing. HTP have done such a great job in GT racing over many seasons. They love this car, but they're not yet at the level where they can fully exploit the potential that they know is there.
Running in the GT Masters as well, as Michael Lyons has pitted, Andy Merrick has pitted. That's Alessandro Bonaccini on his way back into the race, or the car back into the race. Also in Martin Jensen to give way to Dennis Anderson, so 17 will have a different pace. Now, as we get ready for this last, what have we now got, 58.5 minutes still to go. So there is Bonaccini back on track. But what can be done by anybody about Jeroen Mul? That's the real question, because he will be the race leader once this next round of stops have unravelled. In is Jensen to give way to Dennis Anderson, and look at that, almost contacting the pit lane as Paul Wilson swings in ahead of the BMW from Team Brazil.
Well, by and large, the pit management has been pretty good.
Yeah.
But there's an example of, if it isn't managed, just how hazardous it is. But great, Matt Jensen did a very, very good job in his stint in the Ferrari, and he'll hand over.
So 57 3/4 minutes still to run. Jeroen Mul leads as Robin Frins pits. So in he comes. Even when they've done this pit stop, it's going to be a huge gap between the leading Lamborghini and this Audi. And even allowing for the fact that if this car saved a bit of fuel, they might be able to up the pace, I still think it's going to be too far back. This team needs a safety car now to bring it back into the game.
I think you've got too many ands, ifs and buts. It's just not had the pace, or not shown the pace that we've seen from others, and even with Lawrence Van Thor going to get into that car, there's only so much he's capable of doing, and that's going to be a disappointment. WRT would have thought they were in a very good position, and to be beaten, by a car in its first race in Blancpain Enduro from the same brand, same family, VW owned Lamborghini. That's going to be a tough one, I would have thought, for the Ingolstadt team to deal with.
Well, we're not there yet. We are still 56 minutes away from the end, but at about 8:30 this morning, John and I stood in the pit lane and looked into the garage and said to each other, still think WRT are going to win this. Well, it's been a bit of a surprise outcome, assuming it stays as it is.
There is the lead car, and just driving as if the win is in its hands already.
To use that phrase again about flying under the radar, it does make one wonder that perhaps for the next round the BOP will be different for the Lamborghini, because clearly it has been fleeter than anything around here this weekend.
This is possibly true. We wait to see. And
indeed.
Well, Silverstone will be the next round, and it'll be interesting to see how this car will fare with those very high-speed high downforce corners. The momentum is what gives you speed at Silverstone rather than sheer top speed, and other cars will benefit from the layout of that circuit more than they're doing maybe in this case.
So Jeroen Mul, who we've not seen in this championship before, but we have seen racing in the Lamborghini Blancpain Super Trofeo, he will lead the way. There, 23, Alex Buncombe has now taken that car over. Turning his way up towards the Curva Grande now. So at the end of this next couple of laps, we should have had the next round of stops all cycle through. But number 19, Lamborghini, is back up front. And it's going to be Laurens Vanthoor for second place in the number 1 Audi, but he is 41 seconds, which is about a third of a lap back. And there off the road has been 36, back on again. The Audi bouncing over the curb at the Variante Ascari, rejoins the road. That's the Georges Cabin, Jean-Claude Buffin, Marc Soord Audi from the AM class. But it needs a problem for the Lamborghini now for anybody else to have a chance, because it's just been able to build such a big lead. Possibly helped in part, while again, like last year, in that first hour, all the other cars in the Pro Cup ran together, battled and lost time, and so that's been able to build an advantage.
Yeah, and what it's been able to do, certainly on this last lap, did a 1:49.0, when all around them, Stefano Telli currently in second place was doing a 51.2. So that's 2.2 seconds a lap on that last lap quicker, and that's the metronomic pace that this car has been able to maintain, and it's done it within itself.
Yeah.
It's never looked stretched. It's never looked like it's having to make desperate maneuvers either to defend or to overtake. It's just been literally in a class of its own this afternoon.
Started third on the grid, but I think its pace today has surprised a few people, and the reliability, because traditionally Lamborghinis in the Endurance Series have struggled a little bit. I know this is run by a different team. It's been Reiter in the past that have run the Gallardos, and they've had good and bad days, but this has just been faultless.
Yeah, but this has been actually engineered by the factory.
Indeed.
Rather than by outside provider in the case of Reiter or in the case of Grosser. So this is an in-house product.
But it's a great potential result, this, for the Grasser Racing team. And it's time, I think, we caught up with a bit more news from the pit lane. Let's go and join OJ Borg.
Gernot, there's an hour to go now in this race. Is this the point where, as a team boss, you start getting nervous?
Yeah, sure. I mean, we're doing good, but, you know, an hour is a long time, and now you think about all the little things which could happen in an hour. But we're quite confident. We have a very good pace, so we have a bit of distance on the second now, so it looks quite good for us right now at the moment.
I know our commentary teams have been surprised at how well the Lamborghini has been going. Are you surprised yourself?
Sure, there's a little surprise for us. I mean, we know we had a good pace, and with the BOP, we had to change a lot over the weekend. We have to drive 1 centimeter higher, and we used the free practice a lot to try this out, and it looks like it worked out pretty good for us.
So are you saying that literally the setup of the car is totally new when you turn up at Monza this weekend?
Yes, in all our testing work, we tested something else, and so we had to learn quickly.
So here's the question, reliability. By the end of this race, will you still be in first position?
We hope so.
Thank you very much.
Interesting that the BOP has been changing over the weekend as well.
Oh yes, I mean, just to lose a centimetre of ride height, in other words, the car is raised up. That takes away a proportion, a percentage of the downforce the car is capable of generating. And they have done a pretty impressive job to redial that car in, having come here with something which they were probably feeling very comfortable with. And it doesn't sound an awful lot, but you take that away, which is something you've been accustomed to. It does. If it's not physically, in the case of a driver, it can actually, oh, the car, I can't drive it, it doesn't have any bite, I don't feel the car turning in. They've done a good job, a strong, solid performance, very impressive.
So Jeroen Mul leads in the Lamborghini. Stefano Telli runs second but has to make a stop. Still 35. Edward Sandstrom third but has just pitted. So that means that up into second place is going to come Renat Salikov back at the wheel of 333. We're getting some more drive-throughs, incidentally. 18 is going to be given a drive-through for speeding in the pit lane, which is the Black Falcon car. Its second drive-through of the race, and also 25, which is Fabio Mancini's car, is having a second drama as well, second penalty of the race. So they're quite a long way down, those two. But it's going to be the 333 Ferrari that will be back up into second place once Ortelli has pitted.
There is the sister car to the lead car. Number 63, the Nissan looks to dive up the inside, just about gets it done, forces the Ferrari really over the curbs, and it's had to back out of it, and then suddenly, having run strongly, suddenly finds itself back 3 further places.
So there's still quite a lot to shake out in this next round of stops, but in terms of track position, Laurens Vanthoor has dropped quite a long way back in number 1 after his most recent stop, but we'll get back some of the ground, of course, as others peel off in front of him and pit. But it's the real gap between the leader and any opposition that we need to be monitoring. There is Stefan Ortelli coming towards the end of his stint to put Nico Müller into number 2. Is that going to happen this time as he comes out of the parabolic? Yes, it is. He peels for the pit lane. So in comes Stefan Ortelli.
Again, I mean, so many drivers are clipping the line on the pit lane entrance, but Ortelli, I would think he didn't have much room left, but should be okay.
But once that number 19 Lamborghini had fought its way into the lead early on, once Fabio Babini had hit the front, it's just been unstoppable.
Well, it's had the pace, and they've had 3 consistent drivers, very equally matched in terms of lap time. So as far as they're concerned, it's a good equation.
Absolutely.
But the principle, I think, is that the Lamborghini has shown extraordinary pace, but I'm impressed by its reliability and its consistency. I think the consistency ultimately is where a lot of the paces come from.
Nico Müller gets in, one of the Audi DTM drivers brought into the GT fold for this year. He takes over from Stefan Ortelli, and we look down the pit straight to see what else is happening before the end. Into the last 50 minutes now. The marshals with the blue flags have got RSI. They've been waving them all day virtually because we had so much traffic. Right, number 2 up on the jacks. Tyre change. Yep, they are, yes, just about ready now, but there seemed to be
It seemed to be hesitation. Yeah, there was. That right rear, I don't know whether there was an issue getting a brand new set going on, by the way, to this Audi. Yes, the sticker tyres, yeah. So that's a nice little feeling to have when you get back into the car, and it's going to be Nico Müller behind the wheel to go out with something that's feeling that good when everybody else has maybe had the best of their tyres. Oh, spins it as he leaves the pit lane.
Yeah, for this first weekend in the championship, you get 5 brand new sets of slicks, and then for subsequent ones, you've got 4 new sets you can use, plus a set of used tyres for the weekend as well. So there is Nico Müller joining in the black and red Audi. He dropped down the order, of course, because of this pit stop.
You expect that car, I would get past the Lamborghini and others ahead, because he will have that little bit of advantage with a brand new set of Pirelli rubber, and that is worth a lot in the opening couple of laps until then that tyre begins to settle down to its natural pace.
So briefly, we had Müll from Müller as the top 2, but that'll change at the next sector as number 2 Nico Müller turns his way now out of the second chicane. So Rinat Salikov in number 333 Ferrari is in second place, but the gap first to second is 47.4 seconds, which is getting on for over a third of a lap.
An extremely comfortable advantage. All you need is a safety car or a full course yellow, and you're back to square one. But having said that, you still have to put your money on the Lamborghini, just purely on the strength of the driver lineup.
Yeah, the full course yellow, everybody goes at the same speed straight away.
Yeah,
the safety car, everybody bunches up.
That's right.
So that's what they definitely don't want.
Yeah. No, they want full course. No, safety car. The full course, everybody has to run at a pace.
Correct.
But we have seen a number of drivers not being aware of how quickly they can get caught out when the full course yellow is withdrawn.
But no, from the opposition's point of view, a safety car is just what they need now. But we managed to get through the day with only one use.
Oh, big shot!
But that could be a safety car.
Now that looks like a mechanical failure under braking.
That was a big impact. The McLaren suddenly speared off the road and took the Bentley.
Yeah, absolutely. That was massive. Now, whether he locked a brake, the car just suddenly speared sharply to the right, hit the barrier just before the apex, going into Parabolica. Heavy impact. And of course, the Bentley was just simply in the wrong place at the wrong time. And we would like to have a look again and see what was the cause, just to get a better view of it. Was it a locked rear? But certainly the car travelling straight as it came into the braking zone, then very aggressively veering off to the right.
I think it was 55, Fabien Tuner, who'd already been off once, remember? And that is a very broken McLaren.
Yeah, and he's able to get out of the car under his own steam. That's a heavy impact. He will be winded and
54,
feeling the effect of it. I mean, that's a lot of G-force, but yeah, no, he seems in relative terms fine.
Yeah.
And the car, well, that's not going to do anything. That's look how far the car travelled, and look at the Bentley also now being pulled away, and all the carbon fibre and damage on the racetrack as well.
So the cars are off the road, but there's barrier damage and there's debris all over the road. If anything, we'll bring out a safety car. That is it. Yes, apologies. It's the sister Attempto car, 54. Ronnie Valori at the wheel of it. It's about the only time we've seen the car all day, and sadly it's with a big impact, and one of the Bentleys got wiped out, and we go safety car. Here it is again, John.
Yes, so side by side coming down into the braking zone, the McLaren drifts over to the tail. Did he just overreact, or it's hard to tell. There was anything. I thought maybe there'd been something mechanical, but that just looks like more or less a driver instigated. And once the car started its career towards the barrier, there was very little anything could do about it. There was no contact with the back of the Bentley. The Bentley didn't do anything incorrect, and one might have to say now, looking at that accident, probably driver induced.
As though he got suddenly caught out by how quickly he caught up to the back of the Bentley. And yeah, well, safety car is deployed, so this is what we were talking about but a lap ago, and suddenly things are changing then. So it'll be a good lap or two before things can be sorted out at the Parabolica. As we say, but the cars aren't in that dangerous a place, but it's the barrier damage, if any, and it's certainly all of the bits of bodywork over the road, and so now the gaps are going to be radically changed. But it does depend on which car the safety car picked up. The safety car regulation in Blancpain says it will be scrambled. What it doesn't say is that it must pick up the leader. If the race director feels that back markers should be let through to let the lead car be behind the safety car, that the green lights will go on top of the safety car. That's the message to get through to the drivers. But it does not have to, regulation-wise, pick up the race leader. It has, I think, been able so to do anyhow, because it's got the Lamborghini behind. So wonderful work by the race director and the safety car team to get the right car behind. So problem solved, and straight away, therefore, the gaps will come down. But Rinat Salikov has only just gone across the line, so even though the gaps will come down, there's going to be a huge amount of traffic behind him. This is the replay at full speed once again, and you see Ronnie Valori in the McLaren on the inside. He has a look, so he's obviously hard on the throttle, gets back in. Mike Parisi brakes, and I think that's what caught out Ronnie Valori. He suddenly thought, blimey, that car's slowed. He suddenly jinked out, but in jinking, he lost control, came across the road, took Mike Parisi's Bentley with him, and that was a big, big hit. So the cars make their way under these controlled conditions down to the Parabolica. The good news is that we've seen the two drivers out of the cars, and it was the Yoshiro Mori, Ronnie Valori, Alessandro Balzan McLaren, sad to say, that has suffered the bulk of the damage. And you can see all of those bits of bodywork all over the outside of the road on the runoff area as well. So first of all, the cars need to be taken out of harm's way. If anybody else were to go off and clobber them, that's not good. And then the bits of carbon fibre need to be swept away as well. Wow. Just when we think it's been a pretty clean race, and the sooner we said that, then you have this high drama, and Jeroen Mul will still have a very big advantage. 56 Porsche leading another wave of cars, but he's treating this like a full course yellow rather than getting onto the back of the crocodile. 56, he's going so slowly that he's handicapping all those people behind him. So I think the race director will need to tell 56 to hurry up here, because everybody else is doing what you do. You catch up to the line of cars and hold station. But 56 Porsche, the blue Attempto car, is treating it like a full course yellow and therefore just crawling round.
Well, a lot of work being done on the racetrack to get it prepared, and gravel also. So there's a lot of work to be done. Huge amount of carbon fibre, both in terms of substantial bits and probably a huge number of even smaller razor-like shards, and that's all going to have to take time.
Yeah.
You're going to have to get your, whether they bring out the blower, which you've seen attached to the tractor, or whether that's going to be brushed, but there's a lot of carbon fibre there. Just literally, it's almost like it exploded when it hit the barrier. There are lumps of the bodywork being picked up. It's not those big bits that are the trouble. They are easily seen, but it's this very small razor sharp shards that are the bit that can very quickly cut a tire down. So could be up to 10 minutes behind the safety car.
But there the Porsche of Dimitris Constantinou is going so slowly that he's got all of these cars stacked up behind him. And as I say, I think he's treating this like a full course yellow where you go at the speed, the 80 Ks, but what he isn't doing, he's going at a quicker pace to catch up with the crocodile ahead, so he's handicapping all those behind him. There is the other Attempto Racing McLaren in the pits, the Tune Ramos Armindo car. Miguel Ramos will do the last stint in that. That's the surviving Attempto car. But there's the pesky Porsche crawling around.
Well, that's a bit weird as to why he hasn't got the message. Surely the team must be telling him to pick up the pace. I'm assuming he believes that he can only do 80 kilometers per hour. And of course, there's this half a minute of a gap between the two sections of the train.
But there's the safety car.
Well, it's almost caught up.
I mean, it's ridiculous, isn't it? He's going to start. The safety car is almost having to lap people because of this slow Porsche. Right, OJ's got news from the pits.
I'm down outside the Attempto Racing garage. Obviously, probably understandably, nobody wants to speak to me right now about that crash that just happened. I have asked about. No one seems to know if it was a fault with the car or anything else at the moment. If I do get any news, I'll come straight back to you.
Top man, thank you. I still think, John, looking at the replays that we've had, that Valori was just caught out. He'd been accelerating to try to get past the Bentley, tucked back in behind just as Mike Parisi braked, and it was suddenly a shock, and he tried to steer out and just lost it.
I think that was pretty much the conclusion that we reached, and once he made his manoeuvre, and probably quite an aggressive manoeuvre on the steering wheel, then the car got out of shape, and then once it was out of shape, it was then just following its trajectory, which was pretty quick into the barrier, but there was the hit in the barrier, and then where the car flew across the racetrack, shedding bodywork, and then landing in the gravel trap, the best part of 50 meters away.
But we have a situation here that is not being helped by Dimitris Constantinou in this blue Porsche, because look how slowly he is going.
Well, he's almost coming to a standstill.
Absolutely. I mean, okay, on this section of the circuit, there are all these course vehicles. I can understand you being careful, but he's completely spoilt the race for all those behind because they've lost so much time. And the safety cars had to back off because it can't go at a safe pace to keep the heat in the tyres because of all the traffic ahead. So I know Attempto is a bit busy. They've just had a pit stop from one car. The other one's just been destroyed in a crash. But they do, or somebody needs, to tell that Porsche to either pit or hurry up because it's doing nobody any favours.
Well, how many cars are behind it before you get to the safety car? There's got to be the best part of 18 or so cars. So they need to pick up the pace everywhere but here. But of course, under a full course yellow as well as a safety car.
But look, I mean, it's ludicrous. It is causing major dramas for everybody behind. They're trying to tell him to speed up.
Gotta move on,
exactly.
come on.
Exactly. But the team should be telling him to speed up. This is, I'm afraid, not acceptable at this level, driving like that.
Well, there's now suddenly he's got with the program, he suddenly accelerated hard, and then the whole chain of cars is beginning to pick up pace. You can see how slowly they've been travelling. It is slightly bizarre what we've just been watching.
So all the other teams have gone to the Attempto squad and said, look, can you please tell your man to use his right foot? I know you've been a bit busy and you just had a car eliminated and, but please, you're ruining the race. And so now the message has got through.
I mean, in fairness, it's going to take a couple more laps.
I was going to say, John, sorry, that cars may overtake Porsche 56. Even the race director's had enough of this, so it's on the screen.
Yeah, but the Porsche now has actually picked up the pace. It's now running more at a pace you'd expect it to do. What was the miscommunication between what the pits must have been telling the driver and what the pits didn't understand is probably the reason why the Porsche was running so slowly.
Yeah.
He was probably doing what he thought he had been told in driver's briefing, which was full course yellow, which is what we've got, 80 kilometers per hour.
Indeed, although...
But of course it's overridden by the safety car.
Yeah, but also to play devil's advocate, there's an SC board, which you should be looking at, rather than an FCY. So you've got that car that's finally picked up its pace. There's another Ferrari here, I think the Dragon Speed car that's not exactly a roaring dragon. So Alain Adam, the race director, as if he hadn't got enough to worry about with sorting out the incident at the Parabolica, has now got to make sure that he's got one line of cars, not three at disparate paces, all around the track when we get back to racing.
Yeah, I mean, with the work carried out on the circuit, they'll get back into the line of cars that is being led by the safety car. It's going to take still some time to get this racetrack. I mean, there must be a huge amount of rubbish that has been thrown onto the racetrack, not so far back as the marshals are. They're just telling the drivers
to be slow through this, because there are people walking across the circuit, there are people brushing it, there are people, you can see the tractor there, which was in part used as a snatch vehicle to retrieve the Bentley. And on the back of that vehicle there's a high-speed, high-power blower. But I don't see that being brought into use. Not at this stage, anyway.
And that Ferrari that's lagging back, Elton Julian, who's an experienced driver, so I'm surprised that he isn't getting the message yet as well. But the race director is going to be getting a bit grumpy soon, I think, if people don't hurry up. Because, I mean, look at this, there's another gap. Again, flashing headlights to say to Elton Julian, come on, hurry up. Because what he's doing is bordering on the unsafe, because people are going so slowly, they're losing all the temperature out of their tyres, and on the restart they can't push, and the poor old safety car is having to go slower and slower and slower to try and scoop up everybody, and that compromises everybody behind.
I wouldn't be surprised if the safety car brings that lane of cars back to a halt and let that all catch up.
Yeah, it's an idea. Let's have a quick look at what's been happening thus far in the race. Go back 2.5 hours or so, and this was how they all dived into the first chicane. Thankfully, everybody wriggled through, despite the fact it was a bit touch and go. But we did have this incident out on circuit. It did for the number 12 BMW straight away, and it also put Leo Machitsky's car in the wall on the other side of the track. We had lots of good battling within the top 10 in the early part of the race as the cars powered their way out of the chicane. But then the safety car for one lap to sort out the incident at the Curva Grande. Everybody bunched up. The Team Russia by Barwell BMW headed for the pit lane, and when the cars were released, it was a battle between the 333 Renat Salikov Ferrari and Fabio Babini's Lamborghini for the race lead. Ferrari held sway, but a tiny mistake allowed Babini to nip up the inside and through into a lead that the car has not lost since. We lost the Jaguar early on, I'm afraid, as Gabriele Gardel brought number 14 smokily into the pit lane. On track, Vincent Abril's Bentley was making up ground, and so too was Wolfgang Reip's Nissan in the first hour of the race, working its way through traffic. Martin Plowman pulled a remarkable move, going 3 abreast as they went past the pits, getting ground 2 places, in fact, on the outside line. Dennis Anderson and Martin Jensen's Ferrari was busy squabbling. That had Plowman right up behind, and Marco Bononomi trying to find a way up on the inside as well, but Bononomi then copped a drive-through penalty for overtaking under a yellow, for out of position start, I should say. And then we had this at the chicane when around went Alvaro Parent, getting caught up with the Giovanni Venturini Lamborghini amongst others. Problems with the oil pressure put 22 Nissan out of the race, and a punctured tyre put Miguel Toril into the gravel trap. A puncture also for Adrian Delina, who brought the 52 Ferrari back into the pits after its dramas, and there was more to come as Hubert Haupt was given a bit of a shoulder block coming into the first chicane. At the round of pit stops, the first round of pit stops, number 8 Bentley went the way of Maxime Soulet, and we had this bit of contact. Fabien Tounet walloped by Timur Sadarov. Sadarov got a drive through, and Tounet lost time but got back into the race. Ian Loggy got a bit lost in the gravel, but thankfully had the momentum to come out the other side and carry on. Second round of pit stops. It was hard work for the Lamborghini mechanics as they cycled through Andrew Palmer to give way to Jeroen Mul, but the Lamborghini still looking very strong indeed. Danny Juncadella had done a good job in the first stint in Mercedes 98. He gave way to Indy Doncia. But back on track, the middle stint in number 19 was handled by Jeroen Mul. Matt Griffin, though, was weaving every which way to try and find clear track space to get through the traffic and attack this car, the number 1 Audi, with Robin Frins at the wheel of it. He finally made his move stick going into the first chicane before he had to give up the car back to its owner, Duncan Cameron. Contact as Christian Mamero attacked Sacha Botanin's Audi at the last corner, and number 4 Audi went off into the gravel bed. The leading Lamborghini continued to build its advantage with the number 11 Michael Lyons Ferrari looking good in Pro-Am. 23 Nissan given over to Alex Buncombe for the last stint. Number 2 given to Nico Muller for the last stint. And then the safety car out for the second time after this drama as Ronnie Valori tried to get past Mike Parisi. He slotted back in just as Parisi braked. He jinked out in a bit of a panic to try and avoid him, hit the barrier, bounced across into Mike Parisi's car and eliminated both of them. And so we have this safety car situation coming towards an end, with the marshals having worked very hard indeed. The safety car is in this lap, the green flags are ready, and what's been a rather unsatisfactorily conducted safety car period. We have team managers of pesky Porsches being summoned to race control. It is at an end, and we are back racing with 31 minutes to go. Lamborghini leads and then there's an awful lot of traffic between that car and the second place 333 Ferrari, and also now we don't have that many on the lead lap.
No, and it's perfect for the big lock-up from the Nissan coming into turn one, but it's perfect for the lead Lamborghini. Clear air yet again, and it'll take him probably 5 or 8 laps before he catches up to any of these cars that are currently still filtering their way through onto start-finish straight. And what a messy safety car deployment it was. Not the fault of the safety car, but the fault of some of the drivers, notably our good friend here in the Porsche, who didn't do what he should have been doing. In fairness, he may have been being directed by the pit wall and therefore taking his instructions and doing what he was told.
And that team manager from the Attempto squad has been summoned to see the race director. Number 6 has got a drive-through penalty for speeding in the pit lane. Marcus Winkelhock at the wheel, but it's not for the first time that car's been penalised. Right, half an hour remains of what's been an intriguing race, and it is then Jeroen Mul who leads the way, having taken over from Andrew Palmer, who took over from Fabio Bambini in the lead car. 18 seconds is the advantage, but it's not just 18 seconds in terms of time that he's got over the opposition, because there's all of the traffic as well, as their number 2 Nico Müller rides the curb. That car is in 7th place, but a lap down now. So how many do we have on the lead lap? We've got the leading 6, which includes Bentley number 7 in 6th spot. So Jeroen Mul comes down towards the Parabolica. 2nd place, you're looking for the 333 Ferrari, that is only 1.4 seconds up on Alessandro Bonaccini. So Salikov versus Bonaccini, not just for 2nd overall, but for Pro-Am honours. I think Pro-Am now is, and 2nd place, where the real battle is going to come. And a drive-through penalty for the blue Porsche for not respecting safety car procedure.
I mean,
fair game.
I mean, well, yeah, but I mean, the damage is done. I mean, it's... What does it make a difference? Doesn't make any difference to the position of the Porsche. It means that many other people have been disadvantaged by whatever reasons the Porsche didn't respect the regulations at the point when he should have been maintaining a pace to keep in touch and keep in contact with the safety car.
So Bonaccini is getting closer to that car. That's 2nd, Salikov in number 333. Look for the black and red Ferrari. There it is, Alessandro Bonaccini in 3rd place. So he's got 1 car to get past, a back marker. Then he can think about attacking the green Ferrari. It's the Nissan just up the road, isn't it? The Sean Walkinshaw team car that will have Craig Dolby on board for the last stint. Great to have Craig back in a good European Championship, former hero in Super League racing. But there is 333 Renat Salikov, having taken back over from Norbert Siedler. He's now got to bring it through to the end and working his way up to the Lesmos with Alessandro Bonaccini getting closer, but he's also got to thread his way through the traffic. As way out wide there goes Nikolai Silvest. Up the inside goes Salikov, and Bonaccini is struggling in the traffic here.
And the Nissan makes its way up the inside again, just using the benefit of 2 drivers using a bit of racetrack they both wanted. So opportunism for the Nissan to get through and to follow the Ferrari and pull away, but he's got pressure from behind with the Ferrari that really is looking to make his way into 3rd position, and he's got alongside and he's taken that position, and he's now on the tail of the 2nd place Ferrari.
But the way that Bonaccini is going suggests that a Pro-Am class win could be on the cards here. Is this the highest up the order we will have ever had a Pro-Am winner? I think it will be, to be 2nd place. You've got 1st, 2nd and 3rd in Pro-Am, 2nd, 3rd and 4th overall. 3rd in Pro-Am is Duncan Cameron in 51. As there you can see Craig Dolby swoops through up to 14th now, because he's got past Nikolai Silvest. So while they've been being lapped, they've also been squabbling amongst themselves, and Dolby goes 14th, and he's not finished yet either. 27 minutes to go, but there are more places yet that he could shake out of this.
Yeah, the trouble is the 2 Ferraris ahead of him are ahead of him in position as well as on the road. So Craig Dolby has got to look beyond those 2 Ferraris, and amongst them, these cars will be some of the cars he can gain position with, but again, some of those will be cars he will be lapping himself.
Now this is for 4th place. Ferrari Duncan Cameron, Audi Lawrence Vantor, absolutely side by side past the pits. There's nothing between them at all, and Duncan Cameron is doing a great job here of standing his ground on the inside. To the outside goes Lawrence Vantor as they break, and Vantor will take the position, and right round the outside as well goes the ISR Audi 75. That's on a different lap, so it's trying to get stuck in, but it's not a battle for position. That car's out of the equation here. But great move by Vantor around the outside, and really good defence by Duncan Cameron, who's an AM, don't forget.
Yes, I mean, I think Duncan Campbell did the right thing. He backed off. He did everything he could do to hold the Audi outside going into the corner, but Lawrence Vantor again later on the brakes. Duncan Campbell had to be a little bit careful. So good try, respect.
Yes, indeed. And Frederick Vervisch was in the Audi trying to get stuck in, but he's in 21st place, so becoming a bit of a problem for Duncan Cameron. What have we got further back? Craig Dolby is still on a mission. His next target is Marco Chiocci, but there is Bonacini, look, who is right on the back of Rinat Salikov. This is for second place and for the Pro-Am class lead now as they work their way up towards the Parabolica. So Salikov versus Bonacini. Salikov, in fairness, has done a very good job all weekend. Alessandro Bonacini has taken over the Kessel car from Michael Lyons, who took it over from Michael Proznieski. They've worked really well as a team, and as they come into the Parabolica, there's time left in which Bonacini can take second place. And if anything happens to the leading Lamborghini, it could be a whole different ball game.
Yes, it could, but at the minute the Lamborghini comfortably in the lead, not under any pressure, lapping quicker by almost 2 seconds, or in fact on the last lap by over 2 seconds. But this is the squabble for the second place in the podium. Bonacini pulls out to the right of the racetrack. I'm not quite sure whether he did that just to remind the second place Ferrari, I am here. Didn't achieve anything in terms of rattling.
So you've got Vantor fourth behind them. Duncan Cameron is fifth. Sixth is Stephen Kane, who is closing on the Ferrari. So there are still battles to shake out. Remember, it's only the leading 6 on the lead lap. This is for second place and Pro-Am honours. The two Ferraris so evenly matched, run by different teams, same base car, the 458 Italia. But your own Mull up front now leading by the best part of 24 seconds. So it's his race to lose. There's Michael Lyons on the extreme of the picture watching on.
Well, I think they feel it's going to be their position. It's not a matter of if, a matter of when. And it'll maybe come into effect when these two cars close down the group of cars that are just further about 2.5–3 seconds up the road. And that's where basic racecraft is at its premium.
Bonacini has been stuck there for a couple of laps now. Where does he make the move? Behind there, look, Craig Dolby running now in that 14th place. He's trying to get on terms with Marco Chiocci, but he's ahead of those two Ferraris further up the road. So he kind of needs the quicker Ferraris to work through the traffic before he's got any chance of getting up to his next scalp that he needs to claim. And we have 23.75 minutes of the race to go. As round the Parabolica then comes this battle for second place for the Pro-Am class lead up towards the timing line now with a bit more breathing space actually comes Rinat Salikov. Through he goes and the gap has widened to 0.7 of a second. Michael Lyons is watching on here with perhaps some nervousness. He wants a class win if he can get it. The car is second in class. Let's hear from Michael. He's with OJ Borg.
I'm in the Kessel Racing Garage right now with Michael Lyons. There's been a lot of cheers going on here. You're a very happy team at the moment.
No, it's fantastic. I'm glad I got up here this morning. We sort of a late flight last night, but we're right in the fight. I've got all faith in Alessandro, fingers crossed. We're very close.
How nerve-wracking was it knowing that you didn't drive any of the free practice yesterday, turned up today to race on a track you might not have raced that much in the past?
It's not too worrying. I have a lot of faith in these guys. It's a very, very good team, and my teammates do a mega job. As we can see right now, we're fighting for the lead in Pro-Am, second and third overall, so it's mega.
Good luck.
Thanks.
Can't argue with that. Mega. He summed it up.
He's stoked, I tell you. Now here's the best chance Bonacini's got. The Salikov Ferrari being slightly held up as it came through NISMO 2, so 3 of these 458s in line. Look for a move down the inside. And Salikov goes to take the line, gets past, as does. Yeah, both Ferraris get through cleanly, so Bonacini likewise slips through. Bonacini thought he had a chance to make a maneuver, but unfortunately it was had to be held back till that pass was executed.
So second and third, but in traffic. So Salikov now has a really tough call because he's trying to get through the traffic, but he can't for a moment take his eyes off that mirror and see where number 11 Alessandro Bonacini is behind him. And we have news that Stephen Kane has had a spin at turn 4. Car 7 spun and rejoined, so Stephen Kane apparently has been off the road and back on again, but that will cost him time relative to Duncan Cameron. As across the line now goes Bonacini. And again in a straight line, yeah, drops back.
In fact, he's also going to be caught almost by the car, the Ferrari that they had overtaken. Now, is there a problem for Bonacini's car that suddenly it just appears to have lost pace in this last lap?
Keeping an eye to it as he goes out of the chicane. The frustration now is that, again, he's lost out a bit because into the traffic has plunged Rinat Salikov, so he's being able to work his way through the slower cars and still trying to catch up to them is Bonacini as they come into the second chicane. There is Salikov, the green Ferrari is second. Meantime, Jeroen Mull is just clearing off into the distance in this dominant Lamborghini. We've never said that before in Blancpain Endurance, but it's happening today.
So where has Bonacini gone? He looks like he's dropped right back from this group of cars. We thought it looked slow as he came through the last lap, but suddenly not even envisioned as they went through the first of the NISMOs.
Yes, he was over a second slower in the first sector. And what has happened to him? Because he has yet to appear.
He lost pace. You could see he lost pace. He lost it on the straight, and then all through that sequence of first 2-3 turns, 2-3 chicanes.
But he's lost another second in the middle sector alone. So this lap is falling apart for him here. There is contact between Stephen Kane and the 111 Ferrari under investigation.
That was at turn 4, no doubt.
Indeed. So it may not have necessarily been Stephen's fault that he went off the road. But look, there is treble 3, and in the background, the very background now, is Bonacini, who must have a problem.
He has a problem. He's going to come into the pits, I suspect. If he manages to get through without contact, there's something clearly has happened to the Ferrari. I mean, you can see its exit speed is nowhere near the pace that it had enjoyed in earlier laps. And is he's staying out on track? It's strange. There's nothing indicating the car as to why. There's nothing as far as a tire going down that we can tell. Something has obviously had an effect on the pace of that car. And the joy that we were seeing in the Kessel pits a few minutes ago, suddenly deep concern on the faces of everybody.
OJ, we need you back there, please, to go and find out now what's happened. Could it be stuck in gear or something like that? Because it's certainly a lack of pace.
Oh, certainly the pace has gone totally.
Yeah. Now, OJ, what news?
Well, I'm down in the Kessel Racing garage right now. I've just tried to talk to a couple of the mechanics. No one will talk to me. There is despair on some of the faces around. I'm going to try talking to Michael Lyons. No, they will tell me. I don't expect you can tell me what's happening with that car, can you?
I'm not at the minute, no, sorry. I'm not sure. I think doesn't seem too bad. The sector times are starting to come back, so fingers crossed it's okay.
Well, they're saying the sector times are coming back, so it's probably just a problem that might clear. I'll keep down here and see if I can get any more information.
Top man, thanks OJ, good luck, keep persevering for us, because that has really changed from being nose to tail to 6 seconds in one lap job.
Yeah, I mean, there clearly was a problem. We picked that up at the point where the gaps started to open up. We saw them a pit straight, but
the sector times are not coming back.
No, you can see
4 seconds, 4 seconds in one sector.
There's something clearly wrong with the car. You can see its speed on this part of the racetrack is substantially lower than it would have been on previous laps. And now it's just dropping further back. So the sounds were Bonacini. Well, it's difficult to second guess what the problem might be, but very often these complicated cars could be something electrical. It could be something we could just second guessing what it is.
But what we can for sure say is that car is in danger of losing its third place to this Audi, because here comes now number 1 Laurens Vanthoor, and so that car is about to buy into another position. So for the podium, for the overall podium, number 1 is heading 77 BMW Sports Team Trophy Brazil Z4 of Brito Abreu and Sparafico. Pit stops under investigation, and a drive-through penalty for the number 111 Liam Talbot driven Ferrari for causing a collision which involved Stephen Kane. Right, what is the lap time from Bonacini? It's a 1:59. The man he's racing against has done a 1:50, so 9 seconds lost on one lap alone.
Unfortunately, their race and their podium prospects are vanishing very rapidly indeed. We've only got 17 minutes of the race remaining, and that is really a disappointment for a team that was so confident they were going to take the second spot on the podium and be the winner of the Pro-Am category. So Kessel Racing have had to reassess their whole situation. Car might finish, and it might finish in the top 6. There are points to be picked up, so that's why the car is staying on track with these few minutes of the race remaining. But clearly disappointment. Great stint, particularly by Michael Lyons and also by Bonacini. There you see him really struggling amongst cars that are now all over him, trying to avoid running into him. So such as the slow pace of the car that was potentially a second place finisher.
And he's about to lose third place, because there's Laurens Vanthoor as he comes up. I was wondering earlier whether it was stuck in gear.
Yeah, but it could be something like that.
Yeah.
It's hard to judge it again. We're just trying to second guess. We can't really hear the engine.
You saw Duncan Cameron in the white bonneted Ferrari in the background, the white fronted car there, so there's another place to be lost. Wonder how OJ's getting on in managing to get answers out of people. So it's clearly a big concern for the Kessel Racing team. It's a good team, but it does occasionally have these little dramas, sometimes reliability. Remember at Paul Ricard, they lost races because of pit stop infringements. And it's a little bit squirrely going into the parabolic.
Just as he got on the brakes, the car just didn't look stable as it had previously been. That wouldn't be a reason why the car should suddenly lose so many seconds per lap. The last lap, 1 minute 59, comes across the line. Last lap 50. Well, this lap he's just completed 1:58.
But he's lost the place. Look, there goes
just
Cameron.
losing places hand over fist.
As you say, he's staying out there to try and salvage points at the end, but he's still got 15 minutes to go. But the car's not getting worse, it's just not as quick as it was. It's not getting slower and slower and slower, it's just hit a slower buffer now.
10 seconds a lap off the pace.
Yeah. Now, OJ, have you got the answer for us?
Well, apparently, I've just spoken to the team principal. They say it's a temperature problem, so slowing down, they think they might be able to cool it down and get it back up to race pace. They think it is fixable.
Okay, so temperature.
Yeah, but I mean, a temperature problem doesn't suddenly just give a spike of temperature. Normally it would be temperature rising over a period of laps. It suddenly appeared to have a major effect on the car. Maybe it was a water temperature problem that just appeared, but whatever it is, they're having to run so much more slowly. They've probably dropped off the RPM from whatever 9,500 that they might run to.
Can running behind a safety car at a slower speed with a lack of cool air do anything like that to make things get hot?
It can contribute, but because the engines are being run at such low RPM, they're not really generating the heat that they would do running at race pace. So I wouldn't have thought that was I think it's just it could be something that's a big lump of whatever, maybe just got into an air intake, and it's just suddenly the air going through the radiators, and there's doesn't appear to be a huge amount of rubber around the racetrack, but it's hard to tell until the car gets back into the pits and we get an explanation.
Indeed so, and that's another 14 minutes away. Meantime, eulogise about Lamborghini, because this has just been the most stunning debut in a GT3 Blancpain Endurance Series race for the Huracan. It is dominant by half a minute now.
And I should imagine that the paddock is in shock.
Yes.
I would think that there'll be people saying BOP, and as you pointed out, maybe at Silverstone the pace will be reined in, but in fairness, the team had to take some BOP adjustments. The ride height was raised. That has a significant bearing on the overall handling of a car as to well, Bentley just has to cut across. Not quite sure that was the reason why, but no, it'll be an interesting prospect to see how, when Blancpain visits Silverstone in May, where relative to other teams the Lamborghini will be.
The Audi you just saw, the blue and white one, is now Eduardo Mortara, former Macau Grand Prix race winner and the GT race winner at Macau as well in years past. He's up now into 10th place and going after Andy Soucek in the number 8 Bentley, and the team manager of the 888 BMW is now being summoned to the race director. That's a long way down, I'm afraid, that car, with co-owner Lee Mole at the wheel of it now in 45th, but there might be another story to tell there. Right, so for now, 9th place, Andy Soucek, Bentley versus Edo Mortara, DTM racer in the Audi. Those two nose to tail, another good little fight building up there.
Yes, and Andy Soucek will be, he's got his indicator going there, in fact indicating he's going to go left, but that's just a bit of distraction. Nevertheless, we'll see whether the Audi has got anything left. With 12.5 minutes of this race remaining to run down Andy Soucek, take a place normally I would have thought would be difficult. And all you can hope for in the case of the Mortara Audi is that, again, back markers coming into play, but with Andy Soucek, he's pretty canny and experienced and unlikely to sucker for that. But there are slower cars ahead, and you can see the Audi's close right down, in fact bumps into the back of the Bentley as they come through the exit of turn 2 at the first chicane.
And they've got the Ferrari there riding shotgun. Is that Marco Chiocci's car? Because if it is 53, then that is in a genuine position in 11th spot. It's being driven like Marco Chiocci drives a Ferrari, as in on the absolute limit, and he goes one side and he goes the other, and there goes up the inside Mortara. Oh, there's contact, and he gets up the escape road, and so does Soucek, gets back on, but the Audi just about makes that stick. Chiocci in the Ferrari tries to split them. He's up the inside of Andy Soucek, can't do it, so the Audi scrabbles past. Here comes Chiocci now to get the inside line as well as they head towards the second NISMO, but Andy Soucek repels that challenge as well. Even with 11 minutes to go, he's still frantic out there. Edo Mortara then up into 9th place, and side by side for 10th. Chiocci goes through. Marco Chiocci, another driver in the Pro-Am class, moves through up into now 10th place overall. So Souček losing 2 spots on this lap. He's also been lapped by Renat Salikov as well, because he now moves through on track. So they're the green Ferrari running second, the best part of half a lap back now on the leader. And we've got just 11 minutes to go, but Salikov in turn is well clear by 18.5 seconds, give or take, from Lawrence Vantor. So things up front may have become a bit calmer, but lower down the top 10, it's still absolutely fierce.
Yeah, and there's places to be won and opportunities to be taken. And when you get a group of cars like this is the time when everybody thinks that that's how they can make their progress.
So there goes Chiocci, who's up into 10th. Mortara ahead of him, up into 9th on that lap. Down to 11th then goes Andy Souček. 10.5 minutes of the race remain. And it's almost like the first lap again, isn't it? Look at this long line virtually filling the pit straight.
Well, we had 58, 59 cars start the race. We've probably got the best part of 50 of them still running.
Yes, we haven't lost that many relatively. There is Craig Dolby running in 13th place. And he's going after that Mercedes that's just ahead. Look, the white and yellow car, which has had a drive-through earlier on when Steph Dusseldorp drove. Nico Bastien is now behind the wheel of it, but there's another place to be gained yet by Craig Dolby.
Yeah, and it's a viable position that he can have a look at as we see the lead car.
Now Bonaccini has gone down a lap in number 11, lapped by this car. Andrew Palmer was the man who did the middle stint in the leading Lambo, and he's with OJ Borg.
Andrew Palmer, 10 minutes to go. When you're part of a team in a car, this must be the worst point, knowing that your car's in the lead.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you work all race to get to here. When you're finally out leading, it's all nerves. You know, we're sitting comfortable, but you never know what can happen to the car. I'm confident in the guys at Gassner and Lamborghini that they prepared it, you know, to the utmost ability. So we're just sitting pretty. Hopefully we'll keep on the dance floor and bring home a win.
When you are the driver back in the pits, do you catch yourself checking telemetry just to see if there's any little problems?
Yeah, I mean, you're glued to the monitors, you're glued to your race engineer. I try not to leave too much because I always fear that you're going to come back and there's going to be a crash. So no, I'm just hats off to these guys. It's been a great weekend so far. Hopefully we can still close out with the win.
Well, it's your first Blancpain race in the Endurance Series. What would it mean to get that win in your first ever race?
I mean, so much. This year started out great for me. We won the 24 Hours of Daytona and the 12 Hours of Sebring. To come here and win on my debut in Blancpain would just, you know, put the, I don't know, it's speechless really.
And you've driven a lot over in America. What's the difference driving somewhere like Monza?
There's so much history, you know, coming in the front gates this morning was a little bit overwhelming, but at the end of the day, it's a job to do, and it's the same here and there. The driving styles are a bit different, but I grew up karting a bit in Europe, so it's good to be back.
9 minutes to go. You could be on the gantry above you in 9 minutes' time.
Hopefully so.
Good luck.
Very much.
So Andrew Palmer looking to continue what's been an amazing start to his season, as you've just heard, and he's now got 8 minutes before he can go up onto that podium, all being well, and there's absolutely nothing to suggest that it won't be. And as I say, over the years, we've watched the Reiter Lamborghinis have pace but have problems, but here, out of a different team, I know Grasser is experienced, having run in the Super Trofeo, having run in the Sprint Series in the past as well, but coming into Blancpain, which is competitive and with a new car as well, and it's just been so far the most perfect debut. So the car in the hands now of your own Mull, accelerating its way up towards the end of the lap. This is the end of lap 88, a race with 2 safety car periods, the most recent coming with 45 minutes of the race to go, but hopefully we're going to be clear all the way through to the end now as through goes Jero Mull. But there's absolutely nobody looking as though they might be able to touch him because he's about half a lap ahead of everybody else. We've had a drive-through penalty for Lee Mole. The 888 car has been penalised for not respecting the pit stop procedure. But no dramas of any sort for the leading Lamborghini that powers its way through. This is the second place car, but significantly it is the Pro-Am leading car as well, 333 with Renat Salikov at the wheel. And it is going to have a very encouraging class victory if things stay as they are from the Ferrari of Duncan Cameron. And Alessandro Bonaccini is still circulating, albeit 6th overall, but still hanging on in there for 3rd in class. And that really is what the Kessel Racing team now must hope for, that they can hang on to a podium finish. At the risk of sounding like a stuck record, the number 63 Lamborghini has got a drive-through penalty for a pit stop infringement. It's not for the first time that car has been in. 63 is run by the same team as the leader, but that has had all the strife, whereas number 19 has been absolutely faultless. And apparently the reason that the 888 car, I mentioned it, had got a drive through, it was for using the fuel rig from another team rather than its own. It was that from another squad, is the information we've been given from race control. So confusion perhaps, but or a fault with the team's original rig, but either way they shouldn't have done that, and so a drive-through penalty going for 888. Been a tough day actually for the 888 BMW, down as it is in 45th place, but time lost early on. But again, BMWs round here have never been the fastest of cars, and year after year after year the BMW teams arrive feeling a bit beaten up before they even go on track for the first time. So Lamborghini leads Ferrari, leads Audi. So Laurens Vanthoor is up into 3rd place. Can he do anything about 2nd before the end? Still quite a big gap, 16.5 seconds. He's lapping faster, but not fast enough relative to Rinat Salikov. So there's no chance, I don't think, unless people hit problems right at the very end, for Vanthoor to get 2nd place, but he will get 2nd in the Pro Cup, and therefore the points for that. Over the timing line comes the leader, and it was the 888 fuel rig that failed. HTP offered 888 theirs after the car was taken out, so it wasn't a mistake, it was a problem with 888's rig generosity on the part of HTP, but I'm afraid it all adds up to not a great day in Italy for 888, but the team confirming what we were suggesting, as in it was a fault with their rig, not a mistake, far from it, because 888 is a very professional team, perish the thought. 4.5 minutes to go. There's number 1, it is Laurens Vanthoor at the wheel. And that car powers its way out of the chicane now with 15.3 seconds to make up against Rinat Salikov. Can't be done. Can't be done unless the Ferrari has a problem. But 2nd place in the Pro Cup here for Vanthoor is the aim. And it's going to be a real mixed podium because of having pros and pro-ams split across the top 3. The AM category we've not talked about for a while, but despite a recent penalty, the Kessel Racing car of Liam Talbot, Steve Earle and Marco Zanottini is still leading the way in the AM class. Laurens Vanthoor, meantime, works his way out of the first Lesmo bend, heading for 3rd place overall here. The Audi has never looked quite the fastest car on track all day, and it's going to get a good points finish, but it's kind of done that by clever strategy rather than pure pace. There's a 5-second time penalty going to the number 100 Ferrari, Elton Julian at the wheel of it, for not respecting the track limits at turn 4, which is up at the chicane, the 2nd chicane. And there is number 10 Ferrari, working its way up through the Lesmo bends. That's in 23rd place at the moment, number 10. Now, meantime, you've got still Marco Chiocci pounding on in his Ferrari. You've got there 111 looking good in Pro-Am. And just 2 3/4 minutes of this race remain. That's how the AM Cup stands. 111, that's the car with the Australian, Liam Talbot at the wheel. He leads the way. First time he's raced at Monza. Only took up racing in his early 30s, but has done quite a lot down under in things like the Lotus Championship and Radicals, and then in Europe in the VLN, regular in the Nürburgring 24 Hours. 2nd in the AM competition is the number 16 Ferrari of Fabien Barthez and Anthony Pons. And then the 3rd AM class car is 25, which has had Rino Mastronardi, Andre Berzin and Fabio Mancini doing the driving. So the race leaders working lap 91 as the car comes up over the line onto lap 92, and it's going to be this and one more, so 2 more laps for the leading, dare one say dominant Lamborghini. I think we expected the car to be there or thereabouts, but not to be a winner, and certainly not to be a dominant race winner. It's just Lap Bonacini, you'll notice in the background, in the Kessel Ferrari, that is actually improving its lap times a bit. That did a 56 last time, whereas it had done a 59 and slowed right down. So 3rd in class still looks as though it's on for that car, albeit not by the same pace as it had about 45 minutes ago. But number 19, Jeroen Mul, the Dutchman, who was rather overshadowed when he had his year in the Porsche Super Cup, was one of the real finds last year of the Lamborghini Blancpain Super Trofeo. And here he comes into the Blancpain Endurance Series and looks very impressive indeed. Turns his way up towards NISMO 2. Fabio Babini did a lot of the hard work early doors. Andrew Palmer did a very good middle stint given his lack of knowledge of racing at Monza. And here you've got your own Mul doing driving chores in the final third of the race and doing a very good job indeed. He works his way now down into the Variante Ascari, the Austrian team running the Italian car. It's going to be great for the home fans, even though Ferrari's rather dominated early on. Other manufacturers are talking about a Ferrari whitewash. Well, ultimately it's Lamborghini that's going to paint the town red, because the Huracan, in its first race in the Blancpain Endurance Series, has made quite an impact. 22 seconds to go. He could actually back it right off and crawl to the checkered flag from here and not have to worry about another lap of fuel. But I don't think Jeroen Mul is in a mind to slow down. So for the sake of 12 seconds or so, he's going to go through and do one more lap. Now, what does he miss it by? 8 seconds onto his last lap. With a 34-second advantage, you could have slowed right down and taken that as the checkered flag. But instead, it's going to be one more lap for the race-leading Lamborghini. So Jeroen Mul turns his way then now up towards the Curva Grande, heading up towards the second chicane. Behind him, Rinat Salikov set for second place. I don't think, much as we didn't expect the Lamborghini to win, we didn't expect Salikov and Seidler, A, to win Pro-Am, and B, to be second overall. It's an exceptional result, and that will be the best finish from a Pro-Am team in Blancpain's history, because normally you've got so many Pro Cup cars up there that they lock out the leading slot. And it's quirky, isn't it, that pre-race we talked about how there were 23 Pro Cup cars. The class had a resurgence. But round here, the Pro-Am Ferraris, of which there are many, driven well, have been fleeter than some of the Pro cars with the balanced performance the way it works, and so that's why you have that car up in a second spot. Jeroen Mul sets off down for the last half of the last lap. This will be lap 93, and the Huracan turning its way down to the Variante Ascari for the last time. The Gassner racing team, Gottfried Grasser's squad, with success last year in the Blancpain Sprint Series, coming into the Endurance Series this year to run these cars for Lamborghini and to put one over on fellow stablemate Audi. First time out is going to be quite a scalp. Fabio Babini looks on, looks happy. A nervous Andrew Palmer looks on, can't quite believe his luck, I don't think, because here, with a corner to go, up towards the timing line, and how's this? The perfect photo finish. The two cars have got themselves together, 63, the sister car behind. It is a win for Lamborghini in the Blancpain Endurance Series. A first outright win. Jeroen Mul scores victory along with Fabio Babini and Andrew Palmer. The Huracan has hit town. It is a win for the GRT Gassner racing team. Alessandro Bonaccini in the background has finished and chucks the car into a little weave as he comes across the line. He comes home in the end in 7th place, but still 3rd in class. And there is the car that's going to finish in 2nd spot to win Pro-Am as well. Number 333, Rinat Salikov and Norbert Seidler will come home to hang on to the place ahead of Laurens Vanthoor in the number 1 Audi. Stephen Kane's Bentley comes towards the line heading for 5th place, but there is Vanthoor set for 3rd in the car that he shares with Jean-Carl Vernet and with Robin Frins, and 3rd is 2nd in class. I think the team will take that, given that they were always a bit concerned about fuel, and so a good result in the long run with a bit of fuel saving and doing the best on the strategy. 4th has come home Duncan Cameron and Matt Griffin to be 2nd within Pro-Am, and 3rd in Pro-Am already home Bonaccini and Lyons and Brozniewski. And what about the AMs? Liam Talbot is not yet home, but will be to win the class from 16 Anthony Pons and 25 Fabio Mancini. So the checkered flag waved. There's quite a bit of unravelling of 1 or 2 cars races to be done afterwards, and I think the race director will have a long list of people and teams that he wishes to talk to either before they go home or at Silverstone for the next round of the Blancpain Endurance Series. But there, 3 hours of racing, but a dominant victory. In the end, 37 seconds was the winning margin, and that Lamborghini has surprised just about everybody with its reliability, with its pace, and with its remarkably dominant win here. There, the number 2 Audi, the new Audi. Nico Müller, Stefan Ortelli and Frank Stippler coming home in 6th place. And you can expect that car to be quicker again at Silverstone, quicker again at Paul Ricard, where we go for the 6-hour race this year, the 1000 Ks, and then at Spa for the 24 hours. Don't come down the pit lane, say the officials. Go past the pits, take the flag. Don't think number 2 had, well, yeah, the timing screen says it had taken the flag, but just to be on the safe side, the car is allowed through once more. I think it was so close to the race leader, it was debatable as to whether it had actually crossed the timing line before the winning Lamborghini or not. But anyway, it is allowed through, and so Nico Müller crosses the line, and it's very rare that you find the officials telling you not to come into the pit lane when the checkered flag is out, but good of SRO to make sure that there was no debate as to whether number 2 had taken the flag and therefore couldn't be classified. So Nico Müller 6th. But there's the car of the day, the Lamborghini Huracan 63, the sister car of Venturini, Zaug and of Mirko Bortolotti. Bought itself a gold card for the pit lane, so many penalties did it have, and it made 5 pit stops if you factor in all the drive-throughs as well as the 2 mandatory pit stops that it had. But the Grasser Racing team has got a lot to celebrate, because we have the drivers making their way down the pit lane. Oh, I see. If you've taken, if you're needed for the podium park fair, mate, you go in the pit lane. If you're not, then you go down the track pit park fair, mate. There you can see it. So Nico Müller didn't get to that. He was waved through and there was nobody to receive him. But anyway, in the pit lane is the podium park fair, mate, and then park fair, mate, for everybody else is on the track. Why not the pit lane? Because there isn't the room, because everybody has made their way up to the top end of the pit lane. And what a reception for Jeroen Müller. Wonderful first outing for the Huracan, and the Grasser Racing team take as much credit as Lamborghini's technical team as well. So let's hear from some of the drivers in a moment, I think, because John Watson is there, poised, ready, and Jeroen Müller isn't for talking, he's for celebrating at the moment, but we'll get him. There's Fabio Babini on the wrong side at the moment of the barrier, but as soon as we can round up drivers, we'll hear from them. And how about that for a sight on the track as well, as the secondary Parc Fermé takes up its formation now. The Blancpain podium over the pit lane there, and there's Jeroen Müller. John's going to wade in and have a word, so Jeroen Müller is there, and John Watson's ready to have a word.
Jerome, when you get your helmet off, Gottfried Grasser, what a fantastic result for you and for the brand new Lamborghini Huracan.
It's a fairy tale. Can't say it's more than a fairy tale. And we did not believe after the change of the BOP 1 centimeter going higher, all the aerodynamic, what we learned was gone. We learned, improved from every training to training. We're going through from place 32 or something in free practice now to P1. It's all my guys here did this job.
Well, so I think all your drivers were outstanding. Jeroen Müller is completely. Andrew, come here, guys. Jeroen, come here. What is it? Yeah. You led the race from the lights going out. The car was fantastic, and it was fantastic to the last lap.
Fantastic. First, the debut of the Lamborghini Huracan is fantastic for the team. All the Lamborghini group working for the project is fantastic to win the first race. The beginning is not easy with more cars start. The first chicane in Monza is very difficult, but improve good. The young driver is faster and follow me and follow you. I think is good. Thank you for all the team, Grasser and all the guys.
Andrew Palmer, you're the middle stint.
Jeroen Müller.
Jeroen Müller, beg your pardon. You're both looking the same. Jeroen, you finished the race. What does it feel like? I mean, you've won a race in the first time a car on the racetrack.
It's absolutely incredible. I heard Giorgio Sana, our sweater course director, just say in Italian to Maurizio Reggiani, we just wrote history, and we absolutely did that. It's the first race for Lamborghini with a factory built car, and to win it here in the home race in Monza is absolutely absolutely undescribable.
All right, I got it right this time. Andrew, you did the middle stint. Great job as well. Big deal in GT3 racing.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is the perfect start to the year. To come here and win on the debut for my Blancpain GT series, it's I'm speechless, really. Both these guys drove so well. The team, Gassner, did a fantastic job preparing the car. I can't thank everyone enough.
Thank you, guys. Fabio, the car looked just perfect from start to finish. Did you have any problems at all?
Is a good job for all the guys because it's building the car in 20 days. It was a very important job for all the Gassner, all the Lamborghini, all the people working around the Lamborghini group, and it's fantastic because the car running is good job, good start, and now is a leader for maybe 40 delay for the championship is very important starting. Thank you.
Well done. Maurizio,
yeah.
What are your thoughts? Are you just knackered?
Let me say, I must say thank you to the company, thank you to Giorgio, because he was the father of the car, of the program, and I think today we really write a page of the story of Lamborghini. It's the first time that we approach to race, and to be here in the first place, I think, is a dream for everybody. From the presidents, Mr. Winkelmann, until the last employee of Lamborghini is like to dream in the future.
But winning in a Lamborghini at Monza, the home of your competition.
Let me say, we are Italian, we are proud to be Italian, and to win in Monza with an international team where we have our partner that is came from Hestrake, we have Dutch people, we have American people, we have Italian people, we have people from every side of the world, but everybody is linked to Lamborghini, and this is important for an international company like us.
Well done, many congratulations.
Grazie.
So very, very happy scenes down in Parc Fermé. That's just the winning team. Giorgio Sana is there as well, racer as well as technical director of the team, and everybody can take credit from what has been a real remarkable result. We know Lamborghinis are quick, but they've proved to be fragile in the past, but today no such dramas, and a race win by 37 seconds in the end for Jeroen Mul, Andrew Palmer and Fabio Babini. It's good to have Fabio winning again in top line GT racing. He's fallen off the radar a bit in recent years, but he's back and back with a vengeance. And defeating the Audi of Laurens Vanthoor, Jean-Carl Vernet and Robin Frins for second in the Pro Cup, that car. And then third in Pro was the Bentley, Andy Merrick, Stephen Kane and Guy Smith being the drivers. So let's have a look at the way that the results were after 93 laps of racing. The GRT Gressa Racing Team Lamborghini Huracan of Jeroen Mul, Andrew Palmer and Fabio Babini victorious, ahead of the Rinaldi Racing Ferrari of Norbert Siedler and Renat Salakoff, and then third Jean-Carl Vernet along with Robin Frins and Laurens Vanthoor in the Audi run by the Belgian Audi Club Team WRT. Duncan Cameron and Matt Griffin fourth, Stephen Kane, Andy Merrick, Guy Smith in fifth, and Nico Muller, Stefan Ortelli and Frank Stippler taking sixth, ahead of the troubled Bonaccini Lions and Brozniewski Ferrari that ended up seventh. Eighth, Chiyo, Reip, Buncombe in the Nissan. Ninth, the Santilok Audi, and rounding out the top 10, 53 Ferrari and Marco Ciocci in the last stint of AF Corsa, ahead of the best Mercedes, and then the Nissan, Craig Dolby bringing it home in 12th from MRS GT. The second M Sport Bentley coming home 13th. The Insight Racing Ferrari of Anderson and Jensen 14th, ahead of the 98 Mercedes. The best McLaren only 16th, the Von Ryan car of Rob Bell and Shane van Gisbergen with 71. The GT Russian team, the Audi car with Bernd Schneider at the wheel of its 17th. The best of the Brazilian BMs was 18th, and scroll right down to 22nd, and you get back to Ferrari. But 24th is where you have the winning car from the AM category, formerly the Gentleman Trophy, now the AM category, the Kessel Racing car in the hands of Steve Earle, along with Liam Talbot and Marco Zannottini. And keep on going down, and you see the other Lamborghini only 25th after its multitude of pit stops and dramas. Von Ryan Racing's second McLaren coming home in 26th place. The second of the BMW Sports Trophy Team Brazil entries 32nd. And Curia Kos having had a fairly subdued day, but again it's on a BMW circuit, 34th. And after 36th place out of the 58 that started, you get into those that had problems. You can see the number of laps lost there. 888 we know about because of its fuel rig dramas. We know about 84, wiped out at the very end by the 54 McLaren. The Bentley hit by the Attempto racing car after it made that mistake in the hands of Ronnie Valeri going into the Parabolica, and Ronnie Valori bouncing off the barriers and taking that car off with him. Number 3 retired into the pit lane. 78 went off on the first lap and never really recovered from that. The Delahaye Racing Porsche was a casualty. Many others as well. Oil pressure for the 22 Nissan. Gravel trap for 15 BMW. Lots of steam and smoke for the Jaguar of Emile Frey, and the gravel at turn 2 for the TDS Racing BMW. A car that didn't run at all yesterday. Everybody got here today to drive it, and it only did 2 corners. All that effort for nothing. So in the shadow of the Monza banking, the winning drivers will be making their way soon up towards the podium. And the photographers gathering on the podium. The Parc Fermé on track there is now just about filled, and the cars that aren't required, either those that have retired or those that have finished in the top 3 or as class winners, now make their way to the Parc Fermé at the foot of the podium. So I think we're almost ready to go. And of course there are podiums per class here as well. So we get ready, all the drivers, and of course it's not the work of the moment when you've got, in most cases, 3 drivers a car, 3 classes, and you need to get them all up to the end of the pit lane ready for this podium ceremony. It does take a little bit of orchestrating, let's put it that way. And the AM category has had some tremendous racing throughout the course of the last 3 hours, and those drivers will make their way to the podium shortly as well. Let's just confirm how the AM class looked. A win for 111. Steve Earle along with Marco Zanutini and Liam Talbot, the drivers. Behind in 16, that was Anthony Pons and Fabian Barthez. And then 25 is yet another of the Ferraris, this from the Glorax racing team of Rino Mastronardi, Andre Berzin and Fabio Mancini. After that, Team Parker Racing missing out on a podium finish. Ian Loggy and Julian Westwood taking 4th. AF Corsa's 49 entry, coming home in 5th spot. The car with Yannick Malagol, Howard Blanc and Jean-Marc Bachelier at the wheel. And 6th, the Porsche that Attempto ran for Jürgen Hering, Dimitris Constantinou and Frank Schmickler. And that was a car that, of course, brought attention to itself under that final safety car period. The team did cop a rap on the knuckles from the race director because it wasn't maintaining pace, but a lesson learned for a team new to endurance racing at this level. So the podium is dressed. The drivers will be ready to go there shortly. Trophies getting ready. The winning representatives from the teams will be up there as well. And as soon as possible, we'll get this first podium underway. While the podium gets ready, let's just remind ourselves on how we got to the end result with drama early on as the cars fought their way through the chicane. Off into the gravel went the number 12 BMW with a bit of an assist. Also involved in that was the Team Russia BMW that had damage and limped its way back to the pit lane. On the restart, 333 Salikov led, but he then made a small mistake down at the first chicane, lost the lead to Fabio Babini. And we had some good squabbling all the way through the field in the first hour of the race. This was how it looked in midfield as Nissan, Audi got together, but then Alvaro Parent had a spin and got caught up with the Maro Engel Mercedes and Giovanni Venturini's Lamborghini. Into the gravel with a punctured tire went Miguel Toril. Another car with a puncture was Adrian Delina's Ferrari. And we'll come back to the highlights once we have had the podium ceremonies, which are getting underway here at Monza. So the AMs first, Fabio Mancini, Andre Berzin and Rino Mastronardi for 3rd. Anthony Pons and Fabian Barthez take 2nd. And the top step, Steve Earle, Marco Zanutini and Liam Talbot in the Kessel Racing Ferrari. So for Kessel Racing, the Swiss national anthem, And 3 different teams then on the podium. Third, Glorax Racing, receiving the trophy. Fabio Mancini, who started racing back in 1977, along with Andre Berzin and Rino Mastronardi. Alain Delamuraz from Blancpain hands over the trophies. Then for second place, Anthony Pons and Fabien Barthez, former Manchester United and Marseille goalkeeper, who's a pretty decent racing driver these days, moving to Blancpain full-time this year. And then Marco Zanotini, Liam Talbot and Steve Earle celebrate a class victory. Liam Talbot, the Australian, racing at Monza for the first time. Very, very happy man. And as I said during the race, he's come to competing relatively late in life, no karting experience, but as a quick amp, began in his early 30s. He's done a lot of miles in Europe, but new to Blancpain at Monza. He's done the Spa 24 Hours before, but good to have him here, and a successful visit to Monza. And there is also a great big cheque to be handed over to the winners of the AM Cup by Stefan Rattel, the CEO of SRO, and it's for €5,000 for the winning AMs here at Monza. So that is going to be put towards quite a party this evening, I would have thought. And there, the drivers have the champagne. Steve Earle asking whether it's going to be sprayed or whether it's going to be saved. I think Liam Talbot is so delighted with his podium finish, he's going to spray. His experience back home in effectively club-level racing, the Lotus Elise Cup in Australia, Radical Racing. He then moved to Australian GTs and had such a taste for those sorts of cars, he decided to spread his wings to Europe and has done a successful job as well, hasn't he? Taking honours here with Steve Earle, massively experienced Ferrari racer, and Marco Zanotini as well, who knows his way around this place. Anthony Pons and Fabien Barthez taking second. And let's try and grab a word with the winners. OJ Borg is there on the podium.
I was speaking Italian, sorry.
With Stephen Earle, one of the drivers from the winning team in the amateur category. What does it feel like as an amateur, a gentleman driver, to win here at the famous Monza track?
What can be better than driving a Ferrari at Monza and being on the podium in the middle?
It is one of those places that you really want to win, and it was a great performance from all 3 of you.
Yeah, everyone put in a good effort. I've never been here, so my teammates gave me so much good advice, and I couldn't do it without the Kessel team.
So there you go. You go on to the next track. You'll be at Silverstone. Another win, do you think, in your category?
Yes, of course.
They say yes, and he's still got his champagne. Congratulations, guys.
Thank you.
Well, confidence from Marco Zanotini, of course, will win, he says. And the AM winners leave the podium. Pro-Am will be next. And again, that's been all rather Ferrari-dominated, as out come Alessandro Bonaccini, Michael Lyons, Michael Brozniewski. Maybe it could have been a win. In the end, it's third. Duncan Cameron and Matt Griffin round out a really hectic weekend of racing with a second place in class. And Norbert Siedler and Rinat Salikov take honours in Pro-Am here at Monza. So for the Rinaldi Racing Team, the German national anthem, Rinat Salikov and Norbert Siedler celebrate a class victory and the best overall finish for a Pro-Am car. It may have been 37 seconds behind, but to be second overall against a 23-strong Pro Cup field, believe me, it's a heck of an achievement. Michael Lyons in the red overalls, Alessandro Bonaccini and Michael Brozniewski take third. Duncan Cameron and Matt Griffin, a great partnership these two have made over the years, taking second spot. And Norbert Siedler, who started, of course, on the front of the grid, with Rinat Salikov, take a class victory, their first victories in the Blancpain Endurance Series. And it shows just how good Ferraris are around here as the 458 Italia locks out the top 3 in the Pro-Am class. So everybody now to get together for more photographs, trophies in the air, team rep, Blancpain reps, drivers, and the 458 has always shone at Monza, and once more it has been the car to beat. And Stefan Rattel is in exceedingly generous mood, look, because he steps forward with more checks 20,000 euros to the winner of the Pro-Am Cup. And second, 5,000 euros to Duncan Cameron and Matt Griffin. And there might be a check to go to the third place drivers in a moment. But Duncan Cameron is more concerned about the champagne, and Norbert Siedler wants to start celebrating as well, because the champagne flows on the podium. And after a really frantic weekend of racing and travelling, Duncan Cameron and Matt Griffin, and Michael Lyons, in fairness to him as well, I think deserve a big swig of that champagne. Once again, Matt Griffin delivers the goods, but a cracking effort by Michael Lyons in his stint, and also by Michael Brozniewski in that first part of the race. And let's try and have a word, if we can, with our winning drivers, Norbert Siedler and Renat Salikov, being marshalled into place on the podium, and OJ Borg is poised, ready to find out their thoughts at the end of a massively impressive class win. Norbert Siedler and Renat Salikov are winners here at Monza.
Norbert, congratulations, not just a win in your class, but second overall. That was dominating.
Yeah, it was good. Thank you to all the team. Renat did a great job, Rinaldi, all the team did a great job. And now the green Ferrari is back in Monza, and yeah, it's better than last year, and hope for the next races we will be back in the podium.
He says himself that a Ferrari coming in and doing well at Monza is a great thing. What a great feeling as well.
I cannot explain it, you know, you have to feel it, just sit and drive. I cannot imagine never that I will stay here. It was so nice, so cool.
Did you imagine that you'd be coming second overall?
Not, to be honest, not. But then the guys told me, and I began to push a bit again. Thank you.
Congratulations.
And I want to say big thanks to all my team, to my super amazing teammate. And thank you again for super race. Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Well, a job well done, and the point that Norbert Siedler makes, the green Ferrari is back in Monza. Last year, it drew attention to itself for its many trips into the gravel bed, driven by somebody else, it must be said, who's not racing this year. But as we move to the Pro Cup, Andy Merrick, Stephen Kane and Guy Smith for Bentley are there already as podium finishers. For second place, Laurens Vanthoor, Jean-Carl Vernet and Robin Frins mount the podium. And the race winners for the Grasser Racing Team and for Lamborghini, Jeroen Mull, Andrew Palmer and Fabio Babini. Smiles all round as the winning drivers head up the steps, onto the podium, then onto the top step. What odds would you have had this morning to put money on a Lamborghini win? Long odds, I would have thought. But Jeroen Mull, Andrew Palmer, Fabio Babini come out on top. Fabio Babini is all smiles, and you can understand why, can't you? As out come the trophies, first of all, to the third place drivers, Andy Merrick in the middle, then Guy Smith at the far end. The trackside end, as it were, is Stephen Kane, whose pace was hampered a bit by being tagged into a spin by the AM class winning Ferrari late in the race. The second place drivers, Laurens Vanthoor, Jean-Carl Vernet and Robin Frins received their trophies. Mixed weekend for the Vantours, because Lawrence's younger brother Dries has been racing in Formula Renault here but got knocked out of this morning's race. But the winners, Jeroen Mull, Andrew Palmer and fabulous Fabio Babini receive their trophies. Fabio Babini is as animated as ever, a delighted race victor. Jeroen Mull and Andrew Palmer having his first outing at Monza, celebrating as well. Lamborghini take trophies, they take Blancpain clocks, and Stefan Rattel steps forward with the checks for the winners. Second in Pro Cup, getting 20,000 euros. And handshakes with the drivers. And Stefan, I think, will be well pleased with what's been a very impressive start to the championship season, and a very impressive start for a new car, the Lamborghini Huracan GT3, taking a maiden victory. How the championship has moved on from 2011, when we had the Autolando Sport Porsche taking the victory here, thanks to being good on the fuel. But no Porsches in Pro, no Porsches in Pro-Am. Instead, things move on. Lamborghini victorious in the Pro Cup and taking a win by 37 seconds here in the opening round of the Blancpain Endurance Series. Drivers soak each other on the podium, and some very happy teams as well. All their hard work to push cars forward over the course of the weekend has paid off. And so applause up and down the pit lane, because all the teams recognise a job well done by the Gassner racing team, which of course, as you've heard when Gottfried Gassner spoke to John Watson, they've had to do some work on the BOP over the weekend and then go back to basics and work on the setup once again. So it's not been an easy weekend, far from it, but what a great result come the end. And so there are our winners, heading back onto the podium. We might have another chance to hear from them in a moment, but as the podium is finished, more photographs to be taken and more trophies to be photographed with, and I think there's a selfie about to be done as well by Jeroen Mul, who wants a picture of his mates, and understandably so, because they have worked so well together over the course of this weekend. Turn it on, says Andrew Palmer. Jeroen Mul's going to have another go. They smile at the selfie, and celebrations in this opening round of the Blancpain Endurance Series here from Monza. So the drivers make their way off the podium, and is it going to be as easy for Lamborghini at Silverstone? I would very much doubt it, but the Huracan GT3 opens its account with a race win. So we have the drivers to make their way from the podium, and honours for the number 19 Lamborghini. Jeroen Mul brought it home. Andrew Palmer did that important middle stint, and it was Fabio Babini who was the driver that did the first stint of the race. Well, although it was a dominant win, a lot happened in 3 hours of racing. Let's have a look back. A wonderful spectacle as a 58-strong grid poured down to the first chicane. Everybody managed to wriggle their way through. It was turn 2 that caught them out, though, as off the road with a bit of an assist went the number 12 BMW, and 78 the Team Russia car with damage in the wall on the other side. It limped back to the pit lane, and the race developed into a scrap up front between Renat Salikov, who ran wide at the chicane and lost the lead, to Fabio Babini, who worked his way past in the quicker of the two Lamborghinis. Martin Plowman pulled an amazing move going past the pits, 3 wide with just enough room. And early on, Alvaro Parent was the best of the McLaren drivers until he got tagged into a spin by Mauro Engel. Giovanni Venturini's Lamborghini was in that mix as well. In the gravel was Miguel Toril, who had a punctured tyre and then went off the road. Adrian Delina had a puncture with his Ferrari. And Hubert Haupt was given a bit of a shoulder charge by Marco Bononomi. First round of pit stops came. Maxime Soulet took over number 8. Timur Sadarov bumped his way off Fabien Tunet and put Tunet in the gravel at Parabolica. The mechanics slip-sliding their way to change tyres for Andrew Palmer to go back into the race for the middle stint in the number 19 Lamborghini. Matt Griffin had got himself into 51 and was hard on the tail of Robin Frins. He was working his way through traffic, but everywhere he went there was a slower car. Free of traffic, Matt Griffin made his move and got 4th place up on the inside, heading down towards the first chicane. More contact came, as unfortunately Christian Mamero made contact with number 4, driven by Sasha Botterman, and that went off the road. The new Audi R8 LMS Ultra had worked its way into contention. Stefan Ortelli gave way for the last stint of the race to Nico Muller, the last stint being interrupted by a safety car after this. Ronnie Valori off the road and hard into the Bentley of Mike Parisi, the Marshals scattering for cover as well. The McLaren wrecked, debris on the road, safety car deployed, and when we went back to racing, everybody had bunched up, but it was still Jeroen Mul well clear in the lead as Sean Walkinshaw tried to wriggle his way up the inside of traffic. But then, as it looked like the change of lead may be happening in Pro-Am, Alessandro Bonaccini's red and black Ferrari hit problems and he slowed right down, losing places hand over fist. Lawrence Vantour also was able to make his way up 1 place at the expense of Duncan Cameron to take 3rd place overall and 2nd in Pro-Am. And battles raged on to the end as Eduardo Mortara worked his way, rather frantically, past Andy Soucek. But a race win for the number 19 Lamborghini. Victory for Jeroen Mul here at Monza. The car coming over the timing line and scoring victory, Jeroen Muhl, along with Fabio Babini and Andrew Palmer, the race victors. The next stop for the Blancpain Endurance Series is going to be Silverstone in May. We hope you can join us, but for now, from OJ Borg, John Watson and David Addison, bye-bye from Italy.